I slapped Miami's most dangerous man in the middle of his VIP nightclub, and by the end of the night, he had me in the back of his SUV. This is my story. Let's begin. By the time I realized Vanessa was drunk enough to turn one reckless night into a full-scale disaster, she was already standing on a white leather banquette in 6-inch silver heels, waving her drink at the DJ like she owned the club. I wanted to strangle her, not because I didn't love her. I did. That was the problem. I loved her enough to follow her into bad decisions. Loved her enough to leave my apartment, put on a black dress that made me feel too seen, and step into Vice, the kind of Miami nightclub where men bought women diamonds between songs and power clung to the air thicker than perfume. Now the bass was pounding through the floor, the lights were flashing gold and red over mirrored columns, and my best friend was one tequila shot away from humiliating both of us in front of half the city's rich, corrupt, and dangerous. "Vanessa," I snapped, grabbing her ankle. "Get down before you break your neck." She looked down at me with a lazy grin, dark curls tumbling over one bare shoulder. "You're ruining the vibe." "You are the vibe," I said flatly, "and it's terrible." The girls at the next table laughed under their breath. Vanessa laughed too, because of course she did. She always thought everything was funny right up until it exploded. I tugged harder, and she finally stumbled off the banquette, collapsing beside me in a glittering heap of limbs and bad choices. "There," I said, shoving a bottle of water at her. "Drink this. You've had enough." She made a face. "You sound like a disappointed mother." "I feel like one." She took the bottle anyway, mostly because I had perfected the look that said I was 2 seconds away from dragging her out by the hair if I had to. It was a look my brothers had hated when we were kids. Cold, sharp, finished. It usually worked. Usually. Vice was packed, shoulder to shoulder with beautiful people pretending they weren't watching one another. The kind of club where privacy didn't exist, only expensive illusions of it. Waitresses in black silk slipped between tables with glowing bottles and sparklers. Men in $1,000 jackets leaned back like kings. Women glittered in diamonds and bare skin. Above it all, the music hit like a pulse, straight to the heart. This was Vanessa's world. It wasn't mine. I came from a family that had money, yes, but not this kind of money. Not the kind that came with fear attached to it. Not the kind that made everyone in a room straighten when one particular man walked in. I felt that change before I understood it. A shift, subtle, fast, electric. Conversations didn't stop, exactly, but they dipped, heads turned. A server almost missed a step. 2 men near the rail moved aside without anyone asking them to. It was the kind of reaction animals had before a storm rolled in, instinctive, immediate, absolute. Vanessa's fingers tightened around the water bottle. Oh my God! I followed her stare toward the upper VIP entrance, and saw him. He wasn't smiling. He didn't have to. Power moved ahead of him like a private current, clearing space wherever he went. He wore a dark suit with no tie, the collar of his shirt open at the throat, like rules existed for everyone else. Tall, broad-shouldered, built with the kind of grace that made danger look elegant. Black hair, sharp jaw, a face that would have looked beautiful on another man and merciless on him. Matteo Viscaro. Even if I hadn't known the name, I would have known what he was. The room told me. Men nodded to him and dropped their eyes first. Women looked too long, then looked away too fast. The security at the far wall paid more attention to him than the 100 other people in the club combined. That Miami had 1,000 rumors about Matteo Viscaro. That he owned half the waterfront through shell companies and threats. That he could ruin a man financially before breakfast and bury him by dinner. That he never forgot an insult. That women threw themselves at him and lived to regret it. I'd never met him before. I'd never wanted to. "Do not stare," I muttered. Vanessa leaned closer. "He looks like he was grown in a lab for sin." I grabbed my purse. "We're leaving." She blinked at me. "What?" "You're drunk. I'm annoyed. And I'm not staying in a room where men like that make everyone act like prey." "Violet, get up." I stood first, smoothing my dress down over my thighs. That was when I felt it. Not the room this time. Him. Attention, sharp and direct, like the point of a knife settling between my shoulder blades. I looked up before I could stop myself. Across the room, Matteo Viscaro was staring at me. Not at Vanessa, who was louder and prettier in the obvious way men loved at clubs like this. At me, His gaze moved over me once, slow and deliberate, and something hot and furious uncoiled low in my stomach. Not attraction, not exactly. Awareness, the kind you felt right before touching a live wire. Then he started walking toward us. "No," I said under my breath. Vanessa grabbed my wrist. "Oh my God, he's coming here." "I can see that. You need to be nice." "I'm physically incapable." "Violet?" Too late. By the time she hissed my name, Matteo was already standing in front of our table. He was even worse up close. Not because he was more handsome, though he was. Not because he was taller, though he was that too. Worse because he felt too solid, too sure of himself, too aware of the effect he had on everyone around him. Men like him were used to rooms bending around them, used to women smiling before they spoke, used to being wanted. He looked at me like that was already decided. Two men in suits stopped a few feet behind him, silent as shadows, security, enforcers. Whatever he called them, they weren't there for decoration. His eyes stayed on mine. "I've been here less than 10 minutes, he said, voice low and smooth enough that I heard it clearly through the music, "and you're already the most interesting woman in the room." I stared at him. "That sounds like a you problem." Vanessa sucked in a breath. One of the men behind him shifted. Matteo only smiled a little, like I'd offered him something more entertaining than flattery. "Do you always speak to strangers that way?" "Only the ones who open with lines they probably use on everyone." "I don't use lines." "No?" I tipped my head. Then maybe arrogance just comes naturally. That smile sharpened. God, he was beautiful in the most irritating way imaginable. He took one step closer. My body reacted before my pride did, pulse kicking hard once, but I locked my knees and held my ground. Up close, he smelled expensive and dangerous. Clean cologne over something darker underneath. Smoke, maybe. Or the kind of man who always stood too close to fire and never got burned. "What's your name?" he asked. "No." His brow lifted. "No. No, you don't get my name." "Why not?" "Because I don't hand personal information to men who think eye contact is a personality." Vanessa made a tiny choked sound beside me that might have been a laugh and might have been terror. Matteo glanced at her briefly, then looked back at me, and that small break in attention made me irrationally angry. Like I'd been marked for something just by being noticed. "I think," he said softly, "you know exactly who I am. I know the city goes weird when you walk into a room. And I'm not impressed." For the first time, something in his expression changed. Interest sharpened into focus. "Most people are? Most people are easy, and you aren't?" "No." His gaze dropped briefly to my mouth, then returned to my eyes. The tiny movement sent a bolt of heat through me, so sudden it felt insulting. "I don't think you're easy either," he said. I folded my arms. "Good, then this conversation can die here." Instead of stepping back, he leaned one hand on the edge of the table beside me, caging me in without actually touching me. The music kept pounding, the lights kept flashing, but inside that small circle of space, everything felt still. My pulse was too loud. Vanessa had gone completely silent. "Dance with me," Matteo said. The nerve of him almost made me laugh. "I would rather walk barefoot home. Dramatic, accurate. I'm asking nicely." I looked him over once, letting my expression cool into deliberate boredom. "That was you asking nicely?" A corner of his mouth lifted. "For now." There it was. The thing underneath the charm. The edge. A warning wrapped in silk. Men like Matteo Viscaro didn't hear no often enough. That much was obvious. Every instinct I had told me this wasn't about a dance anymore. It was about him stepping into my space and expecting me to yield because everyone else did. I could feel people watching, waiting. I hated that most of all. The assumption that I would smile because he was beautiful, the expectation that I would soften because he was powerful, the certainty that if he pushed, I would bend. I had spent too much of my life around men who confused force with inevitability. I was not in the mood to educate another one. I said no. His eyes darkened, not with anger exactly, but something more dangerous, something intent. "Careful, sweetheart." I went cold at the name. "Don't call me that." "What should I call you?" "You should call someone who cares." Vanessa whispered, "Violet, please." He ignored her completely. "You know what I think? I truly don't care. I think you like refusing me." I laughed once, short and sharp. "You're not that special." "No?" He moved closer still, close enough that his voice brushed against my skin. "Then why are you still standing here?" The answer was pride. pure, stupid pride. Because leaving while he watched would feel like retreat, and some ugly part of me would rather set my own life on fire than let a man like him think he'd won. So instead, I tipped my chin up and said, because I'm deciding how much of a scene I want to make. That did it. I saw the exact second the amusement in him turned dangerous. Not loud, not explosive, just still. A predator going quiet. He reached toward me then, fingers lifting as if he meant to touch my face. Maybe my chin, maybe my hair. Maybe just to prove he could. He never made contact. My hand moved first. The slap cracked so hard it seemed to split the music in half. The sound rang across the table, across the nearest crowd, across the entire glittering nightmare of Vice. Everything stopped. I felt it happen. The girls at the next table froze with champagne halfway to their lips. One of the servers went dead still. Even Vanessa stopped breathing. My palm burned. Matteo's face had turned slightly with the force of it. A red mark was already blooming high across his cheekbone. One of his men surged forward. Matteo lifted a single finger. The man stopped immediately. Silence stretched. Heavy. Impossible. Unreal. I should have been horrified. Maybe part of me was. But the louder part, the hotter part, was furious enough to carry me. I dropped my hand and stared straight at him. Move. Nobody in that club had probably ever spoken to him like that. Nobody in that club had definitely ever hit him like that. For 1 second I thought he might explode. Might grab me. Might have me dragged out by my hair and thrown into the ocean for the insult. Instead, Matteo turned his head back slowly and looked at me. Really looked at me, and smiled. It was the worst thing he could have done. If he had been angry, maybe this would have felt survivable, understandable, human. But that smile was calm, dark, almost pleased, like I had just become the most valuable thing he'd seen all year. He leaned down until his mouth was near my ear, close enough that the heat of his breath skimmed the side of my throat. You just made yourself mine. The words slid through me like ice. I jerked back and stared at him. His face was relaxed again. Beautiful. Controlled. The red mark on his cheek only made him look more lethal. Behind me, Vanessa whispered, "Oh my God." I grabbed her wrist so hard she gasped. "We're leaving." This time, Matteo stepped aside. Not because I'd won. That much I knew instantly. He moved the way a man opened a gate for something he intended to hunt later. I pulled Vanessa after me, forcing my legs to move, forcing my heartbeat not to show in my face. We pushed through staring strangers, through the hot gold light, through the throb of music, and the electric charge of a room that had just witnessed social suicide. Nobody tried to stop us. Nobody needed to. By the time we hit the stairs to the lower level, Vanessa was half stumbling in her heels and fully sober. "Violet," she hissed, "what is wrong with you?" "Make a list." "You slapped Matteo Viscaro." "Yes, I was there." "You slapped Matteo Viscaro. You're being repetitive." "Because I think this may actually be the last night of your life." I let out a hard breath that almost sounded like a laugh. Then at least it won't be boring. We burst out through the front doors of Vice and into the Miami night. Warm air hit my skin, thick with salt and heat and exhaust. Valets moved under the bright lights near the curb. Cars gleamed black and silver. The city stretched around us in neon and glass, beautiful and indifferent. I didn't stop until we were halfway down the steps. Then I finally released Vanessa's wrist. She rounded on me, eyes huge. "Tell me you have a plan." "I do." Her shoulders sagged. "Okay. Good. I'm never going out with you again." She stared at me. "That is not a plan. It's the beginning of one." My heart was still pounding too hard, but I lifted my chin and looked back at the club entrance anyway. Nothing. No security rushing after us. No black SUVs at the curb. No Matteo stepping out into the night with murder in his eyes. Maybe that was all it had been. A moment. A clash. A rich, arrogant man embarrassed in public who would decide I wasn't worth the trouble. Men like him had too many options, too many women, too much power to waste on one insult. That was what I told myself. That was what I needed to believe. Vanessa moved closer. "Do you think he'll come after you?" I looked at the glowing doors of Vice, at the valets, at the city glittering beyond them, and shoved the fear down where she couldn't hear it. "No," I said. The lie came out smooth. Beautiful, even. And somewhere behind those doors, deep in the beating heart of the club, I felt it anyway. Like a hand closing around the back of my neck. Like fate smiling in the dark. Like I had just made the worst mistake of my life. Chapter 2, I should have known peace that fragile would never last. The second Vanessa and I hit the sidewalk, the city felt wrong. Still loud, still bright, still alive in that feverish Miami way where everything shimmered like it had been dipped in heat and money. Luxury cars idled at the curb, valets in black moved with clipped efficiency, laughter spilled from the line outside the club. Somewhere down the block, bass from another rooftop bled into the humid night. But under all of it, there was a feeling I couldn't shake, like something had shifted under my skin, like danger had noticed me and was now taking its time. Violet. Vanessa grabbed my arm as I headed toward the valet stand. Maybe we should call someone. I am someone. You know what I mean? I did. Call my brother, call security. Call one of the men in my family who would hear the name Matteo Viscaro and start a chain reaction. I was not ready to survive. No, I said. Her eyes widened. No? No one needs to know? Are you insane? That depends who you ask. Violet? She stepped in front of me, silver heels wobbling just enough to remind me how drunk she'd been 20 minutes ago. That man looked at you like men like him always look at women they want to intimidate. That is not all that was. I looked past her toward the line of waiting cars, toward the broad white lights above the entrance, toward a city that suddenly felt like it was watching me back. Maybe she was right. Maybe it wasn't all intimidation. That thought made me more angry than afraid. I had not asked for his attention, had not smiled at it, had not flirted with it, and yet somehow the entire night had twisted around one moment, one slap, one dark promise spoken against my skin like a curse. You just made yourself mine. I shoved the memory down hard. He didn't get to linger in my head like that. He's a man, I said more sharply than I meant to. Not a hurricane. Vanessa stared at me. You literally slapped a man people in this city are afraid to say no to. He'll survive. That isn't what I'm worried about. I exhaled and rubbed my temple. The adrenaline crash was starting now, making everything feel too bright, too loud, too unreal. I'm taking you home. You should come to my place. No. Why not? Because I want my own shower, my own bed, and 5 uninterrupted hours to pretend none of this happened. Her expression did something soft and worried. V. I hated when she used that voice, the one that made me feel 12 years old and reckless. I'm fine. You're not. I will be. A valet approached with a polite smile pasted over visible curiosity. Can I help you, miss? Yes, I said. My car. He asked for the ticket. I reached into my purse for it, fingers brushing lipstick, keys, a half-empty packet of gum, my card holder. No ticket. I frowned and dug deeper. Nothing. Vanessa shifted closer. What? My ticket. You lost it? I did not lose it. Another sweep through my bag. Slower this time. Thorough. Still nothing. A little pulse of irritation started behind my eyes. I remembered setting the stub into the side pocket before we'd gone in. I was annoyingly careful with things like that. The kind of person who alphabetized spices and triple-checked locks. I didn't lose tickets. Maybe it fell out inside, Vanessa said. No. The valet cleared his throat delicately. If you don't have it, I can have someone look up the vehicle information. Fine. He nodded and stepped away. Vanessa crossed her arms. Come to my place. This is a sign. This is not a sign. This is exactly how horror movies start. This is not a horror movie. She gave me a long look. That's debatable. I almost laughed. Almost. Then my phone buzzed in my hand. Unknown number. Something cold slipped through me. For one stupid second, I just stared at the screen. The city noise seemed to dull around the edges. The music from inside Vice felt farther away. Vanessa saw my face and whispered, Who is it? I didn't answer. I swiped to decline. The phone buzzed again immediately. Unknown number. Not possible, I told myself. Plenty of people called from blocked or private lines. It didn't mean anything. It didn't mean him. Still, my thumb hovered. Then I rejected it again. A text came through before the screen even dimmed. Get in the car, Violet. Every sound on the street vanished. Not literally. Cars still rolled by. People still laughed. A woman in a sequined dress still shouted at her friends near the curb. But the world in my head went silent so fast Vanessa grabbed my wrist. What? I showed her the screen. The blood drained out of her face. Oh my God. I looked around sharply, heart kicking so hard it was painful now. The line of cars, the bright entrance, the valet podium, the cluster of smokers near the roped-off path, 2 men by the corner laughing over a lighter, A black SUV parked halfway down the block with its windows tinted too dark to see through. Nothing moved. Nobody looked at me. That somehow made it worse. My hands went cold. Vanessa stepped closer until her shoulder pressed into mine. We need to go back inside. No, Violet. I am not going back in there. And I am not standing out here waiting to get trafficked by a billionaire psychopath. I nearly snapped at her, but another text came through. Don't make me come get you in front of everyone. My stomach dropped so violently I thought I might actually throw up. He was watching. Somewhere I couldn't see. I lifted my head slowly, scanning the upper floors of the building across the street, the valet area, the dark windows of the parked vehicles. Didn't matter. Men like Matteo Viscaro didn't need to stand in plain sight to be felt. Vanessa's nails dug into my arm. Call the police. The idea almost made me laugh, not because it was silly, because in this city, for men like him, it probably was. Still, I opened my phone and hit emergency before my pride could interfere. The call didn't go through. No signal. I stared at the screen. No, I muttered. Vanessa looked down. What? No signal. She pulled out her own phone. I have... Her face changed. None. A chill moved across my skin despite the heat. That wasn't normal. Not outside one of the busiest clubs in Miami. Not in the middle of a street glowing with nightlife and money and too many witnesses. That was arranged. That was deliberate. Vanessa? I kept my voice low because panic would only make this worse. Listen to me very carefully. Her eyes locked on mine. When I say move, you run back inside. Find security. Don't argue. Don't look for me. Just go. What? Do it. I am not leaving you. You will if you want to help me. Another buzz. Too late. I saw them before I felt them. Two men in dark suits stepping away from the side of the building like they had always been there. Not rushing. Not dramatic. Just moving with the same quiet certainty Matteo had. One from the left. One from behind the row of parked cars. Vanessa sucked in a breath. Violet. Run. I shoved her hard toward the entrance. She stumbled, cursed, then whirled like she meant to come back anyway. That was Vanessa, reckless with herself, worse with people she loved. Go, I shouted. One of the men reached for me. I swung my purse into his face with everything I had. It connected hard enough to snap his head sideways. Good. He recovered almost instantly. A hand closed around my upper arm. I twisted and drove my heel straight down onto someone's foot. He grunted. I ripped free for half a second, enough to lunge toward the crowd, enough to think maybe if I made noise, if I screamed, if I made a scene. A second man caught me around the waist from behind. I screamed anyway. Let me go. People turned. Of course they turned. And then they froze when they saw who was handling me. Not because they recognized the men. Because power has a shape. A language. Some people can read it before a word is spoken. Violet. Vanessa's voice cracked from the club entrance. One of the men barked, Go inside. She did not. God, I wanted to kill her. I thrashed hard enough to nearly drag all three of us to the pavement. Take your hands off me, a car opened somewhere behind me. Not a random car. That black SUV. The men started hauling me backward. I dug my heels into the ground. My dress rode up my thighs. My hair stuck to my mouth. Fury and fear surged together until I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. This is kidnapping! I screamed at the people staring. What is wrong with all of you? Call someone. Nobody moved. One woman lifted her phone, then slowly lowered it again when one of the suited men looked at her. Cowards. All of them. I jerked one arm free and clawed at the hand gripping me. My nails raked skin. He cursed under his breath. Good. Good. A male voice said from the open SUV door. I hate boring women. My whole body went still for one terrible second. Matteo. He was sitting inside the back seat like he'd ordered room service, and I was the delayed delivery. Dark suit jacket open now, one ankle crossed over the opposite knee, a faint red mark still visible on his cheek from where I'd hit him. His face was calm, interested, not amused exactly, satisfied. I hated him on sight. You psychotic bastard! I shouted, his mouth curved. That's not very grateful. Grateful? I lunged toward him so violently the men nearly lost hold of me. For what? For coming to get you myself. Something in me snapped. I drove my elbow backward into the ribs of the man behind me, twisted and launched myself at Matteo with every ounce of rage I had left. I almost made it. Almost. One of his men caught my wrist midair. Matteo rose from the seat in one fluid motion and closed the last inch himself. shut, his hand wrapping around the front of my throat, not squeezing, just holding, controlling, stopping me cold. The world narrowed to that touch. Not enough to hurt. Enough to dominate. His eyes locked on mine. Careful, he said softly. You got one slap. Don't push your luck. I wanted to spit in his face. Instead, I hissed, "Go to hell." A flicker of approval moved through his expression. Eventually. Then, with shocking ease, he turned and pulled me into the SUV. I kicked the door frame hard enough to bruise myself. One heel flew off and disappeared under the vehicle. I clawed at the leather seat, at his wrist, at anything. He got in after me and shut the door with one decisive slam that sounded too much like a prison locking. The SUV moved instantly. No pause, no delay, just acceleration. I threw myself at the opposite door and yanked the handle. Child lock. Of course. My breathing came too fast now, too sharp. Miami blurred by outside the tinted window in streaks of gold and black. Vanessa was gone. The club was gone. Everything familiar had vanished in seconds. I turned on him. He sat beside me, one arm stretched along the back of the seat, as composed as if we were headed to dinner. You are insane. So I've been told. You can't just take people. I can. No, you can't. His gaze dipped briefly to my mouth, then lifted again. You seem confused about what tonight is. I flung myself at him. There was no plan in it, no strategy, just fury. He caught both my wrists in one hand before I could land a hit, then twisted and pinned me against the leather seat so fast, my breath punched out of me. His body covered mine without fully crushing me, all strength and heat and expensive cologne and controlled violence. One thigh forced between mine to immobilize me. His free hand braced beside my head. I froze. Not because I was calm, because every instinct in my body was screaming at once. Get off me, I said, and hated that my voice came out breathless. No, I mean it. So do I. I jerked against his grip. He only tightened his hand around my wrists, not enough to injure, more than enough to remind me he could. His face was inches from mine now, beautiful and merciless and shadowed by the moving lights outside. You fought, he said quietly. You screamed. You made me come out and collect you like something wild. His eyes burned into mine. I like that. I stared at him in disgust. You need help. I need you to stop pretending you don't understand what this is. I understand perfectly. You're a spoiled psychopath who got embarrassed in public and decided to throw a tantrum. At that, he smiled. Not nicely. His thumb brushed the inside of my wrist once, a tiny movement that felt far too intimate in the middle of everything else. You slapped me in my club. You deserved worse. Probably. His eyes drifted over my face, slow enough to feel invasive. But I told you what would happen. My heart slammed once against my ribs. You just made yourself mine. I hated that. Remembering it made my skin go colder. You don't own me. His gaze sharpened. No, we'll see. The car took a sharp turn. I slid slightly under him, and his grip tightened instinctively, steadying me. The motion shoved my dress higher up my thighs. The realization hit all at once. How close he was, how trapped I was, how impossible it would be to overpower him in this small space. Panic tried to claw its way up. I crushed it before it could reach my face. Where are you taking me? He studied me for a long beat, like he was deciding how much truth to give me. Home. A cold laugh escaped me. That is not my home. No, he said, it's mine. I went still. Somewhere in the front of the SUV, one of his men spoke quietly into a phone. Another streetlight passed, washing the interior in brief gold before plunging us back into shadow. I lifted my chin as much as his grip allowed. My family is going to tear this city apart. That got his full attention. Good. They won't know where to look, he said. You sound very sure. I am. You should be scared. His eyes darkened with something I couldn't read. Of your family? Of what happens when they realize who took me? He held my stare. Then, to my fury, he looked entertained. I was wondering how long it would take before you tried that. Tried what? To use your name like a weapon. My stomach sank a little. Not because I was afraid of him, because for the first time since this nightmare started, I had the awful feeling he knew more than he was saying. He released one of my wrists, reached up, and tucked a strand of hair back from my face with infuriating calm. I flinched away from his fingers. He noticed. Of course he noticed. Something dangerous flickered low in his expression, then disappeared. Fight me all you want, Violet, he said. It's not changing the destination. I swallowed hard. Then this is the part where I tell you I'll make your life hell. His smile deepened. Finally, a reaction that looked real. "Good," he murmured. "I'd be disappointed if you didn't." Then he let go of my other wrist and leaned back, as if pinning me down in a moving car was just another conversation opener. I scrambled away from him instantly, pressing myself into the far corner of the seat, chest heaving. Every muscle in my body felt wound too tight. My wrists were hot where he'd held them. My throat still remembered the first touch of his hand there. Outside Miami blurred into darker roads and fewer lights. Not downtown anymore. Not crowded. Not safe. The realization landed heavy and final. This was real. He had taken me. And as the city disappeared behind tinted glass and Matteo Viscaro watched me with the patient focus of a man settling in for a long night, I understood something far worse than fear. He wasn't angry. He was pleased. And that meant this had never been punishment. It had been pursuit. Chapter 3. I had always thought a cage would look obvious. Bars, locks, chains bolted into concrete, something cold, something ugly, something that admitted what it was. I was wrong. Matteo Viscaro's cage was glass and marble and moonlight. I woke up in a bed bigger than my entire bedroom at home, beneath sheets so soft they felt obscene, with the first gray light of morning spilling through floor-to-ceiling windows high above a sleeping city. For one disoriented second, I didn't move. My body was heavy with the aftershocks of too much adrenaline, too much rage, too little sleep. Everything smelled clean and expensive. Linen, polished wood, faint traces of some masculine cologne that made the back of my neck go cold. Then memory hit. The club, the slap, the SUV. Matteo. I sat up so fast my head spun. The room around me belonged in an architectural magazine. Huge, elegant, deliberately spare. Cream walls, dark stone floors, a massive bed framed by smoked glass, a sitting area by the windows with low white couches arranged around a black marble table. No clutter, no softness, no sign of another person except for the folded black silk robe laid across the foot of the bed and a glass of water on the nightstand beside 2 painkillers. Like I was a guest, like I had consented to any of this. My bare feet hit the floor. I was still in last night's dress, wrinkled now, one strap hanging halfway down my arm. My makeup was smudged. My hair was a mess. It made me irrationally furious that this place still looked perfect around me, untouched by the violence of being dragged here. I crossed the room in long strides and grabbed the door handle. Locked. Of course. I yanked harder anyway, because sometimes anger needed movement more than logic. Nothing. I turned and went to the windows next. 30-something floors up, maybe higher. The view opened over Biscayne Bay in a sweep of blue-gray water and silver dawn, the skyline still half-shadowed, beautiful, vast, useless. The glass didn't open, at least not without some hidden mechanism I couldn't find. My pulse started climbing again. I moved faster after that, checking every corner of the suite. Bathroom the size of a spa. Walk-in closet already stocked with women's clothes in my size, tags removed. Another locked door that probably led to the hall. No phone. No obvious cameras, though I would have been stupid to assume that meant there weren't any. He had prepared. That was the worst part. This wasn't impulse. Not fully. Maybe he'd decided to take me after the slap, but by the time I woke up here there were clothes, medication, bottled water lined on the bathroom counter, a tray beneath a silver dome on the dining table. I hadn't even noticed at first. Everything arranged, everything calm, everything screaming control. The tray held breakfast, coffee, fruit, eggs, toast, fresh orange juice. I nearly threw it against the wall on principle. Instead, I stood there in silence, staring at it until I noticed the folded card beneath the cup, a single line in sharp black ink. Eat. You'll need your strength. No signature. He didn't need one. I crumpled the card in my fist and launched it across the room. Then I laughed once, hard and humorless, because of course he would do this. Of course a man like Matteo Viscaro would kidnap me and then stage manage my comfort. Not out of kindness, out of power, out of the sick satisfaction of proving he could drag me out of my life and replace the world around me in a single night. I grabbed the coffee anyway, not because I was obeying, because caffeine was a survival tool. I had just taken the first bitter swallow when the lock clicked. My head snapped up. The door opened. Matteo walked in like this was an ordinary morning and I was an ordinary problem. He had changed since last night. Dark charcoal trousers, white shirt open at the throat, sleeves rolled once over strong forearms, no jacket, no tie. The red mark from my slap had faded into a faint shadow over one cheekbone. His hair was still damp from a shower, brushed back from a face that looked even more dangerous in daylight. Less nightclub myth. More man. That was worse. He took in the room in one glance, the untouched food, the coffee in my hand, me standing barefoot in a ruined dress with murder in my eyes, and something like approval flickered in his expression. At least you're awake. I set the cup down so carefully it almost shook. Untie the locks. No. The directness of it hit like a slap of its own. I folded my arms, then get out. That almost smile appeared. Good morning to you too. I mean it. So do I. He closed the door behind him, and the soft click of the latch seemed far louder than it should have. He didn't approach immediately, just stood there, looking at me with that same infuriating composure he'd worn in the SUV, as if I were a storm he fully intended to outlast. I hated that calm. Men who shouted could be answered. Men who threatened could be provoked. Men who remained perfectly controlled while ruining your life were harder to break. Did you drug me? I asked. No? I don't believe you. You slept because you exhausted yourself fighting. His gaze slid over the wrinkled dress, my bare feet, my clenched jaw. You should try it again sometime. It was impressive. I stared at him. You don't get to compliment me after kidnapping me. I wasn't complimenting you, I was informing you. My nails dug into my palms. Why am I here? His eyes held mine, because I wanted you here. That is not an answer. It's the only one you're getting right now. I laughed, sharp and disbelieving. Do you hear yourself? Yes. Then you know you sound insane. That depends who's judging. I am. He moved then, slow enough not to startle me, though the fact he considered whether I might startle only made me angrier. He crossed to the table, lifted the silver dome from the tray, and looked down at the breakfast as if assessing a business detail. You should eat before you decide to throw something. I blinked. What? He glanced over at the smashed card on the floor, then back at me. You have that look. For one humiliating second, I almost looked around to see if he meant someone else. Then rage surged back. You locked me in a penthouse. Yes. You had clothes brought in. Yes. You think I'm going to sit here and have breakfast with you? No. His voice stayed maddeningly even. I think you're going to stand there being furious while I ask you a few questions. I wanted to wipe that calm right off his face. Instead, I tipped my chin higher. And if I don't answer? He set the dome aside. You will. The certainty in it dug under my skin. Try me. His gaze sharpened, and for the first time that morning, I saw a hint of something darker move beneath the surface. Not anger exactly. Appetite, maybe. Not physical. Strategic. A man seeing challenge and liking it too much. What's your full name? He asked. No. His mouth twitched. Still doing that? Yes. You know, most people become more cooperative after the dramatic abduction. Most people don't have my standards. Clearly. He reached for the coffee pot and poured himself a cup like he owned not just the penthouse, not just the room, but the pace of my breathing inside it. He didn't ask permission. He didn't need to. That was the whole problem. I watched the movement of his hands, the easy confidence, and hated the fresh wave of awareness it dragged through me. He was beautiful in a way that felt almost engineered. Everything about him, precise, efficient, dangerous. The kind of man women probably mistook for control when what they were really seeing was possession. He leaned one hip against the edge of the table and looked at me over the rim of the cup. Your name. I smiled without warmth. Why? Planning to embroider it on my prison uniform? His gaze dropped briefly to my mouth. If I were planning that, you'd already be wearing it. A bolt of heat went through me so fast it made me angrier than before. I grabbed the nearest thing on the table, a peach, and threw it at him. He caught it one-handed. Of course he did. That tiny display of reflex felt wildly unfair. Matteo set the peach down with a soft thud. Better. I stared at him. Better? Throwing things is healthier than pretending you're calm. I am not pretending anything. No. He pushed off the table. You're pretending you're in control. My stomach tightened. He started toward me. I held my ground until he was too close, until every instinct in my body lit up at once. Then I stepped back, one step. His eyes flicked down to the movement, and a small, lethal satisfaction settled into his face. I hated myself for giving it to him. Stay away from me. Why? Because I don't want you near me. That didn't stop you slapping me. The reminder made my pulse kick. You earned that. Probably. You keep saying that, like it excuses this. It doesn't need to. He took another step. I matched it backward without meaning to until the edge of the black marble table dug into the back of my thighs. Trapped. Again. He stopped close enough that I could smell his coffee under the cedar and smoke scent of him. Close enough that if I lifted my hand, I could have hit him again. The idea tempted me. His gaze moved over my face, reading too much. Do it. What? Hit me again. I stared. He tilted his head slightly, watching me the way he had in the club, as if my reaction mattered more than the room itself. You want to. Yes. Then do it. I almost did. God help me. I almost did. But something in his eyes warned me that this wasn't about revenge or even temper. It was a test. He wanted to see how far I'd go, wanted to watch me choose violence, wanted the excuse, maybe, or the thrill. So instead I said, not unless I have a weapon. That smile again. Slow. Dark. Real. There you are. Go to hell. Eventually, he murmured, echoing last night. I hated that I remembered it. I hated even more that he knew I remembered. He set his coffee down on the table beside me. Your friend is fine. The subject change hit so abruptly I blinked. What? Vanessa? She made it back inside. She cried, screamed, threatened security with a champagne bottle. That faint amusement surfaced. She has spirit. Relief hit me so hard my knees nearly weakened. I masked it fast, but not fast enough. His eyes caught it. Of course they did. That was cruel, I said. What was? While letting me wake up not knowing. He considered that. Maybe. You were going to hate me this morning regardless. I hate you now. No, his gaze pinned mine. You're furious now. Hate comes later. Something about the certainty in his voice reached into my chest and tightened. It felt like a threat disguised as patience. I shoved away from the table and put distance between us again. You're not keeping me. He turned to watch me pace. I already am. This ends with me leaving. That part is still undecided. I laughed. In what universe? He said nothing, just looked at me. And it was there, in the quiet after my question, that I understood the true shape of this place. Not a prison meant to terrify me into submission, not a dungeon, not brute force made visible, a controlled environment, luxury as restraint, comfort as ownership. He hadn't put me in chains because he didn't need to. The height, the locks, the guards I hadn't seen but knew were there, the entire isolated perfection of this penthouse. It all said the same thing. You are exactly where I want you. I crossed my arms tighter over myself. My family is looking for me. Yes. That stopped me cold. You know my family? A beat of silence. Then, I know enough. Ice slid through my bloodstream. You didn't just take me because I slapped you. No. Everything in the room seemed to sharpen at once. The light off the marble, the city beyond the glass, the faint hum of hidden air conditioning. My thoughts rearranged themselves with ugly speed. At the club, his interest had felt immediate, personal, predatory. In the car, when I'd warned him about my family, he hadn't been surprised. And now, who do you think I am? I asked quietly. His eyes held mine. I know exactly who you are, Violet. The way he said my name made the room feel smaller. My throat tightened. Then say it. He was silent long enough to be deliberate. Then, you're the little sister your brother hides in plain sight and pretends isn't valuable. My heart stopped. Not literally. It only felt that way. There were very few people in Miami who could have said that sentence and lived. Very few who knew enough to understand how my brother operated, how our family kept me separate from certain things, how I had spent years being simultaneously protected and overlooked. I had not given Matteo my last name. He had not needed it. You knew, I said. Yes. Since when? He picked up his coffee again as if this were a conversation over brunch and not the collapse of the last safe illusion I had left. Not at first. At the club? You were a surprise. The honesty of that unsettled me more than a lie would have. So what changed? I ran your face before we left the block. Cold spread from my chest outward. He'd had me identified within minutes, maybe seconds, which meant by the time I woke up here, he hadn't just wanted the woman who slapped him. He had wanted the leverage. Or he should have, but something about the way he looked at me made that too simple, and that was somehow worse. You should let me go. I said, no. You have no idea what this will start. I have every idea. If my brother knows I'm here, he doesn't. He will. Eventually. The smoothness of it made something snap in me. I lunged for the coffee cup on the table and flung it at the wall. It shattered against cream plaster in a spray of dark liquid and white porcelain. The sound rang through the suite. I stood breathing hard, hand empty, chest tight. Matteo didn't flinch. Of course he didn't. He looked at the mess, then at me, and I saw it again. That terrible flash of satisfaction, like every piece of my fury, only pulled him deeper in. "You are unbelievable," I said. "I've been called worse. This is a mistake." "Maybe. You keep saying maybe, like you still believe you can walk this back." "No." He set his empty cup aside with infuriating care. "I say maybe because you still think this is only about strategy." I went still. He took one step closer, then another. Not rushing, never rushing. I should have backed away. I didn't. Pride again. Stupid, stubborn pride. He stopped just in front of me, eyes darker now, voice lower. "You think I found out who you were and decided that was useful." His gaze dragged over my face, my throat, back to my eyes. "That's true." My stomach nodded. "But it isn't the whole truth." I hated the way the room seemed to narrow around his voice. Hated the awareness sliding under my skin again, hot and furious and impossible to separate from anger. I asked. His hand lifted. I tensed hard enough to ache. He didn't touch me. Just caught a loose strand of my hair between two fingers, the movement slow enough to feel deliberate, intimate, invasive. My pulse slammed against my throat. Then he let the strand fall. "You slapped me," he said softly, "and instead of wanting revenge, I wanted more." A chill skated down my spine. I swallowed. "That's not romantic." His mouth curved, humorless. "Who said anything about romance?" My breath caught. Because there it was. The real thing underneath the charm and calm and polished civility. Not flirtation. Not even revenge. Obsession, maybe. Possession, certainly. The kind that didn't ask permission before moving in. I forced my voice steady. "You're still letting me go." "No. Try saying something else. I'm getting bored." That smile deepened for half a second, and then he did something worse than smiling. He leaned in. Not enough to touch. Enough that I felt surrounded by him anyway. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a murmur. "You can break every cup in this suite, Violet. You can scream until your throat bleeds. You can fight me every hour we're in the same room." His eyes locked onto mine with devastating calm. "You're still staying." My heart pounded once, hard enough to hurt. I held his stare because I didn't know what else to do. Because giving him fear felt like surrender. Because if I looked away, it would feel like he'd already won something. He studied me for one long second, then stepped back. The distance was a relief so sharp it almost embarrassed me. He glanced at the food. "Eat," I laughed once. "Go to hell." He started toward the door. Right before he reached it, I said, "My brother will kill you." Matteo looked back over his shoulder. In daylight, with the city spread behind him and the last trace of my slap still faded across his cheek, he looked less like a man and more like the worst kind of answer to a prayer no one should have made. "Maybe," he said. Then his gaze dropped to me one last time, slow and possessive enough to make my skin prickle. "But you're not leaving now. Not ever." The door clicked shut behind him, and for the first time since waking up, I understood exactly what kind of cage I was in. The kind with no bars. The kind built by a man who thought elegance made captivity easier to swallow. The kind designed not just to hold my body, but to wear down everything else. Chapter 4. I didn't eat for 2 hours after Matteo left, not because I wasn't hungry, because I was angry enough to starve on principle. I paced the penthouse in bare feet until the bottoms of them hurt, circling the same stretch of marble and glass like an animal testing the edges of an invisible fence. I checked the doors again. Locked. The windows. Useless. The bathroom vent. Too small. I even pulled at the panels near the closet because panic made people stupid and desperate in equal measure. Nothing gave. Nothing ever gave in a place like this. The city shimmered below in midday heat, all blue water and white buildings and glittering lies. Somewhere out there, people were moving through ordinary hours, ordering lunch, answering emails, fighting with lovers, taking calls. Somewhere out there, my brother was probably turning Miami inside out. That thought should have comforted me. It didn't. Because Matteo had known. Not my full name, maybe, not at first, but enough. Enough to take me. Enough to say the words, "Little sister, your brother hides in plain sight," like he'd been reading my life from a file. I hated that almost more than the kidnapping. Being seen by a man like him felt dangerous in ways I didn't have language for yet. I stopped pacing and looked again at the breakfast tray. The eggs had gone cold, the coffee was stale, the orange juice still caught the light in a crystal glass like it belonged in a photo shoot. I wanted to fling the whole tray through the window. Instead, I sat. A tactical mistake, maybe. Sitting made the silence louder, made the reality settle heavier in my bones. I picked up a piece of toast and forced myself to take a bite. Not because he'd told me to eat, because if there was even the smallest opening to get out of here, I would need my strength. The thought was grim enough to make me smile. Imagine being kidnapped by a beautiful psychopath and still ending up in survival mode over cold toast. By the time I finished half the tray and a second glass of water, the fury had sharpened into something cleaner. Less panic, more purpose. I needed information. Every room has a rhythm. Every captor has a blind spot. Every fortress has an exit, even if it takes time to find it. I was still cataloging details in my head when the lock clicked again. This time I didn't jump. I stood slowly from the chair and turned toward the door with all the calm I did not feel. It wasn't Matteo. A woman entered first, maybe in her late 40s, composed and elegant in a dark tailored dress. A housekeeper, maybe, except no housekeeper I'd ever seen moved like that. Careful, observant, trained not to miss anything. Behind her came one of Matteo's men, broad-shouldered, expressionless, hands folded in front of him. The woman inclined her head. "Miss Violet." My spine went rigid, "So we're doing polite captivity now. What do you want?" "I brought clothing." Her voice was smooth, neutral, almost kind. "And toiletries if there's anything missing." I looked past her to the garment bags over her arm. How thoughtful. She didn't react to the sarcasm. "Would you like me to lay them out?" "No." A tiny pause. "As you wish." The man behind her stayed near the door, silent and very obviously there in case I tried something dramatic, which, to be fair, I was considering. "Who are you?" I asked. "Lucia." "Not a last name." "Of course not." "Do you work for him?" Another tiny pause. "I manage the household." "Household." I nearly laughed. That was one word for this nightmare. Lucia glanced toward the cold breakfast tray. "You've eaten. Good. I don't remember asking for approval." Something almost human flickered in her face then. Not amusement exactly. Recognition, maybe. Like she understood the need to bite whenever possible. "It wasn't approval," she said. "Only an observation." I folded my arms. "Then observe this. I want my phone." "No." The answer came from the man at the door, not Lucia. I turned my glare on him. "Didn't realize I was speaking to you." He remained expressionless. "You're not getting a phone." "Then tell your boss I said he can choke on his own control issues." Lucia stepped farther into the room and set the garment bags over the back of a chair. "Mr. Viscaro will be in meetings this afternoon." Something cold sparked in my mind. Meetings. Meaning people coming and going. Movement. Opportunity. I let my expression go flat, almost bored. Good for him, but I filed it away. Lucia moved toward the closet. "Would you prefer the blue silk or the cream?" I stared. "Excuse me? For dinner." I laughed then. I couldn't help it. Sharp, disbelieving, ugly. "Dinner?" She looked at me evenly. "Yes." "With him?" "Yes." "No." Lucia's mouth thinned almost imperceptibly. It was not presented to me as optional. I stepped toward her. "Then present this back to him very clearly." The guard straightened at the shift in my tone. I ignored him. "You tell Matteo Viscaro," I said, voice low and hard, "that if he thinks kidnapping me earns him a dinner date, he's even more deranged than I thought." Lucia held my gaze for a long second. Then she said, "I'll tell him." There was no promise in it. No comfort. Just acknowledgement. She turned back to the closet and began hanging dresses with efficient, quiet movements as if this conversation happened every day. Silk, satin, cream, black, deep wine red, shoes placed beneath, jewelry boxes lined on the shelf like offerings. I watched in horrified silence. The message was clear. He wasn't improvising anymore. He was settling me in. The fury that rose in me this time was colder than before. Not a spike, a flood. By the time Lucia finished and left with the guard, I was shaking. Not with fear, with the effort of not smashing every glass surface in the suite. I made it exactly 30 seconds before I grabbed one of the decorative bowls from the sideboard and hurled it at the wall. It shattered beautifully. Fragments skittered across the marble. I stood there, breathing hard, chest tight, pulse roaring in my ears. Good. Let him come home to that. Let him see exactly what his elegant little cage was doing to me. The silence afterward felt too huge, so I kept moving. Opened drawers, checked under furniture, searched the bathroom again, looked for cameras, microphones, hidden panels, anything. No obvious surveillance, but that meant nothing. Men like Matteo preferred to know things before they were said. By late afternoon, the light had changed, turning gold at the edges. I was in the bedroom, nodding my hair back with pure aggression, when I heard male voices beyond the locked outer door. More than one. I went perfectly still. The voices were low, muffled by distance and expensive walls, but one of them was unmistakable. Matteo. The sound of him did something unpleasant to my pulse. I crossed the suite on silent feet and pressed myself beside the entry wall, close enough to hear without being seen through the crack if the door opened. Not a negotiation, Matteo was saying. Another man answered, older, rougher. It becomes one when her brother starts tearing into your operations. My breath caught. Brother. So this was real, not a bluff, not paranoia. My family had moved. Good, good. Then Matteo spoke again, and every bit of relief went cold inside me. He can tear at whatever he wants. The other man lowered his voice, but I still caught enough. She's leverage whether you admit it or not. A beat. Then Matteo, flat as steel. She isn't. My pulse stumbled. I pressed closer to the wall. Another voice this time, younger. You took the wrong girl if you wanted leverage. The brother keeps her away from business. I know. Then why keep her? Silence. I stopped breathing. When Matteo answered, his voice was quieter, which somehow made it worse. Because she's mine now. The world inside me went absolutely still. Not leverage, not bargaining, not strategy, not a temporary move in some bigger war, mine now. My stomach twisted so hard it hurt. The older man said something I couldn't catch, too low, too far. Then sharper footsteps, closer, and I barely had time to spring away from the wall before the lock clicked. I crossed the room in 3 strides and reached the window just as the door opened behind me. I didn't turn immediately. Petty, maybe, but if he wanted reactions from me, he was going to have to work for them. The door shut. Silence settled. Then Matteo's voice, smooth as cut glass. Were you listening? I looked out at the skyline and said, Your ego is exhausting. His footsteps crossed the room, unhurried. You broke something. Yes. Feel better? A little. That faint humor moved through his voice. Progress. I turned then. He'd changed again. Black suit this time, perfectly cut, no tie. White shirt open at the throat, hair dry, pushed back. He looked like violence in formal wear, like the kind of man who could order a death between courses and still remember which wine paired best with the fish. I hated that the sight of him still hit like impact. My gaze dropped, traitorous and quick, to the faded mark on his cheekbone. He noticed. Of course he noticed. His mouth curved. Admiring your work? I was checking to see if I should hit you harder next time. His eyes darkened, pleased in that terrible way. There's something very wrong with the things you say to me, and yet you keep showing up. He took in the shattered bowl on the floor with one glance. You don't like the dresses. The fact that he knew instantly only sharpened my anger. Was that your idea of a joke? No. You expect me to dress up for dinner? Yes, I laughed in his face. Absolutely not. We'll see. There's no we'll see. There's no dinner. There's no playing house. There's no pretending this is normal. He moved closer, but not too close. Close enough to remind me he controlled the room. I'm not pretending anything. No? My voice rose. You kidnapped me, locked me in a penthouse, stocked my closet like I'm some mistress you picked out of a catalog, and now you want me to put on silk and sit across from you with a fork. You're dramatic. I'm held hostage. He stopped. Something in his expression flattened, darkened. Hostages are used for trade. Ice slid under my skin. I hadn't meant to give him the opening, but it was there now between us, and I was too angry to leave it alone. Then what am I? His gaze held mine, for 1 second. 2. Then, a complication. My breath caught. That wasn't the answer I expected. It should have relieved me. Instead, it made everything worse. Because men like Matteo did not keep complications unless they wanted them. I heard you, I said. His face didn't change, but the room did. A tiny shift in tension. A wire pulled taut. That was careless. On your part, yes? He watched me for a beat too long. What did you hear? I smiled without warmth. Enough. That isn't an answer. Maybe I learned I'm not as useful as everyone thinks. Something very sharp moved through his eyes, then vanished. Who said you weren't useful? The part where your men pointed out I'm the wrong girl. The words landed between us hard. For the first time since I'd met him, Matteo went truly still. Not the casual stillness he wore like a tailored suit, something more dangerous. I should have stopped. Instead, I stepped toward him. Not smart, not safe. But fury makes cowards into liars and liars into brave idiots. You took me thinking I'd buy you leverage, didn't you? I asked. And then you found out I'm not the piece you wanted. He said nothing. My heart pounded harder. You took the wrong girl. A muscle moved in his jaw. That more than anything gave me courage. Good. Bleed a little. You should let me go, I said, quieter now. Before this gets worse. He held my gaze for a long moment, then he came forward. Fast enough that I barely had time to register it. 1 second there was distance. The next my back was against the glass, the city spread behind me in a blur of light, and Matteo was in front of me with one hand planted beside my head and the other braced on the window at my waist. Not touching. Caging. My pulse detonated. He didn't lower his voice. Didn't soften it. You think I made a mistake. I know you did? That why you're so calm? I nearly laughed at that. Calm? You've been waiting all afternoon to say it. His gaze dragged over my face, too intent, too knowing. You thought hearing it would hand you power. Maybe it does. His mouth curved without humor. Then use it. I swallowed. His body heat surrounded me without contact. The glass at my back was cool. The contrast made every inch of me too aware. I'm the wrong girl, I said. His eyes went darker. For leverage. The distinction hit me like a slap. Before I could answer, he lifted a hand and caught a strand of my hair between his fingers just once, then let it slide free. My entire body locked. You weren't the wrong girl when you looked me in the eye and refused to be afraid, he said softly. I hated how quietly he spoke. Like he didn't need force because certainty did the work for him. You weren't the wrong girl when you hit me. His gaze dropped briefly to my mouth, then rose again. And you definitely weren't the wrong girl when I found out exactly whose blood runs in your veins. A chill skated down my spine. I pushed at his chest on instinct. He didn't move, not even an inch. Get off me. I'm not on you. Don't play word games. Then don't pretend this is simple. It is simple, I snapped. You took me, and now you're realizing I'm not worth the war. That did it. I saw the moment something hard and possessive slid fully into place behind his eyes. His hand came up, not rough, not gentle either, and closed around the side of my neck. Thumb beneath my jaw, fingers at the nape, holding, owning. My breath stopped. He leaned in just enough that I felt his words rather than heard them. You are the war. Every nerve in my body went hot and cold at once. I stared at him. He stared back. No smile now, no amusement, no club-born flirtation polished into something dangerous. Just truth. Terrible, impossible truth. My voice came out breathless, despite everything I did to steady it. You're insane. Probably. Let me go. No. You should. His thumb moved once against the line of my jaw, and the tiny intimate motion nearly undid me more than force would have. I should do a lot of things, he said. I'm not doing any of them. Then he released me and stepped back. The sudden absence of him felt like losing balance. I hated that most of all. He adjusted one cuff like the last 30 seconds had not just carved something new and awful into the air between us. I pushed off the glass and straightened, rebuilding myself in pieces. Pride first, then anger, then the thin outer shell of composure. You think this ends with me choosing you? He looked at me for a long beat, then with devastating certainty. Yes, I laughed. It came out brittle. You're delusional. Maybe. I would rather die. His gaze flicked over my face, reading too much, seeing too much. No, you wouldn't. I wanted to deny it. Couldn't. Because survival had always been my ugliest, strongest instinct. He knew that now. God, I hated that he knew anything about me at all. He moved toward the door. I should have let him go. Instead, I said the one thing that had been burning in my throat since I overheard it. When did it change? He stopped with his hand on the knob. For a second, I thought he might pretend not to understand. Then he glanced back over his shoulder. What? From leverage, I said. To this. The silence stretched. His face gave away almost nothing, but not quite nothing. Something flickered there. Something dark and honest and maybe a little cruel. At the club, he said. My heart kicked hard against my ribs. That's impossible. No, you didn't even know who I was. I know, then that makes less sense. His mouth curved faintly. Not to me. I stared at him, anger and confusion crashing into each other hard enough to leave me dizzy. That's not normal. No, he agreed. It isn't. And somehow that calm agreement unsettled me more than denial would have. He opened the door. I thought he was leaving. Instead, he looked back one last time and said, "Be dressed by 8. I almost choked on my own outrage. I said no. He smiled then. Slow, dark, certain. "You're not leaving now, Violet." His gaze held mine, possessive enough to make my skin prickle. Not ever. Then he walked out and locked the door behind him. I stood in the middle of the penthouse, shaking again. Wrong girl. That was what I should have been. Wrong for him. Wrong for this. Wrong for whatever terrible thing had started the second my hand met his face. But as the skyline deepened into evening beyond the glass and the dresses waited in the closet like a threat dressed as luxury, I understood the truth with a cold, sinking clarity. He knew I was the wrong girl for leverage, and he had decided to keep me anyway. Chapter 5, I was not dressed by 8. At 7:59, I was still in the same wrinkled black dress from the night before, barefoot, furious, and standing at the window with my arms crossed so tightly they hurt. Petty? Stupid? Possibly. Worth it? Absolutely. The skyline beyond the glass had gone molten with sunset an hour earlier, bleeding orange into violet and then into deepening blue. Now Miami glittered below like it was made of diamonds and bad decisions. Boats moved through the dark ribbon of water. Headlights streamed across bridges. Somewhere down there, normal life kept happening while I stood locked in a penthouse, waiting to see how much more of mine Matteo Viscaro planned to steal. The answer, apparently, was all of it. At exactly 8, the lock clicked. I didn't turn. I heard him enter anyway. The measured footsteps, the soft close of the door, silence settling behind him like he expected the room to reorient around his presence. I kept my eyes on the city. "You're late," I said. A beat of silence. Then, "Am I?" I turned slowly. He looked infuriatingly perfect. Black suit, no tie, white shirt open at the throat, a watch on one wrist that probably cost more than my car. He looked like a man on his way to buy an island, not a man coming to collect the woman he'd kidnapped. His gaze moved over me once, taking in the wrinkled dress, bare feet, loose hair, the lack of obedience. Something dark and satisfied flickered in his eyes. "You did that on purpose," he said. "Yes." He stepped farther into the room. "Good." I blinked. "Good?" "I'd be disappointed if you made this easy." Anger flashed hot under my skin. "This is not a game." "No." His eyes held mine. "It isn't." He meant it. That was the problem with him. Even when he sounded almost amused, there was always something real underneath it. Some cold certainty that made everything feel more dangerous. I tipped my chin up. "Then let's save each other time. I'm not going. You are." "No. We'll see." "I already have." The corner of his mouth moved, not quite a smile, more like a private acknowledgement that I was still exactly the kind of problem he wanted. It made me want to throw something. Again, he glanced toward the closet. "Lucia has good taste. Lucia can wear the dresses herself." His gaze came back to me. "You'd look better in them." Heat flashed through me, sharp and furious. "You don't get to talk to me like that." "Like what?" "Like this is consensual." That landed. The room changed shape around the word. He went still, not the lazy, confident stillness I'd seen before, but something quieter. More precise, like I'd put my finger on a wire. "Nothing about this is consensual," he said. I hadn't expected honesty. It unsettled me more than a lie would have. "Then why pretend?" I asked. "I'm not pretending." "Really? Because the dresses, the dinner, the breakfast trays, the household staff pretending I'm a guest." His expression didn't change, but his voice did. Lower, colder. "You think I brought you here to be cruel?" I laughed. "You kidnapped me." "Yes." "You locked me in." "Yes." "You're controlling what I wear, where I go, what I eat. You can starve if you want to. You can break every object in this room. You can insult me until your throat bleeds." He took one step closer. "What you can't do is leave." The bluntness of it hit like impact. There it was, the real shape of him. Not sweet. Not falsely gentle. Not interested in soothing me with lies, just possession with manners. My pulse climbed anyway. "You say that like it's reasonable." "No, I say it like it's true." I looked at him and hated that some treacherous part of me preferred this version. Not because it was kinder, because it was cleaner. Easier to fight a monster when he stopped pretending to be a man. Then here's some truth back, I said. I won't play your captive princess. Something unreadable passed through his eyes. I know. Then stop dressing this up like anything else. He was quiet for a moment. Then, eat with me. I stared. Of all the things I expected, that wasn't one of them. Not an order, not a threat, a request, or something made to sound like one. No, Violet, no. You haven't been out of this room all day. Whose fault is that? Mine. Again with the honesty, again with the refusal to make this easy. I pushed off the window and paced away from him because standing still this close to him was a mistake. Let me guess. I should be grateful you're offering me a change of scenery inside my luxury prison. His gaze followed me. No. Then what? He didn't answer immediately. That, more than anything, made me stop. Because Matteo always seemed to have an answer. Immediate, controlled, certain. But now there was a pause. A choice. When he finally spoke, his voice was quieter. I want to see if you'll look at me the same way outside this room. The words slid into me before I could defend against them. I stared at him, caught off guard. He'd said darker things, more threatening things, more possessive things. But this sounded almost honest in a way that felt far more dangerous. I recovered fast, or tried to. You mean you want to parade me around and see if I break? No. Then what, exactly? His gaze held mine, heavy enough to feel like a touch. I want to know what changes when you stop feeling cornered. Something tightened low in my chest. I didn't like the question. Didn't like that he'd thought to ask it. Didn't like that part of me, some stupid, reckless part, wanted to know too. So I did the smart thing and turned it into a weapon. You think I'll want you more if you move me to a nicer room? His mouth curved slightly. I think you'll want me regardless. I laughed in his face. There you are. I was wondering when the ego would come back. It never left. That almost made me smile, which made me angrier still. I crossed to the table and grabbed the untouched water glass just to have something in my hand. Here's what I think. I think you realized I'm not useful enough to trade. I think you canceled whatever you were supposed to be doing tonight because keeping me hidden matters more than business right now. And I think that makes me one of two things. His expression sharpened. Go on. A liability. I set the glass down harder than necessary. Or an obsession. Silence. The kind that only ever made him more dangerous. I held his gaze anyway. He took a slow breath, then said, Do you want the comforting answer or the true one? The honesty of that nearly knocked the air out of me. I swallowed. You always sound like a threat. That's because you keep asking the right questions. He moved closer. Not all the way. Enough. My body reacted like it had learned him already, pulse quickening before my mind could catch up. I hated that. Hated every involuntary response. Hated that anger and awareness were beginning to share the same skin. I canceled a deal tonight, he said, so I'd been right. The realization cut through me with a weird flash of triumph I didn't want. You're admitting it? Yes. Why? Because I'm not lying to you about what matters. My throat tightened. And I matter more than business? His gaze dropped to my mouth for one brief second before returning to my eyes. Tonight? Yes. The answer hit hard. Too hard. Not because it was sweet, it wasn't. There was nothing tender in the way he said it. It wasn't romance, it was prioritization. Choice. Possession. He had rearranged real business for me. That should have terrified me more than it did. It did terrify me. It also did something worse. It made me feel seen. I covered that reaction with scorn as fast as I could. That's pathetic. A dark smile ghosted across his face. Maybe. You're proving my point. Which point? That you've lost perspective. No. He stepped closer again, until the edge between us started to feel intimate, whether I wanted it to or not. I've chosen one. I hated the way those words landed. I hated that he seemed to know exactly how to speak to the worst, loneliest, most reckless parts of a person and make them listen. I folded my arms. You don't get to choose me. His eyes darkened. I already did. Without my permission, yes. There it was again. That impossible refusal to soften his own brutality. He wasn't pretending he had a right. He was simply acting as if rights had nothing to do with it. That was what made him monstrous and magnetic. I stepped back from him, needing distance from both truths. You know what I think you hate most? His brows lifted. Tell me. I think you hate not being wanted immediately. My voice sharpened. I think men fall over themselves to please you, women melt for you, and everyone in this city treats you like gravity. Then I hit you, and suddenly you couldn't let it go. A flicker, small but real. Good. I pressed harder. You don't want me because I'm special. You want me because I'm the first thing that didn't kneel. The room went very still. He studied me for so long my skin started to feel too tight. Then he said, almost softly, "You think that's all this is? I know men like you." "No." He shook his head once. "You know men who needed you to submit so they could feel big. That's not me. And what are you?" Something dangerous moved behind his eyes, the man who looked at you and saw something worth the inconvenience. The answer slid under my ribs like a blade, not flattering, not safe, not even kind, but devastatingly direct. I forced a laugh. "That may be the most arrogant thing anyone has ever said to me, and yet you're still listening." Because I didn't know how to stop, I almost said. Instead, I picked up the water glass and drank from it just to give myself a second to breathe. When I lowered it, he was watching my mouth. I slammed the glass back down. His eyes lifted, slow and unbothered. "Sit with me," he said again. "No. Why? Because you're trying to win something." His gaze sharpened, not in denial but recognition. "Everything between us is a win to you? Everything between us is a trap. Smart girl. Don't do that." "What? Act like calling me smart makes this better." "It doesn't make it better." He looked at me steadily. "It makes it harder." The room felt smaller. I wanted to ask harder for who. I did not want the answer. So I turned and headed for the bedroom instead, because maybe the strongest move left to me was withdrawal. Denial. Refusal to engage. His voice stopped me 3 steps in. "Violet." I kept walking. When his hand closed around my wrist, it happened fast enough to send a flash of heat straight up my arm. I spun instantly. "Don't touch me." He let go. Immediately. The fact he did unsettled me more than if he'd tightened his grip. For 1 second, neither of us moved. Then he said, voice very even, "You're testing boundaries. You kidnapped me. You don't get to talk about boundaries." "You're right." I blinked. The admission broke my rhythm. Again, damn him. His gaze dropped briefly to the place on my wrist where he'd held me. "What you don't understand is that I know exactly what this is." "Do you?" "Yes." His expression hardened into something stripped clean. "It's me wanting something I shouldn't. It's you hating that I took the choice. It's me not caring enough to put you back." The air left my lungs in a slow, painful drag. No one had ever spoken to me like this. No one honest, anyway. Most people lied to make themselves look better. Matteo told the truth in ways that made him look worse, and somehow that was more dangerous than charm ever could have been. "You should care," I said quietly. He looked at me for a long moment. "Maybe." I shook my head. "You keep saying maybe like it means something. It means there are parts of this I haven't decided yet." The words chilled me. "What parts?" His eyes moved over me once, unreadable now. "How gentle I'm willing to be with you." My pulse slammed once, hard, enough to hurt. I stared. He held my gaze. No smile, no mockery, no dramatic flourish. Just a fact laid between us like a knife. My voice came out thinner than I wanted. "Is that supposed to scare me?" "Yes." Honest. Again, I lifted my chin because I didn't know what else to do. "Then you'll be disappointed." A shadow of something crossed his face. Not frustration. Respect, maybe. Or appetite. I was beginning to learn how thin the line between those things could be with him. He moved past me toward the table, poured himself water, and drank as if we were discussing contracts instead of coercion. "Your brother has started pressing the wrong people," he said. The subject change hit like a slap. I went still. "What?" "He's looking for you." "Good. That depends who he speaks to next." I stepped closer without thinking. "What does that mean?" "It means he's scared." That should have satisfied me. Instead, it made my stomach tighten. Because fear in men like my brother rarely stayed clean. It spread. It escalated. It burned through everything soft around it. "What is he doing?" I asked. Matteo set the glass down. "Enough. That isn't an answer." "No, it's a warning." My mind moved fast, piecing together what I could from tone alone. My brother asking questions, leaning on people, pushing too hard, starting the kind of ripple that could turn into a wave, because of me, because Matteo had taken me. "I want to call him." "No." "I need to tell him I'm alive." "No." "Then let me record a message." "No." Rage flashed hot again. "You are enjoying this." His expression turned almost cold. "Not that part." I wanted to believe him. I didn't know why that made me angrier. "You're making this worse," I said. "Probably. Then why keep doing it?" He looked at me, really looked at me, and the answer came without hesitation. "Because sending you back would be worse." The certainty in it hollowed something out inside me. I searched his face for strategy, for manipulation, for anything I could dismiss. What I found instead was conviction, dark and absolute. He meant it. God, he meant it. "So that's it?" I asked. "You just decided? Yes, you don't know me. I know enough. You know nothing." His gaze dropped to my bare feet, the wrinkled hem of my dress, the anger I wore like armor. "I know you haven't asked for mercy once." The words hit me silent. "I know you'd rather starve than obey on command." His eyes lifted back to mine. "I know you throw like you mean it. I know fear makes you sharper, not softer." A tiny pause. "And I know that if I opened that door tonight, you'd leave with your head high and never once look back." I swallowed hard. Because that was exactly what I would do. And because hearing him say it felt too much like being held in place by someone who had no business understanding me at all. "That's why you won't," I said. "Yes." The room seemed to tilt very slightly, not from panic, from the brutal clarity of him. It wasn't just desire, not just strategy, not just ego. It was recognition, a terrible, impossible recognition that made him more certain, not less. I laughed softly, but there was no humor in it now. "You really are sick." "Probably." I looked toward the closet where the dresses waited, then back at him. An idea came to me then. Not a good one, a useful one. Manipulation. If he wanted me dressed, seated, cooperative, fine. Let him think I was bending. I let my shoulders loosen a fraction, let some of the fight leave my face without taking it out of my eyes. "You want dinner?" His gaze narrowed. "Yes." "Out there?" "Yes." "With your staff watching?" "No." I tipped my head. "So private." His mouth curved faintly. "Are you negotiating?" "I'm learning the rules." "There are no rules." "That's not true." I took one slow step toward him. "There are always rules with men like you." His eyes darkened. I felt it instantly, that subtle shift in him when I moved closer by choice, even if the choice was tactical. He didn't lean in, didn't touch me, but the atmosphere changed anyway, tightened, heated, good. Let him feel uncertain for once. "So tell me," I said softly, "if I put on one of your pretty dresses and sit at your table, what exactly do you think it means?" His gaze stayed locked on mine. "That you're curious," I smiled. "Wrong." "Am I?" "Yes." I stepped close enough now to smell the clean heat of him again, close enough that I could see the faint shadow of stubble at his jaw. "That it means I want something." His voice lowered. "And what is that?" "Information." Then that dark, real smile returned. "There she is." I hated the rush of triumph I felt at drawing it out of him. "I'll wear the dress," I said. "I'll sit at your table, I'll eat your food, and while you're distracted imagining that means something, I'll listen." He studied me like a man admiring a knife he intended to keep. "You think I'd be distracted? I think you already are." That landed. I saw it in the brief hardening of his gaze, in the tiny pause before he answered. "Wear the black one," he said. I laughed. That wasn't agreement. No. His eyes swept over me slowly enough to feel like hands. That was preference. Heat and fury flared together, confusing and sharp. I stepped back before my body could betray me more than it already had. "I hate you." "No," he said softly. "Not yet." The certainty of it made my stomach twist. He moved toward the door, then stopped and looked back. "1 hour," he said, "then dinner. And if I change my mind," his expression turned calm again. "Possessive. Certain. I already canceled one deal for you tonight, Violet." His gaze held mine, dark enough to make my pulse jump. "Don't make me cancel another." Then he left. The lock clicked behind him, and I stood there in the center of his penthouse, shaking with rage, awareness, and something far worse than either. The knowledge that he had just said no to business for me again. Not once, twice. Power play, I thought, as I turned toward the closet and the row of waiting dresses. Mine or his, I still hadn't decided. Maybe both. But as I reached for the black silk and looked out over the city, he was willing to rearrange to keep me hidden. One truth settled cold and heavy into my bones. I was no longer just inside his cage. I was changing the shape of it. Chapter 6. The black dress fit like a threat. I stood in front of the mirror in Matteo's penthouse and hated how perfectly it skimmed over my body, how it made me look polished instead of furious, expensive instead of stolen. Silk clung to my waist and slid over my hips in a way that would have felt beautiful if I'd chosen it for myself. I hadn't. That mattered. Everything about tonight mattered. The dress, the dinner, the fact that I was using his rules just long enough to study where they bent. I'd pulled my hair back at first, then changed my mind and left it down. Better to look softer than I felt. Men underestimated softness. Matteo might not, but he'd still notice it. That alone could be useful. At exactly 1 hour, the lock clicked. I didn't turn right away. Let him look first. Let him think I cared. When I finally faced him, he was standing just inside the door in the same black suit, one hand still on the knob, his gaze fixed on me with a stillness so complete it made the room feel smaller. For one long second, neither of us said anything. His eyes moved over me, slow and deliberate, not vulgar, not rushed. Worse. Like he was taking in something he had imagined and found matched the reality too well. The silence sharpened. I folded my arms. If you're trying to be unsettling, congratulations. A faint shadow of a smile touched his mouth. You wore the black one. You think too highly of your influence. Yes, he closed the door behind him. Then why that one? I held his gaze. Because if I'm going to sit across from my captor, I'd rather look like a problem than a victim. That smile came again. Realer this time. Darker. Good answer. I'm not here to impress you. No. His eyes dropped once more to the dress, then rose. That's just collateral damage. Heat rose under my skin so fast it made me angrier. I grabbed onto that anger and held it tight. Are we done? Not even close. He crossed the room and stopped in front of me, close enough that the clean, dark scent of him folded around me. Close enough that my body noticed before my pride could dismiss it. I hated that. I hated the awareness most of all. His gaze touched the ends of my hair, one bare shoulder, the line of my throat. You look beautiful. I laughed once. You say that like I'll thank you. I say it because it's true. Your honesty is exhausting, so I've been told. His eyes stayed on mine, unrateable now. Not playful, not mocking. Something steadier. More dangerous. You should know, he said, that once we leave this room, no one speaks to you without going through me. Cold slid down my spine. How romantic. It isn't. No, I said. It really isn't. He stepped aside then, gesturing toward the door with infuriating courtesy. I brushed past him first, deliberately close enough that the silk of my dress whispered against his trouser leg. It wasn't an accident. I knew it. He knew it. The tiny pause in his breathing told me enough. Fuss good. If I had to drown in this tension, he could choke on some of it too. Outside the suite, the hallway was quiet, private, lined in pale stone and low golden light. 2 men stood near the elevator, both in dark suits, both instantly straightening when Matteo emerged behind me. Neither looked directly at me. Neither spoke. The control of it made my skin crawl. Matteo rested one hand lightly against the small of my back as he guided me forward. I stiffened immediately. Take your hand off me. It looks better this way. I don't care. I know. But he didn't move it. The touch wasn't rough, wasn't even firm. That somehow made it worse. It felt practiced, easy, proprietary. I let him keep it only because fighting him in front of his men would give them something I refused to hand over. The elevator opened. We stepped inside alone. The doors slid shut, sealing us into mirrored quiet. The second we were unobserved, I stepped out of reach. His hand fell away. I watched him in the reflection rather than turning fully around. Do you rehearse this? No, the silent men, the guarded hallways, the whole king in his tower performance. He met my eyes in the mirror. Does it impress you? No. Good. The elevator descended in silence after that. My pulse beat too hard under the silk at my throat. Not fear exactly. Not only fear. Anticipation was uglier than fear, harder to admit. When the doors opened, I understood what he'd meant. Dinner wasn't in a public restaurant. It was on a private terrace wrapped around another level of the penthouse, high over the water, all candlelight and glass and black stone. The city spread below like something unreal. Wind moved softly through hanging white curtains. A table had been set for 2 beside the railing, silver and crystal catching the low light. No staff in sight. No witnesses near enough to help. Beautiful. Calculated. A more elegant version of a locked room. I stopped just past the threshold. You did all this for a hostage? His gaze slid to me. I told you, hostages are for trade. And this? His eyes went dark. Dinner. I let out a breath that almost sounded like a laugh. You're unbelievable. He pulled out my chair. I looked at it, then at him. Then sat only because standing there felt more like surrender than choosing my own seat. He took the chair opposite me. For the first few minutes, I said nothing. Let him pour wine I didn't touch. Let the first course arrive soundlessly from some hidden entry and disappear again. Let the city glitter below while the ocean wind cooled the heat at the back of my neck. He watched me too much. That was the problem. Not in a way meant to flatter, not even in a way meant to seduce. He watched like a man collecting information by instinct. I took a bite of food, mostly to have something to do with my mouth besides say things I couldn't take back. He noticed that too. Of course he did. You've been trying to read the room since we stepped out of the elevator, he said. I cut into the fish with more force than necessary. Maybe I like knowing where the exits are. You won't use them. Confident. Accurate. I lifted my eyes. Your greatest love affair is with yourself. A flicker of amusement touched his expression. Jealous? I nearly choked on air. Of you? No. He leaned back slightly as if the answer truly interested him. Of the fact that I know exactly how tonight ends. I put my fork down. This should concern you. What should? The way you mistake control for certainty. His gaze held mine. I know you'll fight me. That isn't new. No. His voice lowered. But tonight, for the first time, you wanted to come. The words landed in the center of the table like a match. I went very still. You're insane. Probably. I wore the dress because I wanted information. Yes. He lifted his glass but didn't drink. And because you were curious. You are unbelievably arrogant. And you're angry because I'm right. I stood so fast the chair scraped hard against stone. His eyes lifted to me, calm, watchful. Sit down, Violet. No. Don't make a scene. Why? My voice sharpened. Would that ruin your beautiful little fantasy? It would ruin your dinner. I've lost my appetite. I turned and started toward the far side of the terrace. I only made it 3 steps before his voice stopped me. You heard your brother's name yesterday and forgot to keep hating me for a full minute. I froze. Slowly, I turned back. He hadn't moved from his chair. He didn't need to. The words had done the work. What did you say? His gaze stayed on mine. You care more about your family than your freedom. Don't talk about my family. Why not? They're all over the city because of you. Rage rose so fast it was almost blinding. I crossed the terrace in a straight line and planted both hands on the table, leaning toward him. You don't get to speak about them. You don't get to judge them. You don't get to use them to provoke me just because you can't stand the idea that there are things I value more than whatever sick game this is. He looked up at me, expression unreadable. Then he stood. The movement was so sudden, so smooth, that I didn't have time to back away before he was there. 1 second, the table was between us. The next, he had rounded it and my spine hit the stone column at the edge of the terrace, the city wind lifting my hair as he caged me in with both hands braced on either side. Not touching. Not yet. My breath caught anyway. Game? He said quietly. I glared at him. What would you call it? His eyes searched my face with terrible intensity. The part where I rearranged my entire night for you. The part where I keep choosing not to do 10 things you deserve for talking to me like this? The part where you keep stepping closer even when you should step back? His voice dropped lower. That doesn't feel like a game to me. The wind moved between us, carrying salt and heat and the dark scent of him. I should have said something cutting, should have pushed him, should have found the sharpest possible thing and driven it home. Instead, I said, then what does it feel like? His gaze dipped to my mouth. Like a problem. Heat flashed through me so abruptly it made me furious. I shoved at his chest. He didn't move. I shoved harder. Still nothing. God, I hated how solid he was. Hated the way his body absorbed my anger like he had all the time in the world for it. Move. No. I mean it. So do I. I pushed again, but this time his hand caught my wrist, not rough. Effortless. The contact shot all the way to my shoulder. He held my wrist between us, eyes fixed on mine, and suddenly, every sound on the terrace, the distant traffic, the flutter of curtains, the soft strike of candle flame against glass, seemed unbearably clear. You want me to be the villain, he said. You are the villain. Yes, he didn't deny it, but that isn't why you're shaking. I went still. I hadn't realized I was. His thumb shifted once against the inside of my wrist, tiny, intimate, catastrophic. Let go. Say it like you mean it. I hate you. Something dark and hungry moved through his expression. That's not what I asked. I pulled against his grip. Let go. He released me. Immediately. The sudden absence of him nearly threw me off balance. I drew in a sharp breath and straightened, reclaiming what dignity I could. Satisfied? No. I should have walked away then. Instead, maybe because I was too angry to think clearly, maybe because part of me wanted to see how far he'd go, I reached past him, snatched up the untouched glass of wine and threw it over the terrace. The crystal arced through candlelight and vanished into the dark. Neither of us spoke. Then Matteo laughed. Low, real, brief, not mocking, almost delighted. I stared at him. What is wrong with you? A lot. Normal men don't like being provoked. He took one slow step closer. I'm not a normal man. No kidding. His eyes dropped to my mouth again. This time, he didn't even bother pretending otherwise. The air changed. I felt it happen. Not just tension now. Not just fury. Something hotter. More dangerous. The exact edge we had been circling since the club. He lifted a hand. I tensed. His fingers stopped just short of my face. Then, with devastating slowness, he brushed one loose strand of hair away from my mouth. The touch was feather-light. That made it worse. My heart slammed against my ribs. You should stop doing that, I whispered. What? Looking at me like that. His voice lowered. How am I looking at you? Like you've already decided. I have. The honesty in it made my stomach drop. I swallowed. I am not a thing you get to take because you want it. No. His knuckles skimmed my jaw once, barely there, and I hated the way my whole body lit up in response. You're the thing I took because I knew I wouldn't stop wanting it if I didn't. The words hit me like heat, rising off blacktop. I should have slapped him again. I should have. Instead I said, too breathless, you really are sick. Probably. He leaned closer. Not enough to kiss me, enough that the possibility became a living thing between us. Tell me to stop, he said quietly. I stared at him. He was giving me an exit. A real one, I thought, or as real as anything with him ever was. But pride is a cruel drug. So is curiosity. So is the need to prove you are not afraid. You won't, I said. His gaze darkened. Try me. I should have told him to stop. Instead, I said the worst possible thing. You're all control and no nerve. It happened all at once after that. His hand slid to the back of my neck. Firm. Possessive. Final. And then his mouth was on mine. The kiss was not gentle. It was not sweet. It was the collision we had been hurtling toward since the second my hand met his face in vice. Heat, pressure, anger, want sharpened into something almost violent with restraint. I gasped against him, and he used that opening instantly, deepening the kiss with a devastating confidence that made it clear he had imagined this before now and hated himself none for it. I should have fought him. For one terrible second, I did the opposite. My hand caught in the front of his shirt. My body leaned into his before my brain could drag it back. The sound that left me was not a protest. That was the first crack, the moment the fury and the attraction stopped pretending they were separate things, then sense slammed back in. I tore my mouth from his and shoved at him hard. He actually moved this time. Half a step. More from choice than force. What the hell is wrong with you? I demanded, chest heaving. He looked almost as affected as I felt, which only made me angrier. His hair slightly out of place, his breathing rougher, his eyes blacker than before. You kissed me back. The accusation in his voice nearly made me laugh from sheer disbelief. For 1 second. One very honest second. I hit him in the chest with both hands. He caught them. Again too easily. I hate you. No. He stepped forward, pinning my wrists lightly against his chest, not hurting, not gentle. You hate that you wanted that. I didn't, you did. I was angry. His gaze burned into mine. So was I. The words landed heavy between us, because yes, that was exactly what it had felt like. Not tenderness, not surrender. Something explosive born from weeks of tension condensed into days. I yanked at my wrists. Let me go. He did. Immediately, again. The instant freedom should have settled me. It didn't. Nothing about this felt settled now. My lips still tingled. My pulse was out of control. My body felt traitorous and overheated and humiliatingly awake. He watched all of it happen in my face. I hated that too. You're shaking, he said softly. Shut up. You're still here. That is literally your fault. A rough, humorless smile touched his mouth. Fair. I took a step back, then another, putting air between us. Rebuilding the wall piece by piece. This changes nothing. His gaze flicked to my mouth once more. That's where you're wrong. No. Yes. His voice lowered. Now we know. I wrapped my arms around myself. Know what? His eyes held mine with brutal steadiness. That when you stop fighting for 1 second, you burn. The words slid through me like a blade wrapped in silk. I wanted to deny them, wanted to scream, wanted to throw another glass, another plate, the entire damn table. Instead I said, you forced that. I started it. His voice remained calm, infuriatingly so. You answered. My breath caught, because that was the part I could not cleanly erase. The answering. The half-second where instinct had overridden anger and my body had betrayed me before I could stop it. It was small. It was awful. It was enough. He stepped closer again, slower this time, watching for the line. I held my ground out of sheer rage. His hand lifted and hovered near my face. Not touching. I could push this further. Cold and heat collided under my skin. I believed him. He saw that I believed him. Then he let his hand fall. But I'm not going to. The restraint in those words was somehow more dangerous than the kiss had been. Congratulations, I snapped. Do you want a medal for basic self-control? No. His gaze dropped once more to my mouth, then back to my eyes. I want you furious enough to remember exactly how that felt. I went silent. Because I would. God, I would. He knew it. That was the worst humiliation of all. I turned away before he could read anything else in my face. I'm done. With dinner? He asked. With you. A brief pause. Then, maddeningly calm, no, you're not. I spun back. You do not get to decide that. No. His eyes stayed locked on mine. You already did. I stared at him, every inch of me lit up with rage and awareness and the sick, ugly confusion of wanting to hit him and kiss him again in the same breath. That was the first real fracture. Not in my loyalty, not in my hatred, not even in my certainty. He saw it happen. He didn't smile, didn't gloat, just watched me with that same dark patience, like a man willing to wait beside a crack in a wall because he knows pressure will do the rest. I'm taking you back upstairs, he said at last. I can walk by myself. I know, then stay away from me. No. He moved to the door and held it open. I brushed past him without looking. My skin still too hot, my lips still too aware, my anger too tangled now to feel clean. The elevator ride up was silent, so was the walk back down the hall. At my suite door, he keyed the lock and let me step inside first. I turned immediately, needing the last word, needing some scrap of power back. This meant nothing. His gaze went to my mouth one final time. Then he said, very quietly, that's why you're lying to both of us. Before I could answer, he stepped back and shut the door. The lock clicked. I stood there in the middle of the room, breathing hard, the black dress still clinging to my skin like evidence. Then I crossed to the mirror and stared at myself. Hair ruined, eyes too bright, lips swollen from his mouth. I looked like a woman who had lost something, or found something worse. I pressed trembling fingers to my mouth and hated the way the memory came back instantly. The heat of him, the hand at my neck, the terrible split second where I had answered instead of resisted. You're going to start wanting this. He hadn't said it tonight, but I heard it anyway. And for the first time since Matteo Viscaro had taken me, I wasn't only afraid of what he might do. I was afraid of the part of me that had already cracked open and burned back. Chapter 7. I didn't sleep. Not really. I lay awake in Matteo's bed, the vast, expensive prison of it, staring at the ceiling while the city glowed beyond the glass and my own body refused to forget what had happened on that terrace. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt it again. His mouth on mine. His hand at the back of my neck. The violent, humiliating half-second where I had answered him instead of fighting. I hated the memory so much it became impossible to separate from it. By dawn, I had replayed the kiss enough times to want to scream. By 7, I had convinced myself the only reason it lingered was because rage branded deeply. By 8, I knew I was lying. That was the part I couldn't forgive. Not Matteo. Myself. I was standing at the kitchen counter in one of the white silk robes Lucia had left behind, drinking coffee I hadn't tasted, when the lock clicked. I didn't turn. I knew his footsteps now. That alone felt like a personal betrayal. Did you sleep? Matteo asked. No. He came farther into the suite. I could feel him looking at me before I looked back. Neither did I. I laughed without humor. Is that supposed to make me feel special? No. Good. I finally turned. He looked unfairly composed for a man who had ruined my peace of mind and, apparently, his own. Dark trousers, Black shirt this morning, sleeves rolled once, hair slightly undone, as if he'd run a hand through it too many times. There was something harder in his face today. Less smooth control, less ease. Good. I hoped he was suffering. His gaze moved over me once, taking in the robe, the coffee, the bare legs, and for one brief second the air in the room changed. His jaw tightened. I noticed. A tiny dark thrill went through me. Interesting. He wanted me when he had me furious and dressed to fight. He wanted me now, half undone and morning soft too. That should have frightened me more than it did. Instead, it made me reckless. What? I asked coolly. Never seen a woman in a robe before? His eyes lifted to mine. Not one wearing mine. I glanced down. It was his, wasn't it? The robe was too long in the sleeves, too large through the shoulders, tied tight at my waist. I had chosen it without thinking, because everything else Lucia left felt too deliberate, too feminine, too much like playing along. Now I realized exactly what I'd done. I was wrapped in his scent, his silk, his territory. I hated that a flush climbed my throat. I needed something to wear. There were other options. I didn't like them. That's becoming a theme. I took another sip of coffee. Maybe your tastes are the problem. His gaze stayed on my mouth for one beat too long. Maybe. The silence that followed felt dangerously familiar, so I killed it. Why are you here? His eyes sharpened slightly. I live here. You know what I mean. Yes. He walked to the table and set down his phone and keys with maddening calm. There's a lunch downstairs. I stared at him. For who? For me. Then enjoy. His mouth almost curved. You're coming. No, yes. I set the coffee cup down. We are not doing this again. We are. I'm not interested in whatever twisted little social experiment you're running. It isn't an experiment. Then, what is it? He was quiet for just a moment. Then, exposure. My brows drew together. Excuse me? He leaned one hip against the table, eyes steady on mine. You've been locked in this suite for too long. You need to see people. They need to see you. Cold slid into my stomach. That sounds like a threat. It's information. No, I said slowly. That sounds like display. Something unreadable flickered in his face, then disappeared. Maybe. Absolutely not. He didn't move, didn't argue immediately, just watched me in that infuriating way that made it feel like he was listening even when he planned to overrule me. It's private, he said. My people, business adjacent, nothing public. I don't care if it's held in the Vatican. Violet. No, he straightened. You need to leave this room. I need to leave this building. That isn't happening. Then we have nothing to discuss. I started to move past him toward the bedroom. His voice stopped me. You kissed me back. I froze. Every muscle in my body locked. Slowly, I turned my head. You really want to do this? No, he said, too honest again. But you're pretending last night didn't happen because you think if you ignore it hard enough, it stops being true. My pulse kicked hard once, ugly and furious. And you, I said, are using it because you need leverage. His gaze darkened. I don't need leverage with you. No? I laughed softly. That's even more pathetic. A beat of silence. Then he pushed off the table and crossed to me in 3 unhurried steps. Not rushing, never rushing. That was how he trapped people, by making his certainty feel larger than panic. He stopped close enough that I had to tilt my head back slightly to keep eye contact. You're coming to lunch, he said quietly, because right now your anger is curdling into your own head, and if I leave you in this room all day after last night, you'll turn that kiss into a weapon against yourself. The accuracy of it punched the air right out of me. I stared at him. He stared back. No smile, no arrogance, just brutal perception. That was somehow worse. I hate you, I said, and this time it came out quieter than I meant. I know. No, you don't. Then tell me. The answer sat hot and impossible in my throat. I hate that you see too much. I hate that you say true things at the worst possible moments. I hate that part of me burns when you touch me and part of me wants to claw your face open for it. Instead, I said, you force everything. His eyes held mine. Not everything. The memory of the terrace flashed through me so sharply, I looked away first. I hated that too. Get dressed, he said. I folded my arms. If I come downstairs, it's not because you ordered me. Then why is it? Because I want to know who you are when people are watching. A slow, dark smile touched his mouth. There she is. I wanted to slap it off him. Instead, I said, and if I see one opening, one weak spot, I'll use it. He nodded once as if I'd said something entirely reasonable. I'd expect you to. You say that now. I'll say it later, too. The calm certainty of him made me want to scream. I turned toward the closet. Get out. He didn't move. I looked over my shoulder. Seriously? His gaze slid over the robe once, then back to my face. Wear something that isn't mine. Heat shot up my neck. Controlling and jealous, I muttered. What a charming combination. Something small and dangerous moved in his expression. I'm not jealous. No? I opened the closet hard enough to make the hangers rattle. Could have fooled me. I don't need to be jealous of clothing. I pulled out a pale fitted dress, mostly because it was the first thing my hand touched. Then stop looking at me like you want to set the robe on fire. Silence. I turned. He was still there, still looking. And there it was again, that tiny fracture in his control, that dark heat beneath the surface. I said, get out, I repeated. This time he left. The lock clicked behind him. I stood in front of the closet for a long moment, dress in hand, pulse too fast. Jealous, I thought, or possessive. Maybe there wasn't much difference with him. The lunch was held on a lower floor in one of the private entertaining rooms, a vast space of smoked glass, white stone, and brutal modern elegance, all sharp lines and ocean views. Men in suits stood in clusters with drinks in hand, voices low and polished. A few women, too. Expensive, beautiful, dangerous in a social way I'd always disliked on sight. The second Matteo and I entered, the room changed. Not dramatically, subtly. Heads turned, conversations dipped, eyes sharpened. The reaction wasn't to me, exactly. It was to the fact that I was beside him. His hand settled at the small of my back again as he guided me inside, and I hated how natural it looked, how practiced, how intimate from a distance. I stiffened. He felt it and leaned down just enough to murmur near my ear, "Don't make a scene unless you mean to finish it." I smiled tightly. Threatening me in public is so romantic. His hand flexed once against my back. That wasn't a threat. The room was full of polished sharks pretending to be civilized. Every face that turned our way held the same stunned calculation. Who is she? Why is she here? How close is she to him? Good, I thought suddenly. Let them wonder. If I had to be displayed, I could still make the display difficult. Matteo led me deeper into the room, stopping now and then to exchange words with men whose names I only half caught. Luca, Enzo, Moretti. A senator-looking man with dead eyes and 2 white teeth. Every introduction was infuriatingly vague. This is Violet. No last name, no explanation, no permission for follow-up. And the room obeyed that limit like it had been ordered to. Interesting. I stayed quiet, watching everything. Who deferred first? Who looked Matteo in the eye and who didn't? Who looked at me too long and got cut down by a single glance from him? That was happening more than I expected. Not obvious enough for anyone to call out. Clear enough that I noticed. He was guarding the edges around me without seeming to. That should not have made heat creep under my skin. It did. The first woman approached 20 minutes in. Tall, stunning, dark red dress poured over curves like liquid sin, black hair in a sleek knot, diamonds at her throat. The kind of woman who knew exactly what effect she had and weaponized it with precision. She came straight to Matteo like the rest of the room had dissolved around him. "Matteo," she purred, touching his arm lightly. "You vanished last night." I went very still. He barely looked at her hand before she removed it. Not because he asked, because something in his face made her. "Interesting again. Busy," he said. Her gaze slid to me then. Cool, assessing, beautifully dismissive. "And who is this?" There was something in the way she asked it that made my spine straighten. Not curiosity, possession, territorial inquiry dressed in manners. Before Matteo could answer, I smiled sweetly and said, "A hostage, apparently." The woman blinked. A man 2 feet away choked on his drink. Matteo's hand tightened slightly at my back. "Violet," he said, tone low. "What?" I looked up at him with innocent malice. Honesty is exhausting, remember? The woman recovered quickly. Of course she did. Women like her had spent their lives stepping over moments meant to humiliate them. Her smile sharpened. "You're funny." "No," I said. "I'm trapped." Matteo's jaw moved once. The woman turned back to him, clearly deciding I was either unstable or not worth engaging with. "You always did like dramatic company." "Always did." Something ugly flickered low in my stomach. I hated it instantly. There it was. Jealousy. Stupid. Irrational. Offensive. I did not want Matteo. I did not want his attention divided because I did not want it on me at all. So why did those words scrape like glass? He looked at the woman with all the warmth of a closed door. Go flirt with someone more receptive, Sophia. So, she had a name. Sophia smiled like she enjoyed being dismissed if it came from the right man. I preferred you when you were crueler. You remember selectively. Her gaze cut to me once more, taking in my dress, my face, the hand at my back. Whatever she saw there made her eyes narrow by a fraction. Then she leaned closer to Matteo and said, just loud enough for me to hear, "Be careful. Pretty things break when they're handled too hard." The room around us did not stop, but inside me something did. Pretty things. Like I was decoration. Temporary. Fragile. Before I could answer, Matteo did, cold as cut glass. She isn't the thing in this room I'm worried about breaking. Sophia went silent. The temperature around us seemed to drop 3 degrees. Then Matteo removed his hand from my back only to step half in front of me, a smooth, unmistakable repositioning that blocked her line to me completely. Claiming, protective, public. And in that single movement, the room learned something. So did I. Sophia's expression tightened. Not much, but enough. For the first time, she looked at me as if I were not a toy, not a phase, not a plaything in one of Matteo's moods. A problem. Good. She recovered with elegant speed and lifted her glass. How serious? Matteo didn't answer. After one beat too many, Sophia gave me a smile with teeth in it and moved away. I watched her go with my heart beating stupidly hard. Not because I was scared, because something sour and hot was twisting through me and I recognized it too late. Jealousy. Actual, humiliating jealousy. Not because she was beautiful. Plenty of women were beautiful, not because she wanted him. Plenty probably did, because she knew the version of him that existed before me, because she'd spoken to him like she belonged to a history I knew nothing about, because some ugly possessive corner of my mind hated the idea of his mouth on hers. I felt sick. Matteo looked down at me. You're angry. No. Yes. It's the company. His eyes darkened with faint amusement. Is it? I folded my arms. Do not do that. Do what? Look pleased with yourself. He leaned closer, voice low enough not to carry. You were jealous. Heat flashed over my face so hard I could have killed him. I was not. You were. I was irritated. Violently. I smiled up at him, cold and sweet. Keep talking and I'll create a second scene. His gaze stayed on mine, dangerously bright now. There was no woman in this room I wanted touching me. The words hit first, the meaning followed. I stared. He held my gaze for one long second, then looked over my shoulder and signaled someone across the room. Conversation over. Deliberately, I should have been relieved. Instead, I was burning. The rest of the lunch passed in a blur of names and tension. I kept catching women looking at me, then at Matteo, then whispering to one another when they thought I couldn't see. Let them. By the end, I was exhausted from pretending I didn't care. Matteo seemed more energized by it all, if anything. Not from the room, from me. From the way I was cracking open in front of him, piece by piece, even when I tried to hide it. When the last guests began to disperse, I turned toward the nearest exit. His hand caught my elbow lightly. Where are you going? Anywhere you aren't. He leaned in, his mouth near my ear, voice almost a murmur. Liar. I jerked away and headed for the hall. He caught up in 3 strides. Violet. I kept walking. The corridor outside was quiet, empty, lined with art no one cared about. He stepped in front of me, forcing me to stop. I said no scenes unless you plan to finish them, he said. I laughed once, sharp as broken glass, and I said I'm not yours to manage. His gaze moved over my face, reading too much as usual. You're upset. No kidding. Why? I stared at him. The answer sat between us, obvious and disgusting. Because another woman touched you like she'd done it before. Because you looked at me when she did it. Because I hated it. Because I hate that I hated it. So naturally, I said, because you paraded me around like property. His expression didn't change. That isn't the whole reason. No? I stepped closer, fury making me brave again. Tell me more about my own mind. He lowered his voice. You wanted to claw her eyes out. My breath caught. Because yes, for one ugly, blazing second I had. I shoved at his chest. Hard. He let the force hit him, then closed one hand around my wrist before I could do it again. What is wrong with me? I demanded, his gaze locked onto mine. Nothing. Don't lie to me. I'm not. He stepped closer, still holding my wrist, not hurting me, not letting me go. You saw another woman think she had a place with me. You hated it. I hate you. No. His eyes darkened. You hate that I removed her. That shut me up. Because that was the worst part. He had, instantly, publicly, without hesitation, he'd chosen my reaction over her ego, over the room, over appearances, and that did something dangerous to the air inside my chest. He saw the exact moment I understood it. His grip loosened slightly. You matter more, he said softly. The words should have felt like a trap. They did. They also landed like heat. I yanked my wrist free and stepped back. You say things like that on purpose. Yes. At least you admit it. I'd admit more if you stopped running from what's happening. I laughed, brittle and furious. You mean the part where I'm trapped with a man who thinks my emotions are a game board? His face hardened. Nothing about your emotions is a game to me. The quiet force in it stopped me cold. For 1 second, the hallway felt very small. Then I said the only thing left that could hurt. How many women have stood where I'm standing? His eyes changed. Not much. Enough. There it is, I thought. A nerve. Enough to make Sophia comfortable touching you in front of me, I said. He went very still. That bothers you? Yes. The word ripped out before I could stop it. Silence crashed down between us. I felt my own face change the instant I realized what I'd just admitted. Damn it. Matteo looked at me like I just handed him fire. Then, softly, too softly, he asked, why? I wanted to die. I wanted to lie. I wanted to slap him. I wanted to run. Instead, because humiliation makes people cruel, I said, because I'm trapped in your building, wearing clothes you bought, being watched by women who think I'm your latest toy and you expect me to enjoy it? It wasn't the whole truth. He knew that. I knew he knew. But it was enough to let me survive the moment. His gaze stayed on mine. Sophia was never anything. That's not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. Then what was it meant to be? His jaw tightened once. Clarification. I folded my arms, trying to hold the pieces of myself together with sheer force. Well, thank you. I feel so much better. He stepped closer again, slower this time, watching me as if I were a skittish animal and a loaded weapon both. There is no other woman I'm thinking about, he said. I laughed softly. You really don't know when to stop. No. His eyes moved over my face, then back to my eyes. Especially when you're looking at me like that. How am I looking at you? Like you want to punish me. Maybe I do. A shadow of something dark and pleased moved through him. Good. I hated that answer. I hated that it lit something reckless in me, too. Before I could think better of it, I stepped into him, rose onto my toes just enough to get close to his face, and said quietly, then maybe next time let her touch you again and see what happens. The second the words left my mouth, the air detonated. His hand came to the back of my neck, not rough, not gentle, and his eyes went black. Careful, he said softly. Heat punched through me so hard it was almost pain. I should have stepped back. I didn't, because now we were both in it, both too close, both too angry, both aware of exactly what jealousy had done to the room between us. You like this, I whispered. What? Me angry, me jealous, me losing my mind because another woman looked at you like she knew you. His grip tightened by a fraction. No. I blinked. He shook his head once, gaze burning into mine. I don't like that part. The truth of it stunned me enough to go still. Then he added, voice lower, rougher, I like that you care. My heart kicked so hard it hurt. Before I could answer, he released me and stepped back. The loss of contact felt immediate. Violent, he looked down the hall, then back at me, reassembling his control piece by piece. We're done here. Are we? His gaze returned to mine, dark and steady. For now. Then he turned and started walking. I stood there, stunned and furious and burning in all the wrong places, until he looked back over his shoulder and said, Come on, Violet. Not an order. Not quite a request. Something worse. Something that sounded like inevitability. I hated that I followed him. And as we walked back toward the elevators in heavy silence, one humiliating truth settled deeper and deeper into my bones. I hadn't just been jealous of Sophia. I had been relieved when he chose me where everyone could see it. That was the crack widening. Not because I trusted him. Not because I forgave him. Not because any of this was right. Because some terrible, traitorous part of me had started wanting to matter to him in public as much as I already did in private. Chapter 8. By the time we got back upstairs, I wanted to crawl out of my own skin. The elevator ride had been silent. The hallway had been silent. Even the suite felt too quiet when Matteo unlocked the door and let me step inside first. That should have been a relief. Instead, silence only made room for everything I didn't want to feel. Jealousy, humiliation, that sick, ugly burst of satisfaction when he'd shut Sophia down in front of everyone. The worst one after, when he'd said there is no other woman I'm thinking about, and some traitorous part of me had gone still just to hear it. I hated him. I hated myself more for not hating him cleanly. The door clicked shut behind us. I turned immediately, all sharp edges again because sharp was safer. Don't say anything. Matteo looked at me, unreadable. That wasn't the plan. Good. I moved away from him, crossing the room too quickly, too aware of the heat still trapped under my skin. I needed distance, space, something solid that wasn't him. What Sophia said, he began. I whipped around. I said don't. His jaw tightened once, but he didn't push. That surprised me enough to make me angrier. Fine, he said. Fine. The word hung there, false and brittle. I turned my back on him and headed for the window, wrapping my arms around myself as I stared down at the city. Miami glittered below in white and gold and blue, all false calm and expensive lies. Somewhere in that maze of water and glass, my family was still looking for me. That thought steadied me, a little, until Matteo said, very quietly, "Your brother sent a message." Every muscle in my body locked. I turned so fast my hair whipped over my shoulder. What? His gaze held mine. An hour ago. Why didn't you tell me? Because lunch was already volatile enough. I stared at him in disbelief. You withheld that? Yes. Rage hit so hard I saw white for half a second. I crossed the room in 3 strides and shoved him in the chest with both hands. Hard. You do not get to decide when I hear about my family. He took the force without moving, eyes locked on mine. That part, he said softly, was inevitable. I don't care. I know. Then stop acting like you understand me. You're right. His voice stayed maddeningly calm. I understand your brother better. That stopped me. Not because I believed him, because I might. What did he say? Matteo didn't answer immediately. He reached into the inside pocket of his jacket, pulled out his phone, and held it out. I snatched it from his hand. The message was already open. No greeting, no name, no attempt to soften the meaning. Return my sister untouched, and I'll make this quick. Keep her, and I'll burn every door you have left. My breath caught. My brother, cold, furious enough to sound almost calm. That was worse. I read it again, then again. My fingers tightened around the phone until they hurt. Matteo watched me in silence. I looked up, untouched. His expression didn't change. Something old and ugly tightened in my chest. Not because my brother would care about my virtue in some sentimental way, because in our world, untouched meant uncontaminated, unused, uncomplicated, returnable, a valuable thing still in its packaging. I laughed once and it came out wrong, broken at the edges. Of course, Matteo's eyes sharpened. Violet? No, I handed the phone back with too much force. No, that's perfect. Actually, very on brand. It isn't what you think. It's exactly what I think. His gaze stayed on my face too long. He's trying to provoke me. And succeeding? A brief pause. No. I laughed again, sharper this time. Liar. That dark look passed through his eyes, the one that meant I'd struck something true. Good. I wanted him uncomfortable. I wanted him bleeding from somewhere deeper than his skin. He's right, though, isn't he? I said. That's the whole point of me. Value, trade, territory, leverage. I smiled without warmth. Men do love turning women into real estate. Enough. The word cracked through the room. I went still, not because it was loud, because it wasn't, because he said it in that low, lethal voice that made the air feel suddenly too thin. He took one step toward me. I held my ground out of sheer fury. You think I look at you and see leverage, he said. That stopped being true the second I touched you. Heat flashed up my throat, hot and humiliating. You should have let me go after the message. No. There it is. I spread my hands, the part where you prove him right. His jaw tightened. Your brother wants a trade. Yes. He doesn't get one. The certainty in his tone made my stomach twist. Why? I asked. Because you're too proud? Because you can't stand the idea of giving something back once you've touched it? Something dark moved behind his eyes. Then he said, because he threatened to burn my world for you. I blinked. That doesn't even make sense. It does to me. He stepped closer. Not enough to trap me, enough to make me feel the weight of him. He made the mistake of thinking fear would loosen my grip, Matteo said quietly. It doesn't. I stared at him, pulse beating too hard. My brother threatened war. Matteo's answer was no. No trade, no negotiation, no retreat. I should have felt terror. Instead, something more complicated moved through me. Something dark and volatile and impossible to separate from the fact that two dangerous men were drawing lines around me, and one of them was refusing to give me back even when it would be easier. That thought sickened me. And worse, it thrilled some ruined part of me too. I hated that part on sight. "You're both insane," I said. "Yes." The easy agreement disarmed me for one stupid second. Then I snapped back. "This is not flattering, Matteo. I didn't say it was." "Then what is it?" His gaze dragged over my face, my mouth back to my eyes. Reality. I wanted to hit him, kiss him, scream, break every glass surface in the suite. Instead, I wrapped my arms around myself tighter and said, "My brother is not bluffing. I know. He'll start tearing through people. I know. He'll hurt anyone he thinks helped you disappear. Still, I know." The calm certainty of it made me shake. "You say that like it doesn't matter. It matters." "Then do something." I did. "What?" His eyes locked onto mine. I refused. Silence slammed into the room because that was the turning point, wasn't it? Not the message. Not the threat. The answer. No. My brother had drawn a line, and Matteo had stepped over it without hesitation. War, then, because of me, for me. Around me, I felt suddenly too hot in my own body. "This is happening because you wouldn't let me go after the club," I said. "Yes. You could have ended this. Yes. But you didn't." "No." No apology, no explanation softened at the edges. Just fact. My chest tightened. "I don't understand you." His expression changed slightly. Less hard. More dangerous, somehow. "You don't have to. That's convenient." He ignored that. "Your brother expected me to think strategically. You usually do." "Yes, but not now." A pause. Then, "Not where you're concerned." The words landed like a bruise. I looked away first. I hated that, too. There was movement beyond the outer door then. Voices, quick footsteps, the muted rhythm of a house that had just been handed new instructions. Matteo's gaze shifted briefly toward the sound. I caught it. "What now?" He didn't answer. My pulse climbed. "Matteo." He finally looked back at me. "We're tightening the floor." I stared. "Because of the threat?" "Yes." "How bad is it?" He was quiet for one beat too long. "Bad enough." My stomach dropped, not because I doubted him, because I believed him completely. The brother strikes, the war starts, and I was in the center of it wearing one of Matteo's dresses, with his mouth still burned into my memory and his refusal closing around the city like a fist. I turned away from him and paced toward the kitchen because if I stood still any longer, I might start shaking for real. "I need air." "No." I laughed once, sharp and breathless. "Of course. You can have the terrace with guards." "I don't want guards." "You're getting them." I whirled back. "You are not solving this by locking me down harder. Watch me." The answer was so immediate I nearly screamed. Instead, I reached for the nearest thing on the counter, a glass bowl full of lemons, and hurled it into the sink. It shattered. Yellow fruit bounced across marble. The crash echoed through the suite. Matteo didn't flinch. Of course he didn't. I stood breathing hard, surrounded by broken glass and bright citrus and my own humiliation. "You break things when you feel cornered," he said quietly. "Brilliant observation. You should break something less fragile." I stared at him. Then, because anger makes liars of us all, I crossed the room and shoved him again. Harder this time. He caught my wrists before I could do it a second time. My breath hitched. Not from pain, from impact, from being stopped so easily. "Let go," I snapped. "No." I yanked against his grip. "I mean it." I know. His hands were warm around my wrists, firm enough to immobilize, not enough to hurt. The familiar balance of restraint and control made the room feel too small. Outside the windows, the city shone. Inside, I was shaking in the hands of the man who had just chosen me over peace. "Your brother wants me to hand you back," he said. "Yes." "I won't." "You keep saying that like I'm supposed to be impressed." "No." His eyes searched mine. "I'm saying it so you understand what happens next." I glared at him. "Enlighten me." "He escalates." "I know. I escalate." The brutal simplicity of it hollowed the air between us. "And me?" I asked. His gaze dropped briefly to my mouth. "You stay with me." The words hit harder than they should have. Not because they were sweet, because they weren't, because in them was everything twisted and possessive and absolute about him. I laughed shakily. "You really hear yourself and think that sounds sane?" "No." "Then why keep saying insane things?" His thumb moved once at the inside of my wrist, and the tiny intimate motion made my pulse stumble. Because sane stopped mattering the first night I saw you. For one terrible second I forgot to breathe. Then anger flooded back in to save me. I twisted hard, trying to wrench free. He stepped closer instead, forcing me backward until the counter pressed against my spine, and he was there, all dark heat and control and refusal. You don't get to do this, I said. His gaze held mine. I already am. Then I hope my brother burns everything you have. Something dangerous flickered across his face. Careful. No. I lifted my chin. You don't scare me. His eyes went black. That, he said softly, is a lie. I swallowed. Because fear wasn't the problem anymore. Not plain fear anyway. It was fear tangled up with awareness, with anger, with the memory of the terrace, with the way his grip tightened when my brother's message demanded me untouched. It was all contaminated now. He saw it in my face. Of course he did. And for 1 second, just one, something almost like regret moved through his expression. Then it was gone. He released my wrists, abruptly enough that my arms dropped between us. The loss of contact felt immediate, violent. You can hate me, he said, stepping back. You probably should. I stared at him. But I'm not giving you back because someone threatens me. His voice lowered. Not even for your brother. The raw certainty in it dragged silence out of me. He meant it. Not strategy, not performance, not ego alone. Choice. He had made one and it was me. I hated that truth. I hated more that it made my chest ache. There was a sharp knock at the outer door. One of his men entered after a single second, moving with controlled urgency. Dark suit, earpiece, face unreadable. Matteo, not Mr. Viscaro, not in this tone. Matteo turned instantly. What? Port hit on the north route. 2 warehouses lit. No casualties here, but it's your brother's style. My brother. No. My brother's retaliation. Everything in me went cold. The man continued. Message came through with it. Matteo held out a hand. The man passed him a phone. I watched Matteo read. His face didn't change, but the room did. A pressure shift, a darkening. I knew before he spoke that whatever he was looking at was worse. What? I demanded. He lifted his eyes to mine. Your brother says this is the first warning. I felt the floor tilt under me. The man waited, tense. Matteo's voice sharpened into command. Lock every entrance. Double the bay coverage. Nobody in or out without my say. The guarded and left. Silence crashed down after him. I stared at Matteo. This is war. Yes. The word was quiet, absolute. I pressed my fingertips to my temples, trying to hold my thoughts in place. This is because of me. Yes. I looked up sharply, expecting denial. He gave me none. Something inside me twisted hard enough to hurt. You could still end it. No? Why? His expression hardened into something merciless and calm. Because if I hand you back now, every man watching learns I can be moved by a threat. He took 1 step toward me. And because I would rather burn with you in the middle of it than watch you walk out that door. My breath caught. The words were monstrous. Beautiful in the ugliest possible way. The kind of thing no decent man would ever say. He said them like truth. I wanted to tell him he was sick. Wanted to tell him he was proving my family right about men like him. Wanted to say anything at what came out. That's not love. His eyes locked onto mine. No, he said. It isn't. There it was again. That brutal honesty that made him harder to dismiss than he deserved to be, because he wasn't trying to make this noble, wasn't trying to wrap obsession in something pretty. He was telling me exactly what he was, and expecting me to stay anyway. My throat tightened. I hated the hot sting behind my eyes and killed it before it could become anything weaker. Then what now? He looked toward the darkening city, then back at me. Now, he said, your brother learns I don't negotiate. The calm in his voice terrified me more than shouting would have, because shouting is impulse. This was decision. He stepped closer and touched my jaw with the backs of his fingers, light enough that I could have moved away. I didn't. I should have. I knew I should have, but the room was too full of war and smoke and all the things neither of us had said. His voice dropped. You stay here. I swallowed hard. And if I don't? His gaze held mine, dark and certain. Then I come get you again. Heat and anger and something far more broken swept through me all at once. I stepped back first because someone had to. Get out! A pause. Then he nodded once. He moved to the door, opened it, and stopped with one hand on the frame. Without turning, he said he wanted a trade. I wrapped my arms around myself. I know. I said no. Then he looked back over his shoulder, eyes black in the gathering dusk. And that, he said, was the moment this stopped being temporary. The door shut behind him. The lock clicked, and I stood alone in the wreckage of the suite, staring at the city beyond the glass while somewhere out there my brother set the first fires and Matteo Viscaro answered with refusal. This was the turning point. Not the slap, not the kidnapping, not even the kiss. This. My brother struck. Matteo did not trade me back. And as the first real war moved toward us through smoke and steel and blood, I refused to picture the most dangerous truth of all settled into my bones. I was no longer waiting to be returned. I was something Matteo had chosen to keep. Chapter 9. By the next morning, I knew two things with complete certainty. First, Matteo meant every word he said. Second, if I stayed in his penthouse much longer, I was going to lose pieces of myself I didn't know how to get back. Not just freedom, not just dignity. Clarity. That was the thing that frightened me most now. Not the locks, not the guards, not even the war building outside these walls because two dangerous men had decided I was worth fire. It was the way Matteo had started getting inside my head, the way his voice stayed with me after he left, the way his mouth still haunted my skin, the way anger no longer burned clean. I needed out, not next week, not when the city calmed down, not when Matteo decided to loosen his grip. Now, the suite was tighter than ever after the warehouse attack. I could feel the change even when I couldn't see it. More footsteps in the hall, more voices behind the outer door. Meals arriving faster, collected faster. The terrace now watched by men who stood far enough back to pretend at privacy and close enough to stop anything stupid. Matteo had turned the penthouse from a cage into a fortress, which meant he was afraid. Not of me, of losing me. That thought should have given me power. Instead, it made the air feel thinner. I spent the morning pretending to settle, eating breakfast without smashing the tray, taking a shower, letting Lucia bring clothes without telling her to choke on her silence. By noon, I was in a soft cream blouse and fitted trousers, hair braided loosely over one shoulder, face calm enough to make myself sick. Lucia noticed. Of course she noticed. She set down a tray of tea and glanced at me once, carefully. "You seem quieter today." I looked up from the book I hadn't actually been reading. "Maybe I'm adapting." A tiny pause. Then, "I hope not." That surprised me enough that I almost smiled. Almost. Instead I said, "Do you?" Her expression remained professionally neutral, but something tired moved under it. Some things are easier to survive if they never start to feel normal. Then she left. I sat there for a long moment after the door closed, staring at nothing. Good. Then she understood. So maybe I wasn't crazy for feeling my own edges starting to blur. By mid-afternoon I had a plan. Not a good one. A possible one. The tray from lunch came with a steak knife. Not sharp enough to use as a weapon against Matteo or one of his men. Sharp enough to unscrew the vent cover in the laundry alcove of the bathroom if I had time. Yesterday, while pacing, I had noticed the screws were old, loose. Not enough for escape through the vent itself, it was too narrow, but maybe enough to reach the wiring box hidden behind the paneling beside it. Power outage, confusion, movement in the hall. A door opened at the wrong moment. It wasn't elegant, it was desperate. That made it mine. I waited until evening, until the shadows outside the glass turned blue and then black, until the hall traffic settled into a slower rhythm. I left the lights low. I turned on the television loud enough to mimic ordinary boredom. Then I took the knife into the bathroom, locked that door, and got to work. The first screw came loose faster than I expected. The second stuck. I muttered under my breath and kept twisting, shoulders tense, pulse pounding loud in my ears. The vent cover shifted slightly, enough to tell me I'd been right. Another minute, maybe two. The bathroom door rattled. I froze. A knock came immediately after. "Violet?" "Matteo." My whole body went cold. I looked at the half-loosened vent cover, the knife in my hand, the floor already scattered with tiny metal dust from the screws. "Violet." Another knock. Harder. I shoved the knife behind the stack of folded towels and yanked the vent cover back into place with one hand. "Occupied," I called, and winced at how thin my voice sounded. Silence. Then, "Open the door." No. The handle turned once, testing. Locked. Good. I backed away from the vent, trying to breathe normally, trying to think. "Why?" he asked through the door. "Because I'm in the bathroom." "Open the door." The calm in his voice made panic claw at my throat. No. A beat. Then too quietly, "What are you doing? Do you always interrogate women in bathrooms?" The silence that followed was worse than shouting. I stared at the door, pulse slamming. When he spoke again, the softness had gone. "Open it now." Every instinct in me screamed not to. But if he broke the door, I'd lose any chance at the lie. I crossed the tiles on numb feet, checked the counter once for any obvious sign of what I'd been doing, then unlocked the door and stepped back. Matteo came in fast, not running, not frantic, just moving with the kind of speed that meant he had already decided something was wrong. His gaze swept the room in one brutal pass. Counter, sink, shower, me, then the vent. His face changed, very slightly, completely. I had been right to fear his silence, because what replaced it was worse than rage. Clarity. He crossed the room in 2 strides and crouched by the vent, touching one screw with his thumb. When he stood again, the knife was already in his hand from behind the towels. He looked at it, then at me. I'd never seen his expression that cold. "You tried to run." Not a question. I lifted my chin, because fear would only make this uglier. "What did you expect?" He held the knife loosely at his side, not threatening me with it, which somehow felt more dangerous. "That's your plan?" he asked. "A vent and a blackout?" The humiliation hit hard and hot. I said nothing. His gaze pinned mine. "Answer me." "Yes." For 1 second, something flashed through him, not amusement, not anger alone. Something like hurt twisted into fury. He set the knife down on the counter with terrifying care. Then he reached for me. I stepped back instantly. "Don't." Too late. His hand closed around my arm, not bruising, but firm enough that my body reacted before my pride could. He pulled me out of the bathroom and into the bedroom in 3 quick steps, then turned me to face him. No more games. This was never a game. Then what was it? Survival. The word cracked out of me so hard it shocked both of us. Silence slammed down. I was breathing too fast now, too hard. My arm still burned where he'd gripped it. Matteo stood in front of me, eyes black, jaw locked. All that polished control turned sharp enough to cut. "You think I'd hurt you if you stayed." "I think I'm disappearing if I do." That landed. I saw it. He saw that I saw it. For 1 second, something unguarded moved through his face, then it vanished under anger. "You were willing to risk the entire floor for a chance at a hallway. I was willing to risk anything to get out of here." His gaze hardened. "That includes getting killed?" I laughed once, wild and breathless. At least that would be my choice. Wrong thing to say. The room changed instantly. He stepped forward. I stepped back. Again. Until the backs of my knees hit the edge of the bed, and there was nowhere else to go. Matteo stopped right in front of me, breathing harder now too, though not nearly as hard as I was. His control was slipping around the edges, and that should have frightened me more than it did. Instead, stupidly, it gave me courage. "Look at you," I said. "This is what happens when I stop playing along for 5 minutes. You lose your mind. I never had it where you're concerned." The rawness of the answer stunned me for half a second. Then anger rushed in to fill the gap. "You don't get to make that sound romantic. Who said anything about romance?" "Exactly." My voice shook. "You keep saying the ugliest possible thing and looking at me like I'm supposed to understand." His eyes burned into mine. "Do you?" I hated the answer. Yes, I understood him far more than I wanted to. Not in a noble way, not in a safe way, but I understood the terrible obsessive logic of him now, the way he built certainty around desire and called it truth. The way he refused to lie about what he was. And maybe that was the most dangerous thing of all, because monsters are easier to reject when they wear disguises. "You should have let me go after the club," I said quietly. "Yes." "You should have sent me back after the message." "Yes." "You should let me go now." His jaw tightened. "No." I laughed bitterly. There it is. He braced one hand on the bed beside my hip, leaning in just enough to trap me in his orbit without touching me anywhere else. "Run from me again," he said, voice low and deadly calm, "and I won't be gentle next time." Every nerve in my body lit up. The words should have terrified me. They did. But beneath the fear was something hotter, more dangerous. The awareness of exactly how much effort it was costing him not to touch me now, not to drag me back against him and punish the rebellion out of me with force or with that mouth or both. I hated that I could feel it, hated that part of me answered. I swallowed hard. "Is that a threat?" "Yes." "Honest." Again, I should have looked away. I didn't. Then do it, I whispered. His whole body went still. I don't know why I said it. Pride, maybe. Fury. The reckless need to prove he wasn't the only one capable of stepping too close to the line. His eyes went black. What? I lifted my chin, though my pulse was out of control. You heard me. You have no idea what you're asking for. I'm not asking. My voice came out thin and furious. I'm calling your bluff. For one suspended second, I thought he might break. Not metaphorically. Actually. I saw it in the way his breathing changed, in the muscle that ticked once in his jaw, in the way his gaze dropped to my mouth and stayed there too long. Then his free hand came up and caught my jaw. Not hard. Firm, possessive, enough to make me gasp. Careful, Violet. Heat flashed through me so violently it felt like impact. Why? I said, barely louder than breath. Afraid? His thumb moved once along the line of my jaw. No. Then what? His eyes lifted to mine again, and what I saw there made my stomach drop. Control on the verge of snapping. You don't get to run from me, he said softly, and then dare me to prove what happens when I catch you. The room felt too small. The bed at the backs of my legs felt too real. His hand on my face felt like a brand. I should have told him to let go. Instead, I said, maybe I do. That was the almost break. His hand slid from my jaw to the back of my neck. My breath caught. He pulled me forward a fraction, not enough to make me stumble, enough to erase the last breath of distance between us. His mouth was right there, close enough that I could feel the heat of it, close enough that if I moved even slightly, it would happen again. I wanted it. I hated that I wanted it. I hated more that he knew. My hands, traitorous things, had gone to his chest at some point. Not pushing, not pulling. Just there, fingers curled into the front of his shirt, like I needed something to brace against. His eyes flicked down. Saw. Darkened. Tell me to stop, he said, voice rougher now. My heartbeat pounded in my throat. He was giving me the exit. Again. But everything between us was warped now. Power, fear, desire, anger, all knotted together so tight I could barely tell one from the other. The truth was ugly and immediate. I wanted him to kiss me. I wanted to punish him for it. I wanted to be the one thing in his world he couldn't fully control. So naturally, I chose the worst option. I said nothing. His gaze searched my face like he was waiting for a clear answer, and furious there wasn't one. Then his mouth brushed mine. Not a kiss. A warning. The touch was so light it almost hurt. My entire body reacted. I inhaled sharply and my fingers tightened in his shirt. That was answer enough. He made a rough, low sound I felt more than heard, and then his mouth came down on mine for real. It wasn't like the terrace. That kiss had been explosion. This one was restraint dragged over fire, still hard, still possessive, still edged with anger, but slower, more dangerous, like he was trying to prove something to both of us and hated every second he wanted it too much to stop. I kissed him back. God help me, I did. Not out of surrender, not softly, with my own anger in it, my own challenge. My fingers fisted harder in his shirt, his hand tightened at my neck. The kiss deepened, then broke. Then nearly found me again as both of us fought for breath. I could feel the exact second he almost lost control. His hand dropped to my waist, pulled me flush against him. The heat of his body slammed into mine and every thought in my head went white. That was the line. The real one, not the kiss. Not the jealousy. This. The point where wanting and fury and captivity blurred into something neither of us could pretend was harmless. Then he stopped. Just stopped, like someone had put a blade between instinct and action. His forehead rested briefly against mine, both of us breathing hard, and when he finally stepped back, it was with visible effort. I stared at him, disoriented and furious and burning. What happened to not being gentle? I managed. A humorless laugh escaped him. You don't even know how close that was. The honesty of it sent a fresh chill through me, because I believed him completely. He stepped back again, farther this time, dragging a hand through his hair. His shirt was wrinkled where I'd grabbed it. His breathing was still uneven. The control he wore like skin had cracked wide enough for me to see the violence underneath. Not just anger, but the force it took him not to give in to it. That's it, he said. I blinked. What? No more chances. His voice had gone flat again, but not calm. Never calm. You don't leave this floor without me. You don't lock doors against me. You don't test escape routes like I won't find them. Something in me rebelled instantly. I'll do whatever I want. His eyes locked on mine. No, you won't. I laughed softly, breathlessly. And you think kissing me gets to prove that? His jaw tightened. No, it proved something else. What? A beat. Then, that you'd rather burn than bend. The words hit too hard because they were true. I hated that he had the language for me, hated that he kept finding it. He looked toward the bathroom, then back at me. The vent gets sealed tonight. Of course it does. And the knives stop coming up. I crossed my arms, still breathing too fast. What a tragedy. His gaze dragged over my face one last time, then lower, to the mouth he'd just ruined for any calm thought. You're trembling. Shut up. No. I wanted to throw something at him. Instead I said, I almost got out. No, he said quietly, you almost got yourself killed. The conviction in his voice silenced me, because beneath everything else, beneath the possessiveness, the control, the rage, there had been something real in his reaction to the vent. Fear. Not for the fortress. Not for the floor. For me. I hated how much that mattered. He moved toward the door. Stopped there. Looked back. And for the first time since I'd met him, his anger looked tired. Run from me again, he said, and I'll still come get you. I stared at him. He opened the door. And next time, he added, voice lower, rougher, don't dare me unless you mean it. Then he left. The lock clicked. I stood there beside the bed in the wreckage of my own breath, my mouth still swollen, my body still lit up with too much heat, and realized with a sick twist of clarity that he had been right about one thing. I had not almost escaped. I had almost broken. Not because he caught me. Because when he did, part of me had wanted to be caught. Chapter 10. The penthouse felt different after that. Not safer. Not softer. Just changed. Like something essential had cracked open between Matteo and me, and neither of us could force it closed again. By the next morning, the vent in the bathroom had been sealed over with a smooth steel plate that matched the wall so perfectly it almost looked like it had always been there. The knives were gone from every tray. Even the glassware had changed. Thicker now, heavier, impossible to shatter without effort. He had meant what he said. No more chances. I stood at the kitchen counter in silence, staring at a bowl of fruit I had no intention of eating, and tried very hard not to think about his mouth, or his hand at the back of my neck, or the way he had stopped. That part bothered me more than if he hadn't. Stopping had required control. Control meant choice. Choice meant he was not as gone where I was concerned as he wanted me to believe. That should have comforted me. It didn't. It only made him harder to hate cleanly. Lucia arrived with coffee and a fresh tray just after 9. She set everything down with her usual calm efficiency, but her eyes flicked once to my face, then to my mouth, then away again. I went still, so he's not the only one who notices too much. Did he sleep here? I asked, because humiliation makes people cruel, and I wanted to put it somewhere. Lucia paused. No. I hated the pulse of relief that moved through me. Pity, I said coldly. That would have completed the hostage fantasy. Something tired crossed her expression. Miss Violet? What? She folded a napkin with maddening care. You are angry at the wrong parts. I stared at her. She met my gaze for one brief, unusual moment. Mr. Viscaro is dangerous enough without you helping him become the villain you need. Then she left. I stood frozen after the door shut. Angry at the wrong parts. Maybe. Maybe not. I didn't want her wisdom, didn't want nuance, didn't want any version of this that made Matteo more human than I could survive. So I picked up my coffee and carried it to the windows and forced myself to think about practical things instead. The city. The war outside these walls. My brother. How long before someone bled badly enough that none of this stayed contained? That thought was still clawing at my ribs an hour later when the lock clicked. I turned too fast. Matteo stepped inside wearing dark trousers and a charcoal t-shirt. No jacket, no suit, no polished armor except the one that lay under his skin. The sight of him like that, stripped down, almost ordinary, hit harder than it should have. He looked tired, not weak, not soft. Just a man who had not slept enough and had no patience left for pretending otherwise. Good, I thought. Then, traitorously. Why? His gaze moved over me once, slower when he saw I was barefoot and in simple clothes instead of one of Lucia's curated dresses. Something in his face eased by a fraction. You're still here. The words came out before I could stop them. Disappointed? A shadow of something moved through his eyes. No. He shut the door and came farther in, but not too close. Not after yesterday. That was new too. The awareness of distance, the respect for it, or maybe only the caution. I came to tell you something before you hear it another way, he said. My stomach tightened instantly. What happened? Nothing here. Not comforting. I set my cup down. Matteo. His gaze held mine. Your brother hit another route last night. I went cold. How bad? 1 man in the hospital, 3 trucks lost. No deaths. No deaths. The relief was instant and shameful. Too quick. Too personal. As if I was already sorting damage by whether I could live with it. I hated that. And, I asked, his jaw shifted once, and he sent another message. I wrapped my arms around myself. Let me guess. More threats. No. That one word unsettled me more than if he'd said yes. He wants proof you're alive. My pulse stumbled. What kind of proof? A call. A photo. Something current. I looked at him hard. And I said no. Of course he did. The certainty of it should have enraged me. Instead, I just felt tired. You say no to everything. Not everything. The words hung there longer than they should have. I looked away first. Hated that too. He's going to escalate again, I said quietly. Yes. Because you won't let him hear my voice. Yes. I turned back to him. Then let him. His expression didn't change. No. There it was. The wall. The impossibility of him. Why? I asked. Because you're afraid I'll tell him where I am? No. Then what? For a moment I thought he might dodge it. Deflect. Turn hard and strategic again. Instead he said, because the second he hears you, he'll know more than whether you're alive. A chill moved across my skin. What does that mean? His eyes stayed on mine. He'll know what this is doing to you. The room went very still. I laughed once, brittle and angry. You really do think you know everything? No. His voice lowered. Just enough. I wanted to cut him with something sharp. Instead, I said, maybe I'd rather my brother know. No, you wouldn't. That hit too close. Because no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't let my brother hear uncertainty in me. Wouldn't let him hear confusion. Wouldn't let him hear the part of me that no longer knew how to separate danger from want where Matteo was concerned. Shame moved hot under my skin. He saw it. Of course he saw it, but this time, instead of pressing, he looked away first. Toward the windows. Toward the city. Toward anything but me. The silence stretched strangely between us. Not hostile, not easy, just quiet. He crossed to the bar and poured himself water without asking. Drank half of it, stood there in profile with the skyline behind him, looking less like a king in a tower and more like a man trying not to break something important with his bare hands. The thought came uninvited. He's lonely. It hit so hard I resented it instantly. Not because it was new, because it wasn't. I had seen flashes of it before, in the late-night pacing, in the way his whole house bent around control, but never warmth, in how many people obeyed him without ever seeming to touch him, in how a room full of beautiful, powerful people had still somehow left him isolated inside his own gravity. I didn't want to see that, didn't want to know it, didn't want any part of me answering it. But once seen, it refused to disappear. He turned, catching me staring. What? I should have lied. Instead, I said, how long have you lived like this? His brows drew together slightly. Like what? Like everyone around you is either useful or dangerous. Something unreadable passed through his face. A long time. Not a dodge. A truth trimmed down to the bone. I looked around the suite. The perfect surfaces. The silence. The emptiness that always waited under the luxury. And suddenly the whole place felt less like a palace and more like evidence. You built this like no one was ever meant to stay. His gaze sharpened. That's a strange thing to notice. I notice a lot. I know. The quiet way he said it sent a small current through me. I looked back at the windows. It doesn't feel like home. For a few seconds he didn't answer. Then, very calmly, it wasn't. Before you. The words landed somewhere low and dangerous. I didn't move, didn't breathe right, didn't trust my own face enough to look at him. That was too much, too honest, too close to something neither of us had the right to name. So I did what I always did when he got too close to a real thing. I sharpened. That's not romantic. No, he set down the water glass. It isn't. I turned then. He looked almost exactly as he had a second ago, controlled, unreadable, but there was something in his eyes that gave away the cost of the sentence. He hadn't meant to say it, or hadn't meant to say it that plainly. That made it matter more. I should have used it against him. Instead, I heard myself ask, do you ever stop? His mouth curved faintly, humor without light. No, I'm serious. So am I. A pause. Then he added, stopping gets people killed. I went quiet. That sounded like history, like blood, like some older lesson carved in deep. I should have left it alone. I didn't. Who taught you that? For the first time since he walked in, Matteo went truly still. Not angry, not closed off exactly, just still in a way that said I had touched something locked. I waited. He could have ignored me, could have redirected, could have reminded me this was none of my business. Instead, he said my father. The answer came flat, clean, dangerous in its own way. I said nothing. So he kept going, maybe because silence gave him too much room, maybe because he was more tired than careful today. He trusted someone once. His eyes shifted to the skyline, not to me. Wrong man. Wrong night. He lived through it long enough to understand what the mistake cost. My throat tightened. Matteo's expression did not change, but his voice lost something there, some polished distance. After that, he taught me there are only two kinds of weakness, the kind you kill in yourself and the kind other people use to kill you. The words settled over the room like ash. I stared at him. So that was part of it. Not all. Never all, but part. Not just obsession, not just ego. Not just power for power's sake. A man raised on lessons sharp enough to bleed through years later. A man who had learned love and vulnerability in the grammar of threat. It did not excuse him, but it explained the architecture. I swallowed. That's a terrible way to live. His gaze came back to mine. Yes, again with the honesty, again with the refusal to make himself easier to dismiss. I hated that my voice softened before I could stop it. And you listened. I survived. That isn't the same thing. No answer. Because he knew it, because I knew he knew it. The room grew quiet again, but now it was a different quiet. Not edged, not predatory, just full. A dangerous fullness, maybe. I crossed to the counter and picked up the coffee cup I no longer wanted. Did you love him? The question came out more gently than it should have. Matteo looked at me for a long moment. Then he said, when I was young enough to mistake fear for respect. It hit me somewhere unprotected. No dramatics, no bitterness displayed. Just a stripped-down truth that told me far more than he probably intended. I set the cup back down. He was watching me carefully now, maybe wondering whether I'd use this against him too. Whether softness from me always led back to a blade. Fair. It usually did. But today, with the city under threat and sleep deprivation hanging off both of us and the memory of yesterday still scorched into the room, I found I couldn't quite do it. So instead I asked, "Is that why you won't let me go?" The question changed everything. The air, his face, my own pulse. He looked at me with a stillness so complete it almost felt like impact. "That's part of why I can't," he said. "Can't. Not won't. Can't." The word slid through me and lodged somewhere painful. He stepped closer then, only one step, but enough to narrow the space. "Do you know what happens if I let you walk out now?" he asked quietly. I forced myself to hold his gaze. "I go home." "No." His voice lowered. "You go back to a brother who already treats you like currency. You go back to a war that turns you into a symbol, and I spend every day after knowing exactly what I handed them back." I stared at him. Because that was not only possession. It was fear. Not of losing control, of losing me to the roles other men had already written. The realization made my chest ache in a way I deeply resented. "You don't know that." His eyes stayed on mine. "I know enough." I almost laughed at the repeated phrase, but there was no room for it now. Not in this version of the room. Not with this version of him. Outside, a boat horn sounded somewhere far below. The city kept moving. The war kept breathing. Inside, Matteo Viscaro stood in the middle of his silent penthouse, looking like the most dangerous man I had ever met, and for one impossible moment, also the loneliest. I looked at him and saw the shape of the monster, and the man inside it. That was the real danger. Not the locks, not the threats, not even the kiss. Seeing enough of him to understand why he was built this way, because understanding is the first softness. And softness is where women like me start making fatal mistakes. He must have seen something shift in my face because his expression changed too. Not softened exactly, but less armed. He moved one step closer. I didn't step back. That felt enormous. His hand lifted slowly, giving me time to refuse it. When I didn't, his fingers brushed a strand of hair back from my cheek. Nothing more. No force. No possession. No demand hidden in the contact. Just a touch so careful it almost undid me. You should hate me more than this, he said quietly. I gave a shaky laugh. I'm trying. His thumb hovered near my jaw, then fell away before it could become anything heavier. The restraint in that small motion felt more intimate than yesterday's fury. Try harder, he murmured. I looked at him, really looked at him, at the exhaustion around his eyes, at the discipline holding him together, at the loneliness he carried like another tailored layer. And because apparently I had lost all instinct for self-preservation, I said, maybe you make that difficult. Something dark and startled moved through his face. Then he exhaled once, low and rough, like the words had landed somewhere he wasn't prepared to have touched. He stepped back immediately. Distance restored. Armor returning. Good, I thought. Too late. A knock sounded at the outer door. The moment shattered. Matteo's face closed over as if it had never opened at all. What? A muffled male voice answered from outside. Call from the harbor team. He looked at me once, then toward the door. Stay here. I almost smiled. Where else would I go? His gaze held mine for one loaded second. Then he left the room. I stood alone in the silence after him, staring at the place he'd been, and understood something terrifying with absolute clarity. The danger was softening. Not him completely. Not the situation. Not the war. My view of him. And that might destroy me faster than anything else. Because when Matteo was all sharp edges and threats, I could fight him. When he was lonely and honest and touched me like I might break, I forgot where to put the knife. I crossed back to the windows and looked out at the city, but all I could think about was the sentence he had said without meaning to, and the way it refused to leave me alone. It wasn't home. Before you. Chapter 11. The call at the door lasted less than 3 minutes. It felt longer. I stayed where Matteo had left me, by the windows with the city spread below in cold, glittering lines, and tried not to listen. The suite was large enough that I couldn't make out every word, but the tone carried. Low. Fast. Controlled. Urgency. Bad enough. The war outside these walls had stopped feeling abstract days ago. Now it was starting to feel personal in a new way. Because I knew the rhythm of Matteo's voice now, knew how much pressure it took to flatten it like that. Knew that when he went quiet instead of sharp, something serious had shifted. When he came back into the suite, I didn't turn right away. I knew from the air alone that the call had changed something. Tell me, I said. Silence. Then his footsteps crossed the room, slower this time, heavier somehow. I turned. He looked exactly the same. That was what made it worse. Same dark trousers, same charcoal t-shirt, same controlled face that gave away almost nothing unless you already knew how to read the cracks. I was starting to know. What happened? I asked. His gaze held mine. Your brother moved on one of my lower docks. Cold spread from the center of my chest outward. How bad? Structural damage, fire, one-man shot. My stomach dropped. Dead? No. I exhaled too fast, too sharply. Relief flashed first. Then shame for feeling relief over what was still violence. Matteo saw all of it move across my face. He'll live, he said. I wrapped my arms around myself. This is because of me. Yes. The blunt answer hit harder than comfort would have. I almost wanted him to lie. Almost wanted the meaningless softness of no, this would have happened anyway. Instead, I got truth. Again. My brother thinks if he burns enough of your world, you'll let me go. Matteo's expression didn't change. He's wrong. I laughed once, breathless and bitter. You really are impossible. Yes. You say it like it's a virtue. I say it like it's already decided. The certainty of him should have made me furious. It did. It also made the room feel smaller. I looked toward the skyline because looking at him was becoming dangerous in ways that had nothing to do with locks anymore. Below us, the city moved as if nothing was happening. Boats cut across the bay. Traffic glowed in long red chains. Somewhere people were eating dinner, laughing, sleeping beside lovers, living untouched by the fact that 2 men had started tearing at each other through money and fire because neither one would step back from me. I hated the weight of it, hated how much of it I was carrying in silence. I should go back, I said. The room changed instantly. Not loudly, not dramatically. Just a sudden, charged stillness that made the fine hairs at the back of my neck lift. Matteo didn't answer right away. When I finally looked at him, his face had gone flat in that dangerous way I had learned to distrust more than open anger. No, I held his gaze. Listen to me. No. You didn't even hear the rest. I don't need to. I laughed softly in disbelief. You really think that's how this works? Yes, this is exactly how people die. His jaw tightened once. I know. Then why are you acting like stubbornness is strategy? Something dark moved behind his eyes. Because sending you back to stop this tells your brother he can reach inside my life and pull out whatever matters most. The words landed heavy, not because they were new, because he said them like fact. Whatever matters most. I forced myself not to react to that, not outwardly. Instead I said, this isn't about pride anymore. It never was only about pride. Then what is it about? His gaze dragged over my face, too slow, too intent, and settled back on my eyes. You? The answer hit like heat rising under a bruise. I hated that. Hated him for knowing exactly how to say the ugliest possible truth and leave it there without apology. I stepped away from the window and toward him before I could think better of it. No, not me. Stop doing that. Doing what? Turning me into the reason. You are the reason. No. My voice sharpened. I'm the excuse, the spark, the thing both of you get to wrap your violence around while pretending it's about protecting me. For the first time since he came back into the room, something in his face shifted hard enough to show. Not anger, not exactly. Recognition, maybe. And something close behind it that looked too much like guilt. I stared. Good. Bleed from that. My brother wants me back because he thinks I'm his, I said. You won't let me go because you think I'm yours. Do you understand how little room that leaves for me? He was silent. That silence was an answer too. I stepped closer. If I stay here, he burns more. I took another step. If I go back, maybe it stops. No. The single word came out lower now, rougher, more human. I lifted my chin. You don't know that. I know enough. The repeated phrase hit differently this time. Not arrogance. Not only. Fear. I saw it then with a clarity that made my chest tighten. He wasn't afraid my brother would win. He was afraid I'd leave and become unreachable in all the ways that mattered. That realization made everything worse. Matteo. My voice had softened without permission. I hated that immediately. He noticed. Of course he noticed. His gaze sharpened. Don't. Don't what? Do not look at me like you can reason this out of me. The words should have been cold. They weren't. They came out edged and frayed, like whatever control he'd rebuilt after our last fight was starting to strain again. I stared at him. Then, because I had apparently lost all instinct for safer choices, I said, maybe you should let me try. The room went silent. Truly silent. The city outside disappeared. The penthouse disappeared. There was only the space between us and the dangerous shift in his eyes. He crossed it in 3 strides, not rushing, never rushing, but fast, enough to make my pulse leap anyway. He stopped right in front of me. Too close. Close enough to feel the heat of him. Close enough to make every sensible thought in my head take 1 step back. No, he said quietly. It wasn't a refusal of the conversation. It was a refusal of the possibility inside it. I looked up at him. You can't keep doing this. Yes, I can. That isn't what I mean. I know. His gaze moved over my face like he was memorizing damage. I hated how much that look hurt. This war is happening because you won't let go. No. His voice lowered. It's happening because your brother thinks threatening me changes what I do with what's mine. Mine. The word should have enraged me. It did. It also landed with that same hot, humiliating force it always did. I shoved at his chest. Hard. He let me. Didn't move. I shoved again. This time his hand closed around my wrist. Not rough. Not gentle. Firm enough to stop the blow before it landed. You keep doing that when you don't know where to put the rest of it, he said. I know exactly where to put it. Do you? Yes. My voice shook now, the pressure of everything finally leaking through. I want to go back. His grip tightened by a fraction. No. You don't get to decide that. I already did. The brutal certainty of it cracked something in me. Then what am I supposed to do? I demanded. Stand here while men bleed because of me? His expression changed at that. Something sharper, darker, more final. He stepped closer, still holding my wrist, until my body was forced to register every inch of him. You think going back makes that blood disappear? It might stop more. It might start worse. You don't know that. No, he said, but I know this. His free hand came up and settled lightly at the side of my neck. The touch should not have been gentle after words like these. It was. That made it unbearable. If I give you back now, he said quietly, He learns he can use your body as leverage against mine. A chill skated down my spine. I stared at him. Because beneath the possessiveness, beneath the obsession, beneath every ugly, dark thing he kept laying at my feet like fact, there it was again, fear. Not for his empire. For me becoming something men moved like a weapon between them. And hadn't that already happened? The answer sat in my throat like glass. I laughed once and it came out wrong. Too late. His eyes changed. That landed too. I saw it. Good, because I was tired of carrying all the truth alone. You already made me leverage the second you took me, I said. My brother did the rest when he started setting fires. It's already happened, Matteo. His hand at my neck stayed still. Warm, careful, possessive enough to make me want to scream. No, he said. I blinked. No, no. His gaze held mine with brutal steadiness. Because right now in this room you're still a woman I won't trade. My breath caught. The words were monstrous. Tender in the ugliest possible way. The kind of sentence only a man like him could say and mean without irony. I hated how deeply it cut. I pulled my wrist free. He let me. I stepped back fast enough to need the distance. That isn't comfort. I know, it isn't protection. His jaw tightened. It's the closest thing I have. The room tilted, not literally, emotionally, like the floor under my certainty had shifted just enough to make standing dangerous. I looked away first, pressing my hand against my mouth because I suddenly didn't trust the next thing that might come out. He moved then, but not toward me. Away. To the windows, to the city. One hand braced on the glass as he looked down at whatever pieces of his world were burning under the evening sky. The distance gave me room to breathe. Not enough room to escape the ache. After a long silence, I said, I could make a statement. He glanced back. I forced myself to keep going. Publicly. Something vague, proof I'm alive, proof I'm not hurt. It might slow him down. It won't. You don't know that. I do. How? His gaze held mine. Because this stopped being about proof for him the second I refused him. I went still. Yes, that was true, wasn't it? The first message had demanded my return. The second had demanded proof. The attacks had escalated anyway. This wasn't rescue anymore. It was retaliation. The thought made something cold settle deeper into me. My brother is going to keep going. Yes. And you? His face hardened into something I could no longer read as only anger. I'm going to end it. The simplicity of that frightened me more than anything else had tonight. Because it wasn't bravado, wasn't posturing, wasn't a threat thrown for effect. It was decision. I wrapped my arms around myself again. I don't want anyone else hurt. That got his full attention. For a second, he looked almost surprised by the nakedness of it. As if he knew it. Of course he knew it, but hearing it without armor changed the shape of the room. Then he crossed back to me. Slower this time. Measured. He stopped one step away, close enough that I could feel the gravity of him without being trapped in it. You think I want that? He asked quietly. I laughed softly, painfully. I think you accept it. His eyes darkened. Yes, he said after a beat. I accept a lot of things I shouldn't. I looked up at him. The loneliness was back, not in a weak way, in a hard, carved-out one, a man built around damage who still knew enough to recognize it. I hated that I could see it now, hated more that I could not unsee it. What am I supposed to do with that? I asked. His gaze moved over my face, too intense, too searching. Nothing. That's convenient. It's survival. There you go again. He almost smiled. Almost. Then it vanished. You staying here isn't surrender, he said. It's time. For what? His voice lowered. For me to finish this before it reaches you. The words burned through me, because they sounded protective, because they were also terrifying, because men like Matteo finished things in ways I wasn't sure I could live with if I saw too clearly. I swallowed hard. You say that like I'm not already in it. His hand lifted, hesitated, then brushed a strand of hair back from my temple. That careful touch again, soft enough to destroy me faster than force ever could. You are, he said quietly. For one terrible second, I wanted to lean into it. Into him. Into the warmth. Into the lie that maybe being chosen this absolutely could ever lead somewhere safe. Instead, I stepped back. I had to, because staying still felt too much like surrender, and I had already surrendered too many invisible things without meaning to. He let his hand fall. The loss of contact felt immediate. Again. I can't do this with you tonight, I whispered. His face changed very slightly at that. Not anger, not rejection, recognition. He nodded once. I know. The understanding in it hurt more than a fight would have. I looked away. He moved toward the door. At the threshold, he stopped without turning around and said, "He wanted me to trade." I closed my eyes briefly. I know. I'm not going to. The finality of it filled the room. I opened my eyes, and because I was tired and scared and cracking in places I didn't want to name, I said the only true thing left. Then I'm the reason this keeps burning. He went still. When he finally looked back, his eyes were dark and devastatingly clear. "No," he said. I waited. His gaze held mine. "You're the reason I won't let it reach my door." The words sank straight through me. Not love, not safety, not even redemption. Something darker, something sharper, something that felt like being held in the center of a storm by the one man willing to set the sky on fire to keep it from touching me. I hated how much it mattered. Before I could answer, he left. The lock clicked behind him, and I stood alone in the quiet, staring at the closed door, while the war outside these walls shifted from threat to certainty. I could hear it now even through the glass and height and distance. Not literal gunfire, not sirens, pressure. The city holding its breath before the next hit. My brother was escalating. Matteo was preparing to end it, and I was in the center. No longer a woman waiting for rescue, but the reason neither man would stop. I crossed slowly to the windows and looked down at Miami glittering below. Then, because the truth had nowhere else to go, I whispered it to the glass. I should go back. But even as I said it, I knew the thing that terrified me most. Not that Matteo would refuse. That part of me no longer knew whether I wanted him to. Chapter 12. By the time night settled fully over the bay, I had worn a path between the windows and the bar. Not because I was drinking, because movement was the only thing keeping me from unraveling. The city below looked too calm for what it was carrying. Lines of traffic, boats slipping through black water, towers lit gold and white, Miami pretending nothing had changed while men moved violence through its arteries in my name. That was the thought I couldn't shake. In my name, because of me, around me. And somewhere in the middle of it, Matteo was preparing to end it, with that same terrifying calm he used for everything that mattered most. I hated that I knew what that meant now. Not details, not bodies, just enough. Enough to imagine aftermath, enough to dread the silence that would follow it. I stopped at the window and pressed my palm to the cool glass. I should go back. I had said it aloud once already. The words had sounded weak and impossible in the empty room. Now they sounded worse. Because part of me knew it was no longer only about stopping the war. Part of me wanted to go back because staying here with him was becoming its own kind of surrender, and I didn't know how many more pieces of myself I could lose before I stopped recognizing what was left. The lock clicked. I stiffened. For one insane second, hope flashed through me that it wouldn't be Matteo. That it would be Lucia or one of the guards or anyone easier to fight. It was Matteo. Of course it was. He stepped inside still wearing the same charcoal shirt, though now the sleeves were rolled higher and there was something darker in his face, something sharpened by calls and decisions and whatever he had seen in the last few hours. Not blood, not chaos, just command worn hard enough to leave marks. His gaze found me instantly. Stayed there. The room changed. It always did. "What happened?" I asked. No greeting, no easing into it, no pretending I didn't care. He shut the door behind him and looked at me for one long second before answering. "Nothing you need to carry tonight." Anger flashed hot enough to make my chest hurt. "Don't do that." His expression didn't move. "Do what?" "Decide for me what I can carry." He took a few steps into the room, slow, measured. "You're already carrying too much." "That doesn't answer the question." "No." The honesty of it made me want to scream. I pushed off the window and faced him fully. "Did someone get hurt?" "A beat." "Yes." My stomach dropped. "Who?" "One of the men on my south route. He'll live." I closed my eyes briefly. Relief. Horror. Shame for the relief. When I opened them again, Matteo was watching me with that same unbearable perception that made hiding almost useless. "This is because of me," I said. "No." The answer came immediately this time. I laughed once. "Now you choose to lie?" His gaze darkened. "This is because your brother decided burning my city was easier than trusting your voice." The words landed heavy, not softer, not kinder, but more true than the version I'd been carving into myself all evening. Still, I shook my head. "If you gave me back." "No, Matteo? No. The force in it silenced me. Not because he was louder, because he wasn't, because that one word came out like steel set into concrete. He crossed the last stretch of space between us before I could step away. Not touching, not yet, too close anyway. I could smell night on him now. Smoke, maybe. Faint and ghosted into the clean, darker scent of him. My pulse reacted instantly, humiliatingly, as if my body had started recognizing him on its own. I hated that. You need to stop saying that like it fixes anything, I said. No. His gaze pinned mine. You need to stop asking. Why? His jaw tightened. Because every time you ask, you make me hear it. I went still. The room felt suddenly too quiet. Hear what? You choosing him over me. The words hit me hard enough to steal the air from my lungs. I stared. Because that was not what I had said. Not technically. Not even close. And yet, somewhere under all the logic and fear and guilt, wasn't that exactly what he heard every time I said, take me back? Not strategy. Not sacrifice. Abandonment. I hated how quickly that truth cut. That's not fair, I said, and my voice came out thinner than I wanted. His eyes held mine. No, again with the honesty. Again with the refusal to soften his own damage. I looked away first, heart beating too hard. You don't get to make this about you. A brief pause, then very quietly. You already did. The words landed somewhere low and dangerous. I laughed under my breath because if I didn't, I might do something much worse. You are unbelievable. Yes. I looked back at him sharply. Stop agreeing with me. No, that almost broke me. Not emotionally, control-wise. I stepped back, needing distance, and he let me have exactly one pace before he followed. Not enough to trap me. Enough to tell me he could if he chose. Why are you here? I asked. His expression changed by a fraction. Not softer, more direct. Because you've been alone with this too long. The answer slid through me before I could defend against it. I folded my arms. That sounds dangerously close to concern. It is concern, I stared. He stared back. No games, no dark smile, no polished cruelty. Just the truth, stripped ugly and bare. I should have sharpened again. Should have turned that honesty into a weapon. Instead, I heard myself ask, why? Something moved in his face then. Tiny. Real. He stepped closer. This time I didn't step back. That was the first mistake. Because you're standing here trying to decide whether sacrificing yourself would make this stop, he said quietly. And I need you to understand that it won't. The accuracy of it hit like impact. I swallowed hard. You don't know that. I do. How? His voice lowered. Because men like your brother and men like me don't stop when they get what they want. His gaze burned into mine. We stop when we've won. The words chilled me. Because they were horrible. Because they were probably true. Because he said we without flinching. I looked at him and saw the monster again. But now I also saw the man who knew exactly what he was and had no language left for pretending otherwise. That was worse. So what am I supposed to do? I asked. Stay in this tower and wait while you two destroy each other? His eyes darkened. No. He lifted a hand, hesitated for half a breath, then let his fingers brush the inside of my wrist, light, careful, intimate in the worst way. You stay with me. There it was again. That phrase, that claim. And tonight, after too many calls and too much war and too many moments of seeing the loneliness beneath his control, it hit differently, not less dangerous, more personal. I pulled my wrist back. You say that like it should comfort me. It should. It doesn't. It will. The certainty of him made something hot and wild rise in my chest. God, you are impossible. Yes, I shoved him then. Not with real force, not enough to move him. Enough to put my anger somewhere physical before it swallowed me whole. His hand closed around my wrist instantly. My breath caught. He looked down at where he held me, then back at my face. Don't. Then stop saying things like that. Like what? Like, I broke off, furious with myself for not even wanting to repeat it. Like I belong to you. His grip loosened slightly, but didn't let go. His voice dropped. You do. Heat flashed through me so violently it felt like a slap. I stared at him. He stared back. The silence between us went molten. That, I said breathlessly, is exactly the kind of thing that makes me want to hate you. His thumb moved once against the inside of my wrist, and the tiny intimate motion nearly undid my balance. And yet you don't. Not enough. That was the second mistake, not him saying it, me feeling the truth of it before I could kill it. The room felt too small. My skin felt too tight. Everything between us had been strained for days. Anger, jealousy, fear, attraction, war, until one more sentence felt capable of snapping all of it. I yanked my hand free. You don't know what I feel. His gaze dropped briefly to my mouth. No? No. Then tell me. I laughed once, sharp and shaken. You really think I'm going to hand you that? No. He stepped closer. I think you already have. Every instinct in me screamed to back up. I didn't. Because pride is a terrible thing. Because I was tired. Because he had spent days seeing through me, and some brutal part of me wanted to see if he would still say all of this with the full truth in front of him. So I looked him in the eye and said, I think about leaving this place every minute. His expression didn't change. Good. I kept going. I think about my brother, about everyone getting hurt, about how I should walk out that door and never look back. Still nothing. Do you know what else I think about? That got him. Not much. A flicker, a tightening low in his face. He said nothing. I took one step closer. The worst possible choice. Your mouth, I said quietly. Your hands. The way you look at me like you've already decided I'm ruined for anyone else. My pulse was a riot now, but I kept going because if I stopped, I would lose the nerve. And I hate you for making me think about any of it at all. The room went dead still. I saw the exact second something in him gave way. Not control fully. Not yet, but enough. He took one step forward and my back hit the edge of the counter behind me. Trapped again. This time I didn't care enough to lie about noticing. His hands came down on either side of me, braced against the marble, caging me without contact. Heat boxed me in. Night and smoke and Matteo closed off the rest of the room. His eyes were black now. You shouldn't have said that. My heart pounded against my ribs. Why? Because now I hear it too. The words hit like a physical thing. I stared at him. He stared back. The city beyond the windows vanished. Every breath felt loaded. I should have pushed him away, should have told him to stop, should have remembered every reason this was wrong. Instead, I said, too quietly, then maybe we should both stop hearing things. His gaze dropped to my mouth. Stayed there. When he spoke again, his voice was rougher than I'd ever heard it. Tell me to leave. I knew I should. God, I knew it. But all I could feel was the war outside, the pressure inside, the ache of wanting something I had no right to want from the man who had stolen me, and then looked at me like I was the one thing in his world he would burn down a city to keep. My mouth went dry. I said nothing. That was answer enough. His hand came to my jaw, slow, careful. Almost reverent, if reverence could ever exist in something this dark. Then his mouth was on mine. The kiss hit like a release valve blown open. Not the furious collision of the terrace. Not the near breaking of the bedroom. This was hunger sharpened by fear of loss, possession, need. The ugly raw edge of a man who had just watched his world start burning and come back to put his hands on the one thing he refused to surrender. I kissed him back before I could hate myself for it. Hard, angry, wanting. My hands caught in the front of his shirt, dragging him closer. He made a rough sound low in his throat, and one hand slid from my jaw to my waist, pulling me flush against him. The contact went through me like fire. Everything narrowed to heat and breath and the devastating pressure of his mouth. This was not gentle. It was worse. Because under all the hunger was emotion. Neither of us would dare call anything clean. He kissed me like a man claiming something from the edge of a battlefield. I answered like a woman furious that part of her wanted to be claimed at all. The counter dug into my back. His body pinned me in. My fingers tightened in his shirt like I could either pull him closer or tear him off me and didn't know which I wanted more. He broke the kiss only to drag his mouth down the line of my jaw, and my breath hitched so sharply it shamed me. His hand tightened at my waist. Violet? My name in his mouth sounded wrecked. I should have stopped this then. Instead, I turned my face back toward him, and the second his eyes met mine, something in his control snapped for real. He kissed me again. Deeper. Harder. All the restraint of the last few days burning away in visible stages. One of his hands slid up my back, pressing me into him until there was no space left to lie in. The other stayed at my waist, possessive and sure. I could feel how tightly he was holding himself together, how close he was to taking more than he should, and the knowledge hit me with a dangerous kind of heat. This was why he had stopped before. This force, this edge. He pulled back just enough to breathe, forehead against mine, both of us shaking a little now. You should have let me leave, I whispered. A humorless breath left him. You should have told me to. His mouth found mine again before I could answer. I was lost in it now. Not surrendered, not soft, just lost. To the anger, to the wanting, to the terrible relief of not pretending for 1 minute longer. His hand slid to the back of my neck. Fingers tangled lightly in my hair, and the intimacy of it nearly undid me more than the force had. My hands moved up into his shirt, over warm skin beneath the fabric, and he made another rough sound that turned my bones liquid. Fear flared then. Not of him hurting me, of how badly I wanted this. I broke the kiss first, breathing hard, my hands still twisted in his shirt. He looked wrecked, actually wrecked. Hair disordered, breathing rough, eyes black with too much of everything. For 1 second, neither of us moved. Then he said, voice low and ragged, "Tell me to stop now." The words cut through the heat, because there it was, the line, the choice. And for all the darkness in him, for all the control and coercion and possession, he was still standing on the edge of this, waiting for me to push him one way or the other. My chest hurt with the force of my heartbeat. I looked at him and saw the fear of losing me, the obsession, the damage, the loneliness, the danger, all of it. And God help me. I touched his face, just once, my fingertips against his jaw. The shock that moved through his expression was tiny and devastating. "You're not giving me back," I said quietly. It wasn't a question. No. My brother isn't stopping. No. This gets worse before it gets better. Yes. I swallowed hard. Then I said the most reckless, honest thing I had said to him yet. Then don't make me stand here tonight and feel like I'm the only one losing my mind. Something fierce and dark lit in his eyes. His hand closed over the back of my neck again. Not rough, not gentle, and his mouth came back to mine like an answer. This kiss was different. Not less hungry, more certain, as if that sentence had changed the terms between us. His hand slid from my neck down my back, holding me against him, while his mouth claimed mine with devastating patience. No rush now, no chaos, just the slow, consuming pressure of a man showing me exactly how far gone he already was. My hands moved to his shoulders, gripping hard. He kissed me until I could no longer remember why stopping mattered, until my body had softened against mine own will, until the war in the city and every locked door in this building felt very far away. Then, all at once, he went still. I felt the exact second he chose control again. His mouth left mine, his forehead rested briefly against mine, his breathing was ragged enough to make mine worse. And then he stepped back. I stared at him, half furious, half wrecked. "Matteo, no." The word came out rough and final. He dragged a hand through his hair and took another step back, rebuilding himself in front of me 1 brutal inch at a time. Not rejection. Restraint. That somehow hurt more. "I can't do more tonight," he said. I blinked. "Why?" His laugh was brief and without humor. "Because I'm already 1 bad decision away from carrying you into that bedroom and forgetting there's a war outside." Heat and humiliation collided under my skin. I should have been angry. I was. I was also shaking for reasons that had nothing to do with fear. He saw it. Of course he saw it. His expression changed by a fraction. Less hard, more dangerous, somehow. "You're not something I give back," he said quietly. The words landed in the center of my chest and stayed there. Not because they were kind, because they weren't, because they were the rawest, ugliest truth he had yet handed me. He stepped back once more, putting enough distance between us to breathe. I wrapped my arms around myself because suddenly I didn't know what else to do with my body. Outside, the city kept glittering. Inside, the room felt permanently altered. This was not a crack anymore. This was rupture. Not love, not trust, not safety, but a line crossed all the same. He moved toward the door. At the threshold, he stopped and looked back at me. His gaze went to my mouth, then my eyes. "Lock the bedroom if it makes you feel better," he said. I stared at him. "Will it stop you?" A faint, dark, exhausted smile touched his mouth. "No." Then he left. The door shut. The lock clicked, and I stood alone in the silent penthouse with my lips bruised, my body burning, and his words echoing through me like a vow I should have feared more than I did. "You're not something I give back." I pressed trembling fingers to my mouth and hated the way my knees nearly gave out. Because tonight had not been about lust. Not only, not even mostly. It had been fear of losing me turned into hunger, war turned into possession. The the terrible, undeniable truth of what Matteo became when he thought I might slip through his hands. And somewhere in the middle of all that darkness, a worse truth took shape. I had let him claim me with a kiss, not because I trusted him, but because some broken part of me believed him when he said he would never trade me away. Chapter 13. I woke with his words still wrapped around my throat. Not physically. Worse. The kind of thing you can't wash off because it isn't on your skin. It's in your head, in your chest, in the dangerous, unguarded places that start answering before your pride can stop them. You're not something I give back. I hated that sentence all morning, hated the memory of his mouth on mine, hated the way my body had gone soft in all the wrong places, hated most of all that when I replayed the moment in my head, it wasn't fear that came back first. It was certainty. His and mine, in the worst possible way. I stood in the shower until the water ran cold and still didn't feel clean, not because of him touching me, because of what I'd let myself feel while he did. By the time I dressed, the city outside had turned white with morning heat. Boats moved across the bay. Helicopters cut distant lines through the sky. Somewhere down there, men were still chasing war in my name, my body, my value, my return. I had spent days trapped between two men who both thought refusing to let go meant protection. One of them had taken me by force. The other would burn down half the city to get me back. Neither one had asked what I wanted. That thought was still simmering in me when Lucia arrived with breakfast. She set the tray down quietly, but the second her gaze flicked to my face, then my mouth, I knew she saw enough to be dangerous. I folded my arms. Don't. Her brows lifted. Don't what? Look at me like you know something. A tiny pause. Then, I know Mr. Viscaro did not sleep here. Heat flashed hard and immediate. I hated that she could still embarrass me with something that simple. That isn't your business. No, she agreed. It isn't. But she didn't leave. Instead, she stood there for one strange, suspended moment, like she was deciding something. Then she said, "There's a message for you." Every part of me went still. What? Lucia reached into the pocket of her dress and drew out a small, folded note. Not Matteo's phone. Not one of the guards. An actual note. My pulse started climbing before I even touched it. From who? Her expression gave away nothing. I wasn't told. I took it from her too quickly. The paper was heavy, expensive, folded once, inside only one line. If you want the truth about why your brother wants you back so badly, meet me on the East Terrace at noon. Alone. My stomach dropped. Sophia. Of course she would find a way around Matteo. Of course women like her never truly accepted being dismissed. Of course this whole building was full of people who thought they could play games in the cracks between his control. Lucia watched my face carefully. Did you read this? I asked. No. I didn't believe her, but it didn't matter. Did Matteo send it? A tiny pause. Then no. That answer hit differently. Not because it was shocking, because I believed her. That which meant this was real. Sophia. Truth about my brother. A trap, obviously, possibly. Still, I looked again at the note. If you want the truth, that was the problem, wasn't it? I did, because something had been wrong about my brother's messages from the start. Not the anger, not the threats, those I understood, but the wording, the way he demanded me untouched, the way he escalated so fast, the way Matteo had looked at me when he said your brother already treats you like currency. What if there was more? What if both men knew things I didn't? What if I had been protected all my life not because I was loved cleanly, but because I was being preserved? The thought made my skin crawl. Lucia cleared her throat softly. Miss Violet. I folded the note closed. What? Her eyes held mine for one brief second. Be careful who offers you truth in this building. Then she left. At 11:58, I stepped onto the East Terrace alone. Not because I was stupid, because I was tired of being blind. The terrace was smaller than the one where Matteo had first kissed me, tucked around the quieter side of the tower, shaded by white stone and narrow palms moving in the wind. The bay spread bright and glittering beyond the railing. It was too beautiful for the kind of conversation I knew this would be. Sophia was already there. Of course she was. She stood near the rail in a cream dress that looked effortless in the expensive way only women like her could achieve, dark glasses pushed into her hair. Phone in one hand. Mouth painted a soft red meant to suggest innocence on women who had none. She turned when she heard me and smiled as if we were friends, meeting for brunch. Violet. I came for information, not pleasantries. That smile, sharpened, direct. I see why he likes you. My jaw tightened. You don't get to talk to me about him. Sophia laughed softly. That's cute. I took another step onto the terrace and stopped well out of arm's reach. You wanted to tell me something. Yes. Then do it. She looked me over with maddening calm. You really don't know, do you? My pulse climbed. Know what? The reason your brother keeps you so hidden. A chill moved over my skin despite the heat. I'm not interested in gossip. This isn't gossip. She tilted her head slightly. This is business. I said nothing. She slipped her phone into her clutch and leaned lightly against the railing, studying me. Your brother doesn't want you back because he misses you. The words should have bounced off me. They didn't. Of course not, I said coldly. He wants leverage. Yes, but not in the way you think. The bay wind moved my hair across my shoulder. I didn't touch it, didn't move. Then enlighten me. Sophia's smile disappeared. There's been a marriage arrangement circling your family for months. Quietly, delicately. Your brother hasn't closed it because he needed timing, territory, and the right pressure. Her gaze stayed fixed on my face. You were part of it. My breath caught. No. I knew my brother made arrangements. I knew marriages in our world were rarely about love. I knew enough to understand the machinery, but me? No, that's a lie. Sophia shrugged one shoulder. Believe that if it helps. It is a lie. Then why were you kept away from so much? Why do you think he never let you attach yourself to anyone inconvenient? Why do you think your public life was so curated? My stomach twisted. Curated. The word hit because it was true. The events I was allowed to attend. The men I was steered away from. The careful distance between me and the dirtier parts of the family business. The constant refrain that I was too good for certain things. Too protected. Too precious. Not protected. Preserved. I took a step back before I realized I was moving. Sophia watched that with cruel, feminine precision. He wasn't saving you from the business, darling. He was saving you for it. The terrace seemed to tilt. I stared at her, because suddenly memory was rearranging itself into uglier shapes. My brother turning down suitors without explanation. My schedule controlled more than I'd realized. Conversations cut off when I entered rooms. Men at parties introduced and removed with almost invisible efficiency. Not love. Management. I shook my head once. No. Sophia's expression softened just enough to be more vicious than open cruelty. You really didn't know. A sharp laugh escaped me. You seem delighted. I'm practical. She straightened from the railing. Your brother wants you back because you're still useful if he gets to reclaim you publicly. Alive. Untouched. Sympathetic. Her gaze flicked meaningfully over my face. Salvageable. The word hit like a slap. Salvageable. Not sister. Not beloved. Not safe. Asset. Reputation. Deal. Something in me went cold and hard and quiet all at once. I looked at Sophia and understood that she was not telling me this to help me. She was doing it because women like her enjoyed pressing on fresh bruises, because hurting me might hurt Matteo by extension. Because cruelty was a form of currency, too. It didn't make her wrong. That was the problem. Why are you telling me this? I asked. She smiled faintly. Because I thought you should know what kind of men are fighting over you. I laughed once, the sound flat and damaged. That includes him, doesn't it? Something unreadable flickered in her eyes. Yes. There it was, the thing she had hoped I would miss. Not a warning against Matteo. A warning that none of the men in our world were clean. As if I hadn't already worked that out. I looked toward the city, the bright water, the endless glittering lie of Miami, and felt something inside me finally snap into place. Not softness. Not surrender. Clarity. My brother wanted me back, not because I mattered, because I was still worth something if returned correctly. Matteo wanted to keep me because he was obsessed, damaged, possessive, dangerous in ways I might never fully survive. Only one of them, for all his darkness, had looked me in the face and told me the truth about what I was to him. That should not have mattered. It did. Sophia took my silence for weakness. Whatever he's made you feel, she said, it won't last. Men like Matteo burn hot and move on. Men like your brother. Don't, I said quietly. She stopped. I turned back to her slowly. You don't get to stand here and talk to me like you're giving me mercy. Her brows lifted. I know exactly what Matteo is. My voice stayed low, deadly calm. I know he took me. I know he controls too much. I know he is dangerous and obsessive and half a step from losing his mind where I'm concerned. Sophia went still. But at least, I said, he didn't lie to me about it. The silence that followed was sharp enough to cut. Something dark moved through her expression. Not victory, not satisfaction, annoyance. Good, because now we were finally telling the truth. He's turning you already, she said. I smiled without warmth. No, my brother did that all by himself. Footsteps sounded at the terrace entrance. Heavy, fast, certain. Sophia's face changed first. I turned. Matteo stood in the doorway. He was not shouting, not running, not visibly furious. He looked worse. Stillness had gone lethal on him. His gaze found Sophia first, then me, then the distance between us, then the note in my hand. The temperature on the terrace dropped 10 degrees. Sophia straightened. Matteo. He didn't look at her. He looked at me. Only me. Inside. One word. Flat as a blade. Sophia tried to recover the moment with a careless shrug. She deserved to know. That got his attention. He turned his head just enough to look at her. I had never seen a face go so cold so quickly. If you ever come near her again without my permission, Matteo said quietly, you won't like what part of me answers. The threat was so calm it almost disappeared into the wind. Sophia's face lost color. Good. Matteo looked back at me. Inside, Violet. I should have resisted, on principle, out of fury, out of not wanting to be ordered anywhere in front of another woman. But the note was still crushed in my hand, and my thoughts were still rearranging around what Sophia had said, and suddenly the terrace felt too exposed, too bright, too small. So I walked past him without a word. The moment I crossed the threshold, his hand settled at my back, not forceful, not gentle either, and guided me through the corridor with terrifying certainty. He didn't speak again until we were inside my suite and the door had locked behind us. Then he turned. The room was silent. The city glittered beyond the glass. My pulse beat too hard in my throat. What did she tell you? No anger in the question. No softness either, just directness. I looked at him, at the man who had taken me, at the man who had kissed me like war and wanting were the same thing, at the man who had never once pretended this was clean. And because I was too raw to play games anymore, I held up the note, then crushed it tighter in my fist. She told me my brother was preserving me for a marriage deal. Matteo said nothing. That was answer enough. My laugh came out broken at the edges. So it's true. He looked at me for a long moment. Yes. The room tilted, not because I hadn't already believed it, because hearing it from him made it real, in a way Sophia never could. I turned away before he could see too much in my face. How long did you know? Not the full structure. Enough. Enough, I repeated softly. That phrase is getting old. His voice lowered. I know. I pressed the heel of my hand to my mouth, then dropped it because I would not hide from this. Not now. He wasn't trying to save me, I said. He was trying to keep me intact. Matteo's expression hardened. Yes, I laughed again. Ugly this time. You say yes to the worst things so easily. He took one step closer. Because I won't insult you with lies. I spun back to face him. Then tell me the rest. A beat. Then, your brother was negotiating territory through marriage. You were the piece that made the numbers work. The piece. There it was. The whole filthy truth. I wasn't hidden because I was cherished. I was hidden because I was useful. My eyes burned. I killed it instantly. No tears. Not for this. Not for him. Not for any of them. I would have been traded anyway, I said quietly. Yes. The word landed hard, because now the contrast was impossible to ignore. My brother would have traded me with a smile and called it family duty. Matteo refused to trade me at all. One was cleaner on paper. The other felt darker in the blood. And yet, I looked at Matteo and hated the truth waiting there. At least with him I had been chosen as a person, a wanted one, a claimed one, a dangerously desired one, not a contract. That realization was so twisted it made me sick. He saw all of it move through me. Violet, I stepped back. Don't. He stopped immediately. The fact he did made my chest ache worse. I just need 1 minute, I said. His jaw tightened, but he gave it to me. I crossed to the windows because apparently that was where I went when my world needed rearranging. The bay spread out below, vast and bright and indifferent. I could see the faint white wakes of boats carving through blue water, and thought, stupidly, that it must be nice to move in one direction and know exactly where you were going. Behind me, Matteo stayed silent. No pressure, no commands, no false comfort. Just presence. That might have been the final thing that undid me, because my brother had spent years making choices for me without ever asking what I wanted. And Matteo, God help me, was standing there now in all his dangerous, possessive darkness and giving me one quiet minute to breathe. When I turned back around, the answer was already inside me. Ugly, complicated, absolute. I'm not going back to him. The words hit the room like a shot. Matteo went perfectly still. I held his gaze. Not because I was brave, because I needed him to hear it cleanly. I'm not doing it, I said again. Not for family, not for appearances, not to stop him from looking bad, not so he can package me up and hand me to some man for territory. Something dark and fierce lit in Matteo's eyes. Not triumph exactly, not relief alone. Recognition. He had been waiting for this, maybe since the club, maybe since the first time I fought him hard enough to make him smile. But I wasn't finished. That doesn't mean you win, I said sharply. Do you understand me? His gaze stayed on mine. Yes. This is not me forgiving you. I know. This is not me saying what you did is okay. I know. This is me choosing not to go back to a man who was never trying to save me in the first place. The room went quiet, not empty, charged. He took one step closer. I didn't move. Then another. Still, I didn't move. He stopped right in front of me, eyes searching my face with brutal intensity, like he was looking for the line between anger and truth, and didn't trust himself to touch either. You're choosing, he said softly. I lifted my chin. Yes. His jaw tightened once. Say it again. I stared at him, because I knew what he wanted, not the literal sentence, the confirmation underneath it, the impossible thing. I gave him the version I could survive. I'm choosing not to go back. His gaze darkened. To him. Yes. Something fierce and almost violent moved through him. Then, before I could brace, his hand came to the back of my neck and his mouth found mine. The kiss wasn't gentle. It wasn't patient either. It was relief sharpened into possession. He kissed me like a man who had been standing on a ledge, waiting for one word not to fall. I answered him before I could hate myself for it. Not because this made sense, not because it was safe, because I had just burned a bridge in my own blood, and he was the only one in the room who understood what that cost. His hand tightened in my hair. His other caught my waist and pulled me into him. Heat hit hard, immediate, catastrophic. I broke the kiss first, breathless and furious. Don't, I whispered. He held still a half-inch from my mouth, breathing rough. You just chose. I chose not to go back. My hands were fisted in his shirt before I realized it. That is not the same as choosing you. His eyes dropped to my mouth, then lifted again. Not yet. The certainty of him should have enraged me. Instead, it made my pulse kick. I hated that, but not enough to let go of his shirt. He noticed that too. Of course he did. You're still holding on, he murmured. I released him instantly and stepped back. He let me. This time when he smiled, it was slight, dark, not mocking, worse, certain. I wanted to wipe it off his face. Instead, I wrapped my arms around myself and said, if my brother reaches out again, I want to hear it. A beat. Then, yes. The answer surprised me enough that I looked up sharply. He saw that. You've made a choice, he said. I'll respect it. The words should have comforted me. They didn't, because there was still too much war in the air, too much damage between us, too much of his mouth left on mine and my own traitorous body answering it. Still, for the first time since he took me, something inside the cage had shifted. Not the locks, not the guards, the axis. I was no longer the girl waiting to be returned, no longer the sister praying her family would come get her, no longer the piece being moved by two men who assumed they knew best. I had chosen. Not cleanly. Not safely, not wisely maybe, but I had chosen. Matteo watched me from across the room like he understood exactly how violent that choice had been. And maybe he did. Because when he finally spoke, his voice was lower than before, stripped of the last hint of triumph. I know what it cost. I looked at him. Really looked. At the darkness. At the restraint. At the obsession. At the dangerous, impossible truth of the man who would never trade me away. And because I was exhausted enough for honesty, I said, no. You know what it means to you. Something shifted in his face. Not anger. Not hurt, exactly. Recognition, maybe. Fair. I turned back to the windows before he could answer. Outside, Miami kept glittering. Inside, everything had changed. I had not chosen safety. I had not chosen peace. I had not even chosen a good man, but I had chosen against being used by the one who called himself family. And as Matteo's silence filled the room behind me like a dark, steady presence, one terrifying truth settled into place with absolute clarity. I had not chosen the devil out of fear. I had chosen the man who at least wanted me for myself. Chapter 14. The choice should have made me feel freer. It didn't. It made everything sharper. By evening, the air in Matteo's penthouse felt electrically still, like the whole city was holding its breath around us. Men moved faster beyond the locked outer door. Calls came and went in low voices. The staff kept their eyes down. Even Lucia, who usually wore calm-like armor, seemed tighter around the mouth when she brought up dinner and removed it untouched. War had changed shape. It was no longer circling. It was coming. And now I had chosen my side. Not because Matteo was innocent. Not because any of this was right. Because my brother had turned me into a contract and expected gratitude for it. I stood at the windows in a black silk blouse and trousers, staring down at the bay as the last wash of orange light bled into night. Behind me, the penthouse was too quiet. Matteo had left 2 hours earlier with a face like stone and a promise to handle something. That phrase could mean anything with him. That was the problem. A knock sounded at the outer door. Then another. Then the lock. I turned too fast. Matteo stepped inside, and one look at his face told me enough. Something had happened. Not because he was disordered. He wasn't. His suit was still immaculate, dark as the night behind him. His hair was still pushed back. His expression was still controlled, but his control looked weaponized now, not worn, drawn. His gaze found me immediately, checked me once from head to toe as if confirming I was still here, still whole, then settled. What happened? He closed the door behind him. Your brother made a move. Cold slid through me. Where? One of the inland routes. How bad? No deaths. A beat. One of my men is in surgery. My stomach dropped. I swallowed hard. Because of me. His jaw tightened once. Because your brother is escalating. That isn't an answer. It's the only one that matters. I laughed softly, bitter and tired. You really will never let me carry any blame cleanly, will you? His gaze sharpened. There's nothing clean about this. No, there wasn't. That was the truth, pressing on everything now. Nothing clean, nothing simple. Not my family, not Matteo, not the choice I had made. He crossed the room and stopped a few feet away. You need to stay inside tonight. I already am inside. More than usual. I stared. What does that mean? His expression went flat in the dangerous way I was learning to fear. It means no terraces, no hallway, no leaving this suite. The order hit like a slap. No. Yes. My pulse kicked. You do not get to lock me down harder every time my brother loses his mind. His voice lowered. Watch me. There it is, I snapped. The part where you pretend this is protection when really it's just control. His eyes darkened. You think I'm in the mood to argue semantics tonight? Try me. That terrible flicker moved through his face. Not amusement, not anger alone, appetite for the fight. He stepped closer. I held my ground. Your brother's men got too close to one of my private routes, he said, which means someone talked, which means I don't know yet where the breach ends. So tonight, yes, you stay inside this room where I can keep you alive. Alive, not comfortable, not happy. The word chilled me because he meant it exactly that way. Still, I folded my arms. I'm not a package you move to safer storage. No. His gaze burned into mine. You're the one thing in this building I won't leave unguarded. Heat and fury tangled so fast I could barely sort them. That isn't better. It should be. It isn't. He looked at me for one long, heavy second. I know. Again with the honesty. Again with making it harder to hate him cleanly. I turned away because if I kept looking at him, I'd either scream or do something worse. The skyline beyond the glass had gone dark and glittering now. Miami all lit edges and false serenity. Somewhere under that beauty, men were bleeding. Men who didn't know me. Men who had nothing to do with what my brother and Matteo had turned me into. Guilt rose hard enough to choke. I can end this, I said quietly. Behind me, Matteo went still. No. I looked back over my shoulder. You didn't even let me finish. I don't need to. Maybe you do. He said nothing. I turned fully, every nerve in my body taut. I can call him, meet him, get in front of this myself. The silence that followed felt alive. Then Matteo came forward, slow enough for me to track every step, and stopped close enough that I could feel his anger before he spoke it. No, This isn't only your war. Yes, it is. I stared. Excuse me? His voice dropped to a low, lethal calm. The second he started using you to get to me, this became mine to finish. That should not have hit as hard as it did. It did, because there was something monstrous in it, and something protective. And I no longer knew how to separate the two with him. I don't belong to either of you, I said. His gaze held mine. I know. Do you? Yes. Then stop speaking like possession is love. Something changed in his face at that. Very slightly. Completely. I never called it love. The words landed between us like broken glass. No, he never had. That was part of what made this so much more dangerous, I swallowed. Then what do you call it? His eyes moved over me once, dark and exhausted and far too clear. A reason. The room tilted. Because that was worse than romance. Worse than poetry. A reason was concrete. Violent. Final. The kind of thing men killed for and called inevitability afterward. I looked away first. Hated that too. A sharp knock broke the silence. The outer door opened a crack and one of Matteo's men stepped inside. Tall, dark suit, earpiece, face set. Matteo, not Mr. Viscaro. Too urgent for that. Matteo turned instantly. What? The guard's gaze flicked to me, then back to him. We have movement at the lower entrance. Could be a feint. My whole body went cold. Matteo's expression didn't change. How many? Unknown. Cameras on the south side went black for 11 seconds. 11 seconds. That was enough. The guard continued. The team wants to sweep this floor. Matteo nodded once. Do it. No one gets near this suite. The man hesitated. Then, there's one more thing. A beat. Say it. The guard's jaw tightened. Your brother sent a direct line. The air left my lungs in a hard rush. Matteo held out his hand. The guard passed him a phone and stepped back toward the door, waiting. Matteo looked at the screen. His face didn't move. I was beginning to learn that meant the worst things. What is it? I demanded. He didn't answer. That made panic sharpen at once into rage. Matteo. His gaze lifted to mine. He says he's close. My skin went ice cold. The guard was gone in an instant after a curt nod, leaving the door to lock behind him. The suite felt suddenly too small, too high above the city, and yet not high enough. I stared at Matteo. Close to what? You. The word cracked through the room. I took one step back before I could stop myself. His eyes caught it. Don't what? Move away from me like I'm the danger tonight. The answer burst out before I could soften it. You are always the danger. Something dark flickered across his face. Then he nodded once. Fair. The agreement disarmed me for one stupid second. Then adrenaline came back hard. What does he mean, close? It means he wants me looking inward while he pushes somewhere else. Or it means he actually found something. I know. You say that like it doesn't matter. It matters. He took out his own phone and sent off 2 messages with brutal speed. What he doesn't get is access. I laughed shakily. You sound very sure. I am. Because you've never been wrong? A brief pause, then quietly, because I'm not losing you to him. My heartbeat went wild, not from softness, from force. He meant every syllable. I should have hated that more. Instead, I was suddenly furious with my own helplessness, with the guards and the locks and the war and the fact that men were making moves around me while I stood in silk and bare feet in a tower. I'm done standing behind glass while everyone else decides what happens, I said. His eyes sharpened. Violet. No. I moved toward the door. He caught my wrist before I made it 3 steps. Not rough. Immediate. Absolute. I spun on him. Let go. No, I mean it. So do I. I yanked against his grip. He only tightened enough to stop the movement. This is exactly what I'm talking about, I snapped. You make every choice, issue every order, drag me from room to room, and then you act like I'm supposed to be grateful because you're obsessed enough to call it protection. The words hit hard. I saw it. Didn't care. Good. He stepped closer, still holding my wrist, and every line of him had gone sharp enough to cut. You think I want you behind glass tonight because it pleases me? I think you like control. Yes. No hesitation. I do. The honesty hit like heat. But this? His gaze pinned mine. This is survival. Yours maybe. Ours. The word punched straight through me. Ours. No right to it. No softness in it. And yet I looked at him and saw not just control now, but fear. Stripped down so hard it had almost become rage. He was afraid. Not of losing the building. Not the roots. Not the money. Me. That realization changed the air inside my lungs. I should have used it. Turned it. Manipulated it. Instead, I said, "Quieter now. I'm not hiding behind you." His thumb shifted once against my wrist. "No. No? No." He stepped in close enough that my back nearly met the wall beside the door. "You're standing beside me, which is exactly why you stay alive long enough to keep doing it." The words hit so hard they almost felt like impact. Standing beside him, not behind him. Something in my chest cracked open around that. Because all my life, the men around me had either hidden me, arranged me, protected me from a distance, or tried to package me for later. Matteo, dark, damaged, monstrous Matteo, was telling me I had a place in the war beside him, but not at the cost of my life. It should not have mattered. It mattered. I stared at him, he stared back, and in that charged, breathless second, something passed between us that had nothing to do with the kiss, and everything to do with the fact that he had finally said the one thing I had needed without knowing it. Beside. Not behind. His gaze dropped to my mouth. Mine went to his. Dangerous. Automatic. Wrong. The knock at the outer door came again, harder this time, followed by a rapid voice I couldn't fully hear. Matteo swore under his breath. He released my wrist at once and stepped back, already reaching for his phone again. "Stay here." I almost laughed from sheer nerves. "You do love repeating yourself." His eyes lifted to mine, black now with pressure and too much emotion compressed into too little space. "Violet." Just my name, a warning, a plea, an order. All three. I hated how much it did to me. He turned toward the door. Something inside me rebelled instantly. Not against him leaving. Against the distance. Against the idea that he would step into the violence while I stood frozen behind another lock. Before I could think better of it, I crossed the room fast, caught his arm, and made him turn back. He looked down at my hand on him, then at my face. The world outside the suite seemed to hold its breath. "I'm not hiding," I said. His gaze burned into mine. "I know. No." My fingers tightened on his sleeve. "Listen to me. Whatever happens out there, I am not something you put on a shelf and come back for later." His expression changed. Not softer. Something more terrible than that. He covered my hand with his, warm, strong, final. You are the thing I come back for first." The words wrecked the room. My breath caught. His too, maybe, or maybe I only wanted to believe that because there it was again. That monstrous, impossible devotion sharpened through possession until it became something almost holy in its ruin. I stepped closer without meaning to. He saw. Of course he saw. His free hand came up and touched my jaw with brutal gentleness, thumb grazing once across my cheekbone. "Stay inside," he said quietly. I swallowed hard. "Come back." His eyes locked onto mine. "Always." The word hit like a vow. Then he leaned in and kissed me. Not long. Not soft either. A hard, claiming press of his mouth to mine that tasted like urgency and smoke and promise. I caught his jacket instinctively, holding on for one stupid second longer than I should have, and when he drew back, his gaze was dark enough to drown in. Then he was gone. The door opened. Voices rushed. The lock shut behind him, and I stood alone in the center of the suite, fingers still curled from where I had held onto him, my mouth burning, my heart a riot. Outside, the war moved closer. Inside, the line had changed again. I was no longer the girl he kept hidden, no longer just the thing he refused to trade, no longer even only the choice I had made against my brother. I was beside him now. That was the terrible truth. Not equal in power, not free, not safe, but beside. And as I stood there listening to the muffled thunder of men moving in the hall, one terrifying realization settled into me with absolute certainty. If Matteo Viscaro walked back through that door tonight, I would not be standing behind him when the next choice came. I would be standing at his side. Chapter 15. I did not sit down after he left. I couldn't. The suite felt too charged, too alive with the echo of his last words, the hard press of his mouth, the look in his eyes when he said always like the word had been carved into him years before I ever existed. Always. Men like Matteo should not be allowed to say things like that. Not with war moving through the building. Not with blood and smoke and fear still pressing at the edges of the night. Not when my own heart had already become too unreliable to trust. I paced instead, from the windows to the kitchen, from the kitchen to the bedroom, back again. Every sound beyond the outer door made my pulse jump. A rush of footsteps, muffled voices, the sharp crack of something heavy hitting metal somewhere too far away to place. Then silence. Then movement again. The The city outside still glittered as if none of it existed. Boats slid across black water. Headlights streamed in ribbons over bridges. Miami kept pretending it was beautiful while men hunted each other in its bones. My brother is close. The thought would not leave me. Not because I wanted him here. Because I understood him well enough to know what close really meant. It meant pressure. It meant breached lines. It meant the first taste of victory or desperation, both equally dangerous. And Matteo, I crossed to the bar and braced both hands on the marble. Matteo had gone out into that pressure, wearing the same expression he wore when decisions became fatal. I hated that I knew the difference now. Hated more that I was terrified for him, not for his empire, for him. The realization made me go still. No, I thought. No. But honesty had already become one of the ugliest things between us, and alone in his penthouse, with his promise still wrapped around my ribs, there was nowhere left to hide from it. I cared whether he came back. That was the final sealing of it, wasn't it? Not the kiss, not the choice, not the jealousy or the war or the fact that my brother had tried to preserve me for a deal and Matteo had refused to trade me at all. This, waiting for him and realizing the thought of losing him hurt more than it should have. The lock clicked. I spun so fast I nearly slipped. Matteo stepped inside, alive, whole, breathing. The relief hit me like a body blow. I hated how visible it must have been. His gaze found me instantly and sharpened. He shut the door behind him, scanned me from head to toe as if he had to confirm I was still standing, then crossed the room fast enough that my breath caught. "What happened?" I asked. My voice came out too tight. He saw that too. Of course he did. "Your brother made a push on the lower access routes," he said. "It's contained. Contained, not over." His face gave away almost nothing, but his eyes were darker than before, his control drawn tighter. Not loose from violence, tight from stopping it. That somehow unsettled me more. "Contained how?" His jaw shifted once. "He didn't get near this floor. That isn't what I asked." "No." He came closer still, stopping right in front of me. "It's what you're getting." Anger should have answered first. Instead, what came out was, "You came back." His expression changed, just slightly. Enough. Yes, one word. Quiet. Certain. Like he knew what I was really asking. My throat tightened. I turned away because I suddenly couldn't stand how much of me he could see in one glance. "Good." A beat of silence. Then Matteo's voice, lower now, Violet. No, I didn't know what I was refusing. His name in my mouth. The relief. The fact that for one insane second I had wanted to throw myself at him the moment I saw him alive. So I did what I always did when things got too close to truth. I sharpened. "How bad is it really?" I asked, staring at the windows. He was quiet for too long. Then, "Bad enough that this ends now." Cold slid through me. I turned back slowly. "What does that mean?" His gaze held mine. "It means your brother made his last move." The room seemed to narrow. "You're going after him." "Yes." The answer was too immediate, too calm, like it was already done in his head. My pulse kicked hard. "No." His brows lifted slightly. "No?" "No." Something dark flickered through his expression. "You don't get to say that." I laughed once, sharp and breathless. "That's rich coming from you. This is finished. It never finishes the way men like you think it does." His jaw tightened. "Noted." "Matteo?" He took one step closer. Well, he came too near. I stared at him, and there it was, the real line. Not the docks, not the warehouses, not the money. Me. My brother had gotten too near me, and now Matteo's whole body had become a verdict. "You can't do this because of me." His eyes darkened. "Watch me." The answer hit with all the force of him. Not posturing, not cruelty for show. Pure, terrible devotion sharpened into inevitability. I hated how much heat that dragged through me. "No," I said again, quieter now. "Listen to me. If you go after him like this..." "Like what?" "Like you want blood." A beat. Then with that brutal honesty that ruined everything. "I do." The words landed between us like a blade. I swallowed hard, not because I hadn't known, because hearing him say it made it real. He took another step toward me, close enough now that if I moved I would hit him. He threatened my floor. His voice lowered. He pushed my people. He reached toward you. His gaze pinned mine. "This ends." My chest tightened painfully. If he dies because of me... No. I stared at him. "Stop doing that." "Doing what?" "Taking the blame away like that changes the body count." His face went still in that lethal way again. "You want truth?" "Yes." "Fine." He held my gaze without mercy. If your brother dies tonight, it will be because he would not stop reaching for what I would kill to keep. My breath caught. There was no room left in the room, no air, no distance. Only that sentence and the terrible sincerity inside it. I should have recoiled, should have called him monstrous, should have told him that no woman should ever be the center of a man's violence like this. Instead, I just stood there and felt the full weight of being wanted, so absolutely it had turned into a war measure. "Do you hear yourself?" I asked, but the question came out frayed. "Yes." "And you still think I should stand here and accept it?" "No." His voice dropped softer, somehow worse for it. "I think you already do." That was the line I couldn't let him have. I shoved him. Hard. He moved this time. Half a step. More because he chose to than because I made him. "Good. Do not tell me what I accept." His eyes went black. "Then tell me what you want." The question crashed through me, because I knew what he meant. Not the strategy. Not the war. Not what to do about my brother. Me. He now. At the center of all this ruin, I opened my mouth and nothing came out. He saw that. Of course he did. He stepped closer again until I had to tip my head back, until his body heat folded around me, until every pulse in my body remembered exactly what his mouth could do and hated him for it. "Tell me," he said quietly. "I should have said I want this over. I want my life back. I want you to stop deciding everything. I want the war to disappear and the city to stop burning, and my brother to turn back into someone I can survive loving." Instead, what came out was the truth I had been running from all night. "I want you to come back." The room went silent. Not quiet. Silent. Matteo stared at me like I had just handed him something he never expected to hold. Then all at once, something in his face changed, not softened, sealed, obsession with nowhere left to hide. My own pulse thundered in my ears. I should have looked away. I didn't. "Say it again," he said. I laughed once, shaky and furious with myself. "You are unbelievable. Say it. I want." The words stuck, pride trying to save me at the last second. Useless thing. I swallowed hard and forced them through. "I want you to come back alive." His eyes closed briefly. Just once. When they opened again, they were darker than I had ever seen them. He reached for me. No hesitation now. One hand slid into my hair, the other to my waist, and then his mouth was on mine in a kiss so fierce it felt like a vow being driven into skin. I gasped against him, and he took the sound like permission. This was not the angry hunger of before, not the dangerous testing of lines. This was possession made absolute by fear of loss. He kissed me like a man putting his name on the one prayer he intended to survive. My hands gripped the front of his shirt automatically, hard enough to wrinkle the fabric under my fists. He pulled me flush against him, and every thought I had about stopping this, correcting it, resisting the sheer force of it disappeared under heat and breath and the rough sound he made when I kissed him back. Because I did. God help me, I did. Not softly, not carefully, with all the fear and anger and wanting that had been building for days. His hand tightened in my hair. The other spread over my back, pressing me into him until there was no space left for lies. My body answered before my mind could catch up, and the certainty of that would have horrified me if there had been room for anything except him. He broke the kiss only to drag his mouth along my jaw, down the side of my throat, and I made a sound I would hate later. His head lifted instantly. His eyes met mine. There was too much in them, too much want, too much darkness, too much terrible, impossible devotion. Violet. My name in his mouth sounded wrecked. I was shaking. I could feel it. Not fear exactly, or not only fear. Too much of everything had mixed now to separate cleanly. "If you go tonight," I whispered, "and you don't come back, I'll come back." "No," I tightened my hold on his shirt. "Don't do that. Don't promise me things just because you know I need to hear them." His jaw tightened. "I'm not." "You can't know." His forehead touched mine briefly, and when he spoke, his voice was low enough to feel. "I know this." His hand slid from my hair to the side of my neck, holding me there, anchoring and claiming all at once. "I am not dying while you still belong to me." The words should have been insane. They were. They also sealed something inside me I could no longer pretend was cracked only by accident. I looked at him and saw not just obsession now, but the shape of the vow underneath it. He was not leaving tonight to win a war. He was leaving to close a threat around me. That should have disgusted me. Part of me knew it did. A bigger part of me loved that he would not even lie about it. My hand left his shirt and came up to his face. just once. My fingertips at his jaw. His breath caught. Tiny. Real. Mine to cause. I had touched him before. Barely. This was different. Conscious. Chosen. His eyes locked onto mine with something close to violence in them now, but held back by my hand. "I'm not yours," I said softly. He didn't move, didn't blink, didn't lie. "No," he said. "You choose me." The answer hit harder than anything else could have. Because yes, that was the truth now, wasn't it? Not ownership. Not rescue. Not surrender. Choice. Ugly, impossible, ruinous choice. My hand stayed on his face. That was answer enough. The last of his control broke. He kissed me again, deeper this time, slower and somehow more devastating for it. His hand at my neck held me steady while his mouth claimed mine with the certainty of a man no longer asking whether the obsession ran one way. My fingers slid into his hair before I could stop them. He made a rough sound against my mouth and pulled me closer. This was the seal. Not because it fixed anything, because it named what we had become. War on the outside, choice on the inside. No innocence left anywhere between. When he finally let me breathe, both of us were unsteady. He looked at me like he wanted to memorize every angle of my face before walking into violence. I hated that thought, hated more that I understood it. "You're staying here," he said. I almost laughed, still ordering me around. Yes. Arrogant. Yes. Despite everything, despite the war and the ache and the madness of the last 5 minutes, a broken little smile almost touched my mouth. He saw it. God. He saw everything. His thumb brushed once over my lower lip. "There you are. Don't. What? Make this feel soft." His gaze darkened. "It isn't soft." No, he agreed. "It's permanent." The words slid under my skin and stayed there. I should have argued. Should have told him nothing about this was permanent except damage. Instead, I just looked at him. Maybe because some truths are too large to deny in the moment they arrive. A knock hit the outer door. Sharp. Urgent. Both of us went still. Reality slammed back in. Matteo's face closed over again, not empty, never that, but armed, controlled, lethal. He stepped away from me with visible effort, rebuilding the version of himself the world got to see. Not me, never me now. He moved toward the door, then stopped and looked back. The room held its breath with me. "If anyone but me walks through that door," he said quietly, "you lock yourself in the bedroom and you do not come out." Ice slid through me. "Matteo, no arguments. Don't do anything stupid." That earned me the faintest dark curve of his mouth. Too late. I should have hated that. Instead, I crossed the distance between us in 3 steps, caught the front of his jacket, and kissed him first. Hard. Fast. Before I could stop myself, he froze for one shocked beat, then answered with a force that nearly took my breath with it. His hand found my waist, held, claimed, then let go before either of us could forget what waited outside. When I pulled back, his eyes were black. "Come back," I said. No armor left in it now. No cleverness, just truth. His hand came up and closed over the back of my neck, forehead, touching mine one last time. "I always come back to you." The words went through me like a blade wrapped in silk. Then he was gone. The door opened, closed, locked, and I stood in the center of his penthouse with my lips bruised, my heart sealed shut around the worst possible man, and the full truth finally impossible to outrun. This was no longer a crack. No longer a choice made in anger. No longer only survival twisted into want. It was obsession answered. Not clean, not kind, not safe, but sealed all the same. I crossed slowly to the windows and stared down at the city where my brother was somewhere below, and Matteo was walking into the dark to end what had started because of me. I should have been praying for peace, for rescue, for sanity. Instead, I stood there with his taste still on my mouth and the impossible certainty of him wrapped around my ribs, and understood the final truth of my own ruin. I had not just chosen the devil. I had started waiting for him to come home. Epilogue. 6 months later. The first thing people notice about Matteo now is that Miami got quieter. Not softer, not kinder, just quieter. Men stopped making stupid moves in public. Deals that used to drag on for weeks closed in hours. Faces that once hovered too long around the edges of his world disappeared entirely, either bought out, shut down, or made smart enough to leave the city on their own. Nobody says my brother's name to me anymore. Not in this house. Not in front of Matteo, not unless they have a death wish or a very short memory. The war ended the way all wars in our world end. Not cleanly, not publicly, Not with justice, with silence after violence, with empty seats at tables, with changed loyalties, with men speaking more carefully than they used to, with the city learning exactly where Matteo Viscaro's line was and deciding as a group that stepping over it was not worth the cost. And me? I live in the center of that silence now. Not as a hostage, not as a bargaining chip, not as a sister waiting to be called home, as the woman Matteo came back for, every single time. The penthouse doesn't feel like a cage anymore. That should scare me more than it does. Maybe it still would if Matteo had tried to soften what he was after the war. If he had suddenly started pretending to be gentle, pretending to be easy, pretending this between us had become something sweet enough to fit in other people's mouths. He didn't. That's why this works. Or maybe why it ruins so beautifully. He is still Matteo, still impossible, still controlling, still dark enough to black out a room when he walks into it, still the kind of man who looks at me like he could burn down another city if I gave him a reason. The difference now is that I know what I am looking at, and he knows I stay anyway. It is a dangerous thing to choose a man like that with your eyes open. It is even more dangerous when he knows the choice was real. Tonight, the penthouse is full, not crowded. Matteo doesn't do crowded in his private space unless the gathering means something. This one does. A victory dinner, technically. A celebration of a merger, a reshuffling of territory, a formal close to months of blood and pressure and whispered fallout. In plain English, half the city's sharks are in my home pretending they are civilized. The women glitter, the men smile till too carefully. Champagne moves in crystal rivers. The bay burns gold under the night skyline beyond the glass. And me? I'm standing on the upper terrace in a black silk dress with Matteo's last name wrapped around my spine like a secret nobody has been formally told, but everyone already understands. Not married, not yet, but close enough that the distinction only matters on paper. I hear him before I see him. That is the problem with loving power long enough to recognize its footsteps. I don't turn right away. I take another sip of champagne and let the city shimmer below while his presence moves up behind me like a storm that knows exactly where it belongs. You disappeared, he says. I stepped outside. You vanished from my sight. I smile into the glass. How tragic for you. His hand settles at my waist from behind. Warm, heavy, proprietary. Still. Always still that way. Even now. Especially now. I set the glass down on the railing and finally turn my head enough to look at him. Matteo in a black suit is almost unfair. Black jacket, open collar, no tie. Beautiful and lethal in a way that should come with public warning labels. His face is harder than it used to be before the war, if that's possible. Sharper around the edges, more controlled. But his eyes ruin all of it. Because the second they land on me, the rest of the world falls away. Has never gotten better. It has only gotten worse. You're staring, I murmur. His gaze drops to my mouth and comes back. Yes, very smooth. You wore that dress for me, I laugh softly. Ego looks good on you. Try not to drown in it. His mouth curves. You did. I should deny it. I don't. Because after 6 months of this, of him, of me, of the war ending and the dust settling and neither of us softening into lies, there is no point pretending I don't know exactly what I'm doing when I choose black silk and no jewelry but the diamond bracelet he bought me after the first month just because he said my wrist looked too bare without something he gave me. Possessive, ridiculous, beautiful. Mine because he chose it. Worn because I let him. The difference matters, to me, to him, to what we are. His thumb moves slowly against my waist. You're quiet. I'm thinking. Dangerous. I know. He studies me for one long beat. About what? I look back out over the city. Lights on black water, towers gleaming like lies, Miami beneath us, alive and glittering and still breathing under his hand. About how different this view looks now. His hand tightens slightly. Better? I think about it. About the girl who woke up here and tested locked doors with shaking hands. About the woman who stood at these windows and told herself she was only surviving. About the truth that finally came for me in pieces. My brother, the deal, the choice. Matteo's obsession, my own. Then I answer honestly, yes. Silence stretches behind me, not empty. Never empty, with him. Loaded. Then his mouth brushes the side of my neck and he says so quietly I almost feel it more than hear it. Good. Heat flashes low in my stomach. 6 months, and he can still do that with one word. It's humiliating. I adore it. I turn in his arms then because some impulses stopped being worth fighting a long time ago. My hands settle against his chest, his stay at my waist. Downstairs, laughter rises faintly from the party. Out here, the world narrows. You should go back inside, I say. Your guests will panic if they realize you're not there to terrify them. They can panic. I smile. Generous host. I'm not hosting them. His gaze drags over my face. I'm watching you. Still? Always. There it is again, that word. The one he used the night he walked back into war and promised to return. He had. Of course he had. He came back that night with blood on his cuff that wasn't his, and eyes like the devil had shaken his hand. My brother was gone from Miami within 48 hours. Not dead, I learned later. Worse, maybe, for a man like him. Broken politically, stripped of leverage. Forced out of the city with enough humiliation attached to the loss that he would never return without an army and a miracle. Matteo let him live. For me, not because he forgave him, not because he believed in mercy, because I asked him once, very quietly, not to make me carry a corpse with my family name on it. He listened. That was when I understood the final shape of my power with him. Not that I could control him. No one controls Matteo Viscaro. But I could turn the blade, aim the fire, change where the violence land. That is not softness. That is intimacy in our language. His hand slides up my spine, slow and heavy. You're thinking too hard again. I do that. I know. You say that like it's charming. It isn't. His gaze settles on my mouth. It's why I can't leave you alone with your own thoughts too long. I laugh softly. That sounds like a threat. It's concern. Those are disturbingly close with you. Yes. I shake my head, smiling despite myself. God, this is what he does to me. Makes impossible men into answers. Makes dark things sound almost tender. Makes me stand on a terrace in his house, in his city, in his arms, and feel more known than I ever did in any safe place. He studies my face, and the smile fades from his mouth. What? I blink. What? You're far away. For 1 second I consider lying. Then I remember who I'm talking to. The first night, I say. At Vice. His eyes darken instantly. I don't need to explain which part. He knows. Of course he knows. The slap, he asks. I smile. The best decision of my life. His jaw flexes once. Dangerous thing to say out loud. I might take it as encouragement. You need no encouragement. You're a walking bad decision. And yet, I echo. His hand reaches up and brushes a loose strand of hair behind my ear. The touch is careful enough to break me open even now. He can still be terrifying. He can still be brutal in all the ways that matter. But when he touches me like this, slow, attentive, almost reverent in the smallest moments, it feels worse than force ever could. It feels like worship from a man who only believes in possession. You've been looking at me all night, he says. I arch a brow. You've been looking at me since I slapped you. Fair. Besides, half the women in there are still trying to figure out how I did it. His mouth curves. By being reckless. No. I step closer, enjoying the way his hands settle more firmly at my waist. By being the first woman in your life who didn't care how feared you were. His eyes lock onto mine. There it is. That shift. The one I learned early and have never stopped loving. The one where his whole face goes still because I've said something true enough to reach under the armor. Wrong, he says quietly. Oh? You cared. I laugh. I absolutely did not. You care now. The words hit low and hard, because, yes, I do. I care where he is, how late he stays out, whether the men walking behind him are tense or relaxed, whether that darkness in his face means irritation or danger, whether he eats, whether he sleeps, whether he comes back. That last one most of all. I lift my chin. Maybe. His gaze drops to my mouth. Liar. I could kiss him. So naturally I do, just enough to make the point, just enough to steal the air between us. He goes still for 1 perfect second. Then his hand slides to the back of my neck, and he kisses me back with all the controlled heat of a man who has spent 6 months learning exactly how hard he has to hold himself together, not to ruin me, in public. When he lifts his head, his voice is rougher. You do that in front of my guests and half of them leave frightened. Only half? Optimist. I smile against his mouth. Then, because I can't help myself, because I know exactly what this does to him now, I whisper, you're the one staring. That gets me the look. The dark one. The one that promises things. The one that still makes heat coil low and sharp in my stomach. You should be careful, he murmurs. Why? His thumb traces the line of my lower lip. Because one of these nights, I'm going to stop pretending I can behave around you. I laugh softly. Matteo, you have never behaved around me. A low sound leaves him, almost a laugh, almost a warning. Then he leans in, mouth near my ear, and says the thing that sends a shiver all the way down my spine. I've been showing restraint for months. I pull back enough to look at him, at the wicked calm in his face, at the promise in his eyes, at the man who kidnapped me from a club and somehow became the one place I feel most dangerously alive. You're insane, I whisper. Yes. And obsessed. Yes. And impossible. His gaze burns into mine. Still here. Not a question. A fact. I look at him and feel the truth settle in deeper than fear ever reached. Still here. Not trapped. Not waiting to be traded. Not hidden for some future deal. Not even staying because I don't know how to leave. Staying because I chose. Every day after the first terrible one. Because I know what he is. Because he knows what I am. Because nothing between us is clean enough for fairy tales. And somehow that makes it feel more real than anything else I've ever been offered. I slide one hand up to his face, fingertips against his jaw. The same gesture that still stills him every single time. I'm still here, I say. Something dark and fierce moves through his eyes. Then he kisses me again. This one is slower. Deeper, not for the room below, not for show, just for us. When he finally lets me breathe, my heart is beating too hard and his guests are very definitely forgotten. He rests his forehead to mine and says, in that low voice meant only for me, come downstairs in 5 minutes. I blink. That sounds like an order. It is. What if I say no? His mouth curves against mine. You won't. Arrogant. Infuriating. Probably right. I smile despite myself. Ego. Violet. There's a tone in the way he says my name now. One I've learned to hear beneath rooms full of noise, beneath anger, beneath sex, beneath threat. It means look at me. It means listen. It means this matters. So I do. He steps back just enough to see my whole face, one hand still at my waist, the other lifting to brush his thumb once over my cheekbone. Then he says, there's something I want to do tonight. My pulse shifts, not because I'm afraid, because I know that look. Dangerous, certain, unshakable. What? His eyes hold mine, and for one insane second, I think I know. The thought hits so hard my breath catches. He sees that too. Of course he does. A faint, dark smile touches his mouth. Later? Matteo? Later? I should argue. Instead, I narrow my eyes. I hate you. No? Still not listening, I see. His hand tightens once at my waist, possessive and warm. You love that I don't. I open my mouth to deny it. Don't. Because that's the final truth of us, isn't it? He is still the most dangerous man in my world. Still impossible. Still controlling. Still obsessive enough to turn a room cold if another man looks at me too long, and I am still the woman who slapped him in front of half of Miami and somehow ended up being the only thing he never learned to release. The terrace doors behind us open slightly, and one of the staff discreetly clears his throat from a distance. Mr. Viscaro. They're waiting. Matteo doesn't look away from me. They can wait. The staff wisely vanishes. I laugh. There it is. What? The terrifying devotion issue. His mouth curves. Issue? Massive? Issue. You've survived it. So far. His gaze deepens, dark and certain and ruinous. You will. Then he takes my hand. Not my wrist. Not my waist. My hand. Simple. Public. Devastating. And leads me back inside. The room changes the second we appear at the top of the stairs. Conversations dip, eyes turn, the air tightens. Good. Let them look. Let them see exactly where I stand now. Not behind him, beside him. Matteo's hand stays wrapped around mine as we descend, and every person in that room understands something before a single word is spoken. This is not temporary. This is not negotiable. This is not a woman waiting to be returned. This is the one he chose to build the rest of his violence around. And I let them all see it. Every woman who thought I was a passing obsession. Every man who thought I was leverage. Every shark smiling around champagne and polished deals. I let them watch me walk at Matteo Viscaro's side like I was born for the storm and chose it anyway. At the bottom of the stairs, he pauses, turns to me, looks at me with that same impossible intensity that still makes the world narrow. Then, in front of everyone, with the city burning gold behind the glass and his empire quiet around us, Matteo lifts my hand to his mouth and kisses my knuckles once. The room goes dead silent, and I smile. Because that's the real ending. Isn't it? Not the war, Not my brother's fall, not the night he kidnapped me. The moment the whole city understands what I learned the hard way. I didn't fall for the devil, I saw exactly what he was, and I chose him anyway. Thank you for listening to Book 1 of the Viscaro Brothers series with me tonight. If Matteo Violet had you hooked, make sure you like this video, subscribe, and tell me in the comments which moment ruined you the most. Was it the slap, the kidnapping, the war, or the moment she chose him anyway? And don't go too far, because Book 2 in the Viscaro Brothers series is dropping soon. Salvatore and Haley's story is next. This is an original Bayless Diambra production created exclusively for this channel, so thank you for supporting original romance storytelling. Stay right here for more dark romance, mafia obsession, dangerous brothers, and addictive love stories. And I'll see you in the next one. Stay ruined.